Hey, everybody! We're back with some T5S2 coverage here on Tactical Tortoise. I hope everyone is having a good Thursday evening. Almost Friday, everybody. We're almost there. We almost made it through the week. And we got some Thursday night 40K for you. So it's going to be sick. I'm psyched for this matchup. It's going to be awesome. We got Dan K coming out of the gate here on the red side of the table playing Adeptus Mechanicus. Dan K has been killing it this season in T5S2. We've had him on the stream a couple times in the past so far in the season. And, I mean, his play with Adeptus Mechanicus is just insane. Admech is doing great so far in 9th edition 40K, and he's really been able to pilot them to the best of their ability so far. We did some stats over in the Discord server. Valdor over there, who we had on stream yesterday playing, was doing some maths and said that Adeptus Mechanicus is actually one of the top performing factions in the game currently, which is sort of insanity. I want to thank everybody in stream for coming and joining us. It's been a little while since we streamed some T5S2, and I'm psyched to be back in it. I had a lot of technical issues earlier in the season. The machine I was using to stream was really bad and getting worse and worse as it went. But thanks to the support of everybody on the channel, I was able to build a new computer, and we're streaming now some hot 40K action. So hopefully we're going to have a lot more T5S2 games on stream over the coming days and weeks. And we'll get back to a pretty reasonable cadence like we did earlier in Season 1. Looks like the pen in chat. Let's go Admech, Dan Klein, Toyster Boys, let's go! Lots of people calling out for Dan K and his Adeptus Mechanicus over here. Sam Moyer, Dan K smashed me to the ground round 1. Oh, I think we're going to have Shuma come on here too. Apologize, everybody. Hey, Shuma, can you hear me?
Hello, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So Shuma's jumping in with me here today to do some color commentary with me. So you don't just have to listen to my whiny voice the entire time. You also get Shuma's whiny voice.
I mean, if anything, you're just trying to make yourself sound more manly by, like, really just getting the shrillest, most annoying co-commentator you can find. And you succeeded, let me tell you.
So I'm going to put it back to players' mics here. I think that we did just have the roll to go first happen there. And it looked like Dan won. Ooh. Hey, what's up?
Can you promote me since Juma stole it?
What a jerk that guy is. There you go. Should be all set.
I was like, why can't I copy? Alright, let's roll.
I rolled a 1.
Oh.
All right.
Yep.
I will go
Dan
first.
wins the roll to go first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go. Pretty good. Dan was saying at the just before the game, he was like, I just want to win the roll off. I don't want to think about this game too hard.
Well, I mean, sort of the trajectory we've seen so far in a lot of games, right?
Yeah, that's how you win games in 9th edition 40K. You win the roll to go first. That's a big way to do it. Sam, we're in the stream. Dan going first time to turn the stream off. Please don't.
Yeah, just leave it on in the background, you know?
But hey,
open more browsers.
Chad, if it makes you feel better, Adeptus Mechanicus going first means that we get to watch Invader ATVs get killed. So, I mean, it's just purely winning here, I feel. I don't think we can lose. Let's talk about the list real quick before as we get into the game. So Dan, going first, is bringing a single Martian battalion with his Adeptus Mechanicus army. He's got Belisarius Call, as well as an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor at the head, and Tech Priest Manipulus in there as well for some additional, probably, range extension, I have to imagine. We also have a unit of 5 Cataphren Breachers with arc rifles, 3 units of 5 Scutarii Rangers to stand on objectives, as well as a unit of 5 Sicarian Rust Stalkers. And we've seen Dan use this unit in the past to use the the circumlocuitous infiltration, I think, is the name of the stratagem that lets them redeploy off of a table edge at the end of any movement phase. And you can basically that's an easy way to confirm deploy scramblers. Basically, you automatically get it. You just bank that CP for the last turn of the game, and these like 5 idiots can jump off. You know, they could be sitting on objective 1, and they could jump off objective 1 and run all the way over to the other side of the table for freezies to do that deploy scramblers. We also have, I think, a classic of any Adeptus Mechanicus list: 2 units of 9 Cerberus Raiders. Kind of the heavy lifters of Adeptus Mechanicus right now. They run onto objectives and they stand there and they score you points and they stop your opponent from getting to them. That's great. That's how you win games. So, don't leave home without your Cerberus Raiders, ladies and gentlemen. And then rounding out the list with a bunch of big firepower: 3 Scorpius Disintegrators, 2 with Belarus energy cannons, 1 with a Ferromite cannon, a unit of 4 Iron Strider Ballistarius with Cognis las cannons, not autocannon varieties this time, which I'm always interested to see, but I think we need the las cannons to punch through big heavy marine bodies right now, and there are certainly a lot of big heavy marine bodies to punch through with las cannons, so I think Dan pretty excited about that choice. He also said that it was a in some leagues he sees a lot of Adeptus Mechanicus mirrors. And having a damage D6 ranged weapon that's high accuracy to shoot flyers, rather than a damage 2, means that chaff launchers don't screw him super hard. So, if shooting a bunch of autocannons into a chaff launcher Archaeopter is a recipe to do no damage.
You have to be outside of an inch, right?
Very excited about this early movement. Just the pure plugging going on. Just every place a bike or an ATV could go is no longer a place they can go.
Well,
it's beautiful.
You do have to remember that with the new aircraft rules, you can just zip right under that guy's base. So he doesn't block off the entire. He doesn't block off movement, purely. But what he does do is
he already died.
It's right off the table. He makes it so that you have to kind of spread your formation a little bit. One thing, we'll talk about this Dark Angels list in a sec, but it does have this purple aura here is from Azrael, who's going to be giving all these bikes a 4+ invulnerable save. And you want to keep that guy
definitely trying to shut that off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's going to probably come in and use the anti-auras countermeasures, the electrofilament countermeasures to turn that off. And then also, if you just body block literally the physical area where he wants to stand, you can make it so the bikes will have to leave his 6-inch area. And that would be
he
awkward.
himself, not a bike.
Yes.
He lifted it at home.
Indeed. He's a slow boy with only 2 feet.
He could be on a bike, could he not?
Azrael? No, I don't believe Azrael has a bike profile. Just Samael, who does have a bike.
Samael. And then Samael has 2 profiles, right? He has a bike and or a speeder.
Samael, he has lost his speeder profile. His speeder profile got legended, so he is bike only for today.
Sad.
Very sad.
Yeah, I gotta imagine we're keeping the Fuselov back, because throwing him up like that, shutting the door off, has great value, unless your entire army can't see their army, and then you don't kill anything and they blow your plane up, and then not quite as great.
Yeah.
Oh man, these horse plugs though.
I know. Yeah.
If these were Deathwatch bikes, wouldn't matter. But these are not Deathwatch bikes.
I mean, it still would matter because the obstacle terrain in the front of the deployment zone is not actually breachable. Only the wall terrain is. So you can still body block a little bit, even on the infantry bikes. But yeah, these these black Ravenwing bikers wishing they were a slightly different shade of black today. Chat, let me know if the audio sounds good. I had some issues with the mixing yesterday, so let me know if you need me to swap any volumes around. Booze King says it's fine, and Booze King is indeed the king, so what he says goes.
Yeah, if he wanted it to be louder, I mean, it's Boost King. He would let us know, because he's all about the boost.
No, booze with a Z. He would also let us know, because
let me look at his chat, actually.
Any boozy king is going to be a loud
It's such a good joke there, and I just didn't look to the other monitor. See, this is
wasted.
This is all the rust on my commentating skills here over the last few months.
So that's the Martian list. And so let's move over to this Dark Angels list. We talked about it a little bit, but it is led by
5 attacks, basic.
some very
Martius
exciting
Calgar with all this blue.
Martius Calgar, yeah. It looks like some people in the chat throwing shade for the blue Dark Angels here, and unfortunately, that is because the only scans we get from GW right now are Ultramarines painted models. But eventually, somebody will come up. I think there are a couple Outrider and ATV models you can.
I've never scrutinized these Outriders too. These are like some Orc race car levels of just like good pixelation going. Look at these guys.
Yeah,
great.
They don't scan great. So it looks like a bombing run being implemented here from one of these Archaeopters jumping over the Outriders, and then
Virtually impossible to stop those. They can just drop those bombs whenever, wherever.
so good.
Ooh,
Here we go.
zip.
Alrighty.
Ooh. Correct me if I'm wrong here. In 9th edition, aircraft can or cannot have their wings overstepping the edge of the table.
We were just having a discussion with the players, and if you'll see that there are two Raven Wing airplanes with their wings over the edge of the table, that is legal. You're allowed to deploy your models overhanging the edge of the table, but after you finish a movement, your movement cannot be overlapping. So it looks like Dan
so
has
to the Fuselaves.
He has positioned all of his models okay, so he is good to go right now.
That is perhaps the only downside of the Archraptor Fuselave is the wing profile is enormous.
Enormous
It's
wings.
very difficult to actually maneuver this around a table if the table's terrain is tall enough, or if an enemy like an opponent just sits in a corner.
Tau Dark, the Admech unit where they have one model touching scoring zone 2. That must have been earlier because they've moved again. We may have to do a coherency check here. It looks like these Raiders are okay, but I think we may be a little bit far. Looks like their hitboxes are kind of messed up. Yeah, they're hard to measure from. I guess we'll...
Looks like the guy in the... Oh, no, yeah, the guy in the end probably is going to die.
Oh
no.
Dan, can we just check coherency on these guys?
What's that?
Can we just check coherency on
horses.
the Cerberus Raiders?
Which ones?
I think this guy on the end.
Horses are like baby ducks. Like, the moment one of them is too far away, it'll just imprint on, like, the closest Archangel, and then they just, like, wander away.
Cool.
So you got to keep them all within that.
All right, good looking out, chat.
For Manipulus, do you not have to choose that at the beginning of the movement phase?
Glargify, that is modeling for advantage. And also, no, you just don't put the wings on.
Yeah, you don't even put them on the base.
You're good to go.
You just
You model it sideways, so it's
you
like
just take
banking really
take
hard.
a pile of bits and you just stack them on a base. You don't even put them.
You just
together.
melt it down into a cylinder, and you put the cylinder in the middle of the base.
He's always doing
Perfect.
the movement and the exploding sixes. Okay.
Sam, you cannot overhang the edge of the table over during movement either. But movement is the only time that overhanging the edge of the table matters. That's the only time it calls it into question. So anytime you move a model or finish a movement, you can't go over the edge of the table. But if you're in the deployment step, there's nothing says that.
Can you overhang the edge in a charge?
No, it's still a move. It's in the moving a model rules.
What about deep strike?
That's a good question, actually. I would have to double check. Deep strike. Yeah, I'd have to double check.
Imagine that may be physically difficult with a lot of models if you can only move on like the typical 6-inch from say like a outflank.
I have had people screen out my deep strikes in the past because they were able to screen out the area where my Hive Tyrant's wings could not stay on top of the table, which was frustrating.
Pretty rough.
Where is John Grammaticus? That's a great question. He's busy hanging out with the Emperor.
Yep. What like historical event is he like just in the background in today?
Yeah, maybe John Grammaticus is that hipster that's in all of those like historical photos. Do you know those ones? There's like a meme where there's a guy who looks like a hipster from like 2012, except he's in a bunch of old photos.
Yeah, I've like never seen that meme.
Okay, well. Also,
I
this
only
is
know memes about like weebish things.
Yeah, this is also an inside joke from the server that very few people will get. So we should probably talk about this Dark Angels list, which we started to talk about and then got sidetracked. So alongside Azrael and Samael, which is great. I love seeing Azrael on the table. I'm so excited for that guy. I love that he gives stupid Invader ATVs a 4+ invulnerable save, so you never have to high-speed focus them. You just...
Yeah, he also has the Ironclad Furnace. It's just, everyone's got that thing now.
Samael also to just be a sweet dude and buff up all of these Ravenwing things. But we have a unit of 5 Deathwing Knights that are currently in reserve. You can see them behind the flyers there. They're waiting to combined assault on the table, get a sweet 6-inch charge on somebody. We have a Chief Apothecary, Ravenwing Chief Apothecary, who's, I believe, standing next to these Outriders. Oh, no, he's hanging out behind Azrael. But he's going to be here to revive some invaders when we need him to.
7.
We also have 2 units of 3 Outriders, a unit of invaders with Gatling cannons, no Melta-Guns this time, which is, I think everyone will be excited about. And 2 Landspeeder Vengeances, which is a model I've never seen on the table, but they have actually a whole boatload of plasma shooting, like big plasma cannon shooting. So sort of the Redemptor plasma cannon style, strength 8 at 2 damage, and overcharges to strength 9 at 3 damage. So these guys could, I believe, blast as well, so it has the potential to just really mow through a bunch of these Cerberus, although I don't think the blast actually helps it that much against them because they're below 10 models. We also have
The Landspeeder Vengeance. Oh, continue.
Yeah, just to round out the list, we have 2 flyers, a Nephilim Jet Fighter, and a Dark Talon. What are you saying?
Landspeeder Vengeance? So Landspeeder Vengeance is the prototype for stuffing a Space Marine very awkwardly in the back of your vehicle to man a gun that should probably just be run by a servitor. A fun point in one of your recent videos about the modeling for, new Primaris Space Marine hover tanks. But these guys were kind of the OGs at that.
Yeah, they have like a weird turret on the front that shoots a heavy bolter. This guy, there's no way that guy doesn't...
not that guy, the guy in the back.
Oh yeah, there is a guy in the back, right?
I mean, it shows a little more of his chest, not just his head.
That's fair, yeah. You need him to man the plasma cannons, for sure. You couldn't put a Servitor in there. You need a Space Marine.
Yeah.
I like the guy on the Dark Shroud, which is built out of the same kit, and the guy in the Dark Shroud he's just DJing some sweet tunes.
Yeah,
he doesn't have
a
gun.
I love...
He's not doing anything else. He's just typing away on a laptop, and he's disc jockeying like a boss.
I miss the golden days before the FAQ in 8th edition when you would just stack 3 of those dudes and then your entire army was just -3 to hit.
So like we said, some expert pinning being pulled off by the Adeptus Mechanicus here at the Cerberus Raiders with their pre-game movement in addition to just their really ridiculously fast speed, able to most likely... stop a lot of this Dark Angel Bikers from making too much headway up the table.
In the movement phase.
I wonder if we see a charge on these guys here, just to make it even more difficult.
The Raiders, they do lose 1 attack, or no, it's lose 2 attacks per model, right? If they are charged rather than charging, so it's a good way to deflect a lot of their possible damage output.
Yeah, for sure.
So those bombs.
Especially against the wall like that, because they couldn't get back.
Yeah, and definitely the high volume of high strength and pretty decent AP off the Astartes Chainswords. Like AP 1,
yeah.
When you're only swinging up into a 4+ save, means that those guys could chew through a lot of Cerberus Raiders, because those, they have a boatload of wounds in these units, but they're only toughness 3, so they'll go down to decent AP pretty quickly. And yeah, like you said, being able to charge them and plank that devastating charge attack bonus off of those guys is going to be good. But even if you just touch all 3 units, that makes it difficult for the... that reduces a lot of the shooting damage, because you can't fall back and shoot like everything. You can only fall back and shoot 1 unit.
I'm going to give these Raiders +1 to hit, and Wrath of Mars.
Okay, we're going to Wrath of Mars.
The one that can't shoot Azrael will just go into...
I wonder if he's going for like the snipe out to just try and kill Azrael right here and now.
And then the other 8 will go.
Oh, we're going to try to kill Azrael. Okay. Oh my god.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, these things are...
oh boy.
Cerberus Raiders are obscenely strong. If you get like just a little lucky, they'll just yeet out any character in the game turn 1.
So we spent the strat for +1 to hit.
Good hit.
Oh,
only 1
no,
6 though.
6 is
Alright, there we go.
So
Azrael's gonna be okay.
Oh.
One mortal goes in.
Could just roll garbage.
CT4.
It's T4, yeah.
That's true.
Okay, so
He's
2
already
mortal
taken one, right?
wounds,
From the 6 on
1
that, it's
AP,
immortal.
1 save, and 6 armor save.
So
And
he,
that's immortal
so
in
this is
addition
real
as well,
quick.
so they shouldn't be
So
removing
these
their
are 2
dice.
ups. AP1
'Cause that's just it's just an extra.
on the 6. Yeah, okay. So these are 2 ups. Takes 1.
oof.
These are 3 up. Saved.
6 is maintained.
So then I have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so they pulled the 6 away because they have a
3
rending
damage?
ability, so they're AP1 on the
for
6.
Apothecary.
The roll of 6.
Oh yeah, right.
takes
The raiders themselves do that.
Ooh, okay. Well, that was a little
More
scary,
sixes than
but
that,
some bad rolls from Dan there.
Yeah.
Leaves Azrael alive. Only two wounds from those mortals go through on him.
I'd say it's worth the attempt either way. If you can snipe that out early, that is just that is game right there.
That would be bad. That would be super bad. Yeah, especially with all these las cannons on the side of the table for the Admech. Like, the last thing they want is bikes on a 4+ invulnerable save all game. But
Also, the Apothecary can't both heal Azrael and resurrect the invaders.
so
he
good.
sure,
correct?
he
So-
sure can. He
um,
can do both of those things. He does whatever he wants.
Is it not? Does one not displace the other?
No,
Oh, no.
so the
Just put 2
the regen is a
points.
stratagem
Glorious.
that you use at the end of the movement phase, and then the
I
healing
will
is
spend
an-
1
is an
CP.
ability.
I thought the
and I will
stratagem
put the
modified
Dark
the
Talon
ability. I guess that I'm
at
just
the
thinking of most of the other
So
Apothecary
four
like
into
abilities
the
in the game.
Roll for call.
Think this Apothecary gets off his bike to heal people,
Nah,
or does he just like
drive by.
slaps a band-aid on you?
Into the Talon.
Nukem 999, what do the Raiders have to stop the plasma
Saves.
barrage? Well, they have a very low points cost, which means you don't really care about the plasma barrage. But they also they have a 6+ invulnerable save, which is okay. Like they don't immediately die to the plasma.
They have a DPR. They do have a DPR, right? So
I don't believe so.
how they generically just add one?
No, they have an invulnerable save.
Or have I been playing against?
So we'll go to the Cataphrons. They're all
I'm
going to
just
shoot into
confused.
the ATVs.
I get confused a lot.
One of them can't see.
Okay, so 4. I agree.
Yeah, so I mean the Raiders.
They're outside.
No one ever deploys Raiders
He's
and then
got
expects
9.
them to survive more than like 1
He's
or
got
maybe
9.
2
Oh.
turns.
They're what,
But-
16 points a model?
Yeah, they are
Yeah, like
I
obnoxious.
thought his
that
warlord trick
unit-
was to
that
give-
unit costs
Oh,
less
you're good,
than
that's just
like
normal for him.
one of these
That's the one he
Raiders.
has to
Like
take.
they're
He's
fine.
the
Yep,
smart
yep.
one.
I forgot you made the other dude the.
Yeah, so Dan is totally fine with trading these Raiders for keeping the Dark Angel army in their deployment zone for a turn.
T5, so-
And if we see these Raiders, and my Telestrator turned off, let's get that back going.
These are 3.
They function really similarly to Nurglings.
Take 1.
Like you just shove them up against the opponent's line. They take an inordinate amount of effort to kill,
Yeah,
and like in the meantime, you've moved up and kind of infested the board, which then is yours for the opponent to try and take away from you.
they also have an AP1 weapon, so they can like randomly pink some.
And they
wounds
can just
off you,
randomly
but-
kill a character. And they have like 6 attacks apiece.
Yeah,
I guess the
but-
sergeant has like 6. The rest have like what?
I think what we're going to try to see is a charge from this unit here, and they're going to sort of line up along this front here, along
Yeah.
the deployment line, so that bikes can't make it through that area.
Cut off these.
Biggest downside of not being a bike is Invader DVDs cannot shoot in combat.
That is, yeah, they can fall back and shoot for freezies or for 1 CP, but they don't. I mean, you're forcing your opponent to spend those resources, and you also still obstruct them in their movement phase. One of the most the biggest benefits of ATVs is that they're so ridiculously fast. So if you're able to sort of set your line of engagement at the midline of the table because they're 14-inch range, then you can set yourself up for a good rest of the game. But if the Cerberus Raiders get a decent charge in and just literally wall off between this round building and this wall, you can just hold the ATVs and the Outriders all in their deployment zone for the first full round, and you get to hold like 1 billion objectives on round 2 basically for free.
6 shots in the outright.
Yeah, that maneuver has devastated me a few times. Going second against mech, like a horse-heavy mech list, if you're not playing an army composed entirely of flyer infantry, can be such a deep hole to try and dig yourself out of.
Yeah.
2 armor saves.
Thick Chiefs Raiders are super Vanguard scouts. The screen and snipe the leader, and then expect them to get down. Yeah, so they will all die next turn. Oh, they did kill. It looks like Some guns have killed one of the Outriders over here. I think we're just shooting Belarus at them right now. But yeah, so they'll all be dead next turn. But the goal of Raiders isn't to live. It's to get yourself a whole bunch of points, which is what they're gonna do. At Valdor, pretty sure only Nurgling. The only way Nurglings are better is that they have objective secured. Otherwise, the Raiders are probably strictly better.
I think the Nurglings are like per point slightly more durable. And via strat, they can come back to life, or the Guo can bell them. They have better leadership statistics. Like you lose fewer models, so you're not as likely to die from leadership.
They also have Swarm.
But they also move 1/10 as fast.
They have Swarm, so they go through walls. That's a big deal.
Yeah, go for it. That's pretty helpful.
At least until the Death Card Codex rise. Uh-oh.
Yeah. But they can't snipe out characters. They do a fraction of the damage in close combat. They don't have remotely the ability to like maneuver on the board. They're much like Nurglings are sort of a terrain piece that you place on the table yourself.
Matthew Elliott, how is your new computer working out? It's working great so far. Hopefully the stream's going smoothly for everybody in Streamland. I think it was the old setup I had got pretty choppy sometimes when there was too many models on the table. So it looks like concentrated shooting has killed an ATV.
The first one just needs one.
Now the Apothecary has to start making decisions.
Nope, dead.
I mean, you're going to bring back ATVs. There's no question.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what if they outrun? I suppose there's probably not going to be too many Cerberus Raiders left to continue threatening Azrael. So as long as you don't place them in a place where one of the Fuslavs or Archaeoraptors could just, like, station itself 1 inch from him and just blast him off the table, he's probably safe.
Yeah.
But you definitely wouldn't want to leave a full Raider squad to just have another go at sniping him for next turn, because he probably wouldn't survive a second time.
Yeah, that was some pretty bad dice from Dan's part, for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like shooting characters, especially with that are as resilient as Azrael, is always a gamble. But I mean, yeah, you don't want to give him another shot at it.
It's like what, 18 shots sitting on 2s, 3s?
Yeah, there were
for them?
2s at the
So
shot
you're
at him. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're looking at converting like 17 of those. You're looking at 2 2/3 mortal wounds off of that, and then you chances are you got like a 50-50 to like the other 3 wounds off of them just with how the rest of the shots go. Like it's a really good like chance to just knock off a 6 wound
Apparently not rolling
Marine
well for
model
these guys.
like
Yeah.
right then and there.
And
All
it's-
right, so
It's not like you have anything more valuable to shoot at on Dan's side of the table, so it's like a free roll.
He's the Apothecary maybe.
He's losing some CP. Yeah, maybe. But I think the Apothecary, he didn't have his clean line of
It's a lot
sight
easier
on
to
the
kill.
Apothecary.
Takes 3.
I guess T5. What's the strength on this gun?
Fifth roll
There's strength
Yeah,
four.
actually the T5 probably makes that quite a bit harder than Azrael himself.
dies.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
For the 4th roll
His save is worse, though.
and 5th roll.
That's true.
I was using that. Sorry. So that's gone. That's gone. That was 1 damage. So these are these
Yeah,
two.
Faldor pointing out 50-50
Hold on,
chance
I had
to
all
just
the
win the
damage
game
rolls
round
out
1.
You had 6
I mean,
of
you already
these
have
through,
that,
and I'm
with
pulling the
Go
damages
First
down.
roll anyway. So like you're really compounding it, like
Right, because it's flat 2 each, right?
a 50-50 chance to just like secure that
so
dunk.
I'm rolling them.
Yeah.
This is 6 dice. 5 have gone. I rolled 2.
Well, yeah, I think that's what Valdor's saying.
I rolled
Is
4.
that,
and I made
you know,
one kill
he's
them.
already ahead.
There was
If
1.
you sink
So
Azrael
I
immediately,
make either that
like
guy.
the game is almost
3
over.
dice of the damage.
Yeah.
This is 4 and 5 of that, and then I have 1 after this.
So you have three more left.
Yeah, I've
2 more.
definitely had the
So this is
Raiders
the
just
next
like
two. So one's dead,
flop themselves
and the
in and
next
try
dude
and
gets
take
all
my
his spin-off gains.
my DM prints out just immediately. It's been scary.
And then
It's a harder swing on that than it would be on Azrael, but it's still like if they just roll slightly above average, and you basically just cut the heart out of your opponent before they can even interact.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It was a good roll.
So 1 Outrider out of each
Alright,
unit
so you
taken
got
out.
right.
1 Invader down. And I do like that Dan is sort of spreading this damage out. I mean, not that he has much of a choice. He doesn't have clean lines of sight to everything on turn 1. But that means that the Apothecary is going to kind of be overwhelmed. He can't heal all this stuff.
Yeah.
So that damage is going to
It
stick.
makes the resurrection choice much
Right.
harder. Is
Faramite
no, this
hopefully
Fuselav is not
can
close
do
enough
that.
to Samael to just start shooting at him. It's still closer to these Outriders, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably.
from the
Yeah, I
back.
don't even know
It's
if you want to
back
shoot
base.
at Samael. That guy is a tank. He's got a boatload of wounds.
And he's no more tanky than the two Outriders next to him.
I guess that might be true, yeah. And they strictly are exactly the same stats against the heavy stubber.
We're good.
But the difference is that killing an Outrider kills the model, and dealing 4 wounds to Samael is basically nothing.
Hey, let's do 4 more next turn.
5 up and roll.
Easy.
Correct. Jink.
Also, if they make the bad decisions and they kill you while he's still within 6 of this plane, it just blows itself up for 1 CP and finishes the job.
Yeah. I mean, Samael maybe charge it in. That guy's got a good sword. He could be convinced to use it.
No, so change the rules.
I still think
The
this
rule
is like the
as
sickest
long as
bike
it's
Games Workshop
not
has ever given
stationary in
a Space
the
Marine.
last movement phase, it
Although
gets jinked.
it's
So the
being
beginning of
written
the
by
movement
like Mo
phase,
Howard right now, I definitely disagree with the choice of head they placed on this bike.
jink, just can't not move from the previous movement phase.
Advalder, this is why you always take a Deathwing Command Squad. That way they can't
sorry,
shoot your
yeah,
characters,
you
even
get
if they
5 up.
ignore lookouts or, yeah.
Movement phase, and it always
As we saw on stream yesterday, Deathwing Command Squad definitely sick. You could just lead from the front with your like cool 2 up, like 3 up, or 4 up invuln save characters, and they can't even shoot them. They're just like whatever. And you can get to the weird situations where you have the command squad behind a wall or something, and they're bodyguarding for characters in front of the wall. So
No, it
the
still
only
gets
thing
it,
you can
but
see
it
is untargetable.
only loses it if it didn't move. So it has it unless it doesn't move.
Yeah, it's why you take Mortarian's bodyguard, so that he doesn't get just like killed by a bunch of dudes on horses with revolvers, like turn 1.
So to read you the full rule, in models in this unit have a 5-up invulnerable save against ranged attacks. Period. Done. In your movement phase, if this unit remains stationary, it loses this invulnerable save until the start of your next movement phase. So it gets it, and only if I don't move in my movement phase does it lose it.
Players having a discussion about the Jink rule.
This is the Nephilim jet fighter, right?
Correct. Both. Basically everything that's a biker, a land
Yeah,
speeder,
it's a question to see if
plane,
whether
in
it's
Ravenwing.
like instantiated by the action of moving or whether it's lost by the action of not moving.
Yeah.
And if you want to make sure that the
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that they get it permanently unless they choose the remain stationary option when they are selected to move in the movement phase, which they have not been because they haven't moved yet.
Bizarrely good rules writing by GW on that.
Yeah, weird. A lot of the times they will just say during the first turn or X.
Yeah.
In this case, they have put the onus on the players to discern their intent, which is pretty clear, in fact. So, I agree. Good job, GW. You did it. You did it for once. I appreciate it.
Inner circle. So you either have basically Jink or you have inner circle.
Oh, just new rules, I guess. Okay. So this plane.
So while the players are discussing their options for the shooting phase, let's talk about the secondaries they've chosen. Chi and Dax, or Dan, has taken deploy scramblers, like we talked about before. He can use his Sicarian Ruststalkers to confirm that in the late game. So he can usually get some rando guys into the middle to do deploy scramblers into his deployment zone and in the center of the table. And then, like bottom of 5, he can just spend the CP, dump the Ruststalkers in his opponent's deployment zone, and then do the last deploy scrambler for 10 points. So almost a lock-in for 10 points there. Engage on all fronts, also a lock-in for 10 points when you have 2 hyper-maneuverable airplanes like the Archaeopters. So that will probably be like a 12-pointer at the very least for Adeptus Mechanicus here, unless the Dark Angels can just lights out these flyers like right off the bat, which is pretty tough.
He'd also have to kill both full Raider units.
He would also have to kill.
Like, if he leaves even 1 or 2 in there, they could just like hide in a corner.
Yeah, and you can never count out like just randomly, like the Iron Striders are like super fast and they can use their stratagem to advance and shoot with the Cognis weapons, or they can advance and shoot and then use their stratagem to get bonuses to hit. So like everything in this Adeptus Mechanicus army or most of it can be randomly very quick. And then
the Rust Darkers themselves can also secure it final turn as well.
yes, yeah, for sure. And last but not least, we have Bring It Down, which is an interesting one. I don't think that we have full points available for that. It looks like only
Do you get
10
one
points.
per invader?
Now, invaders are bikes. They don't count for Bring It Down.
You're right.
Um, So
My eyes were deceiving me.
You'd get 2 points for each of the Vengeances, and you'd get 3 points for each jet fighter. So you could max at 10 there. So we're taking a little bit of a hit on Bring It Down. Not that there's many other good options to pick against this Dark Angels army. This Celesti's been pretty well tuned to not give up many secondaries, and Bring It Down is probably the only option that you have if you want to take a kill secondary against it. You could get 12 off Assassinate, but I imagine that this army's, especially with this with the Apothecary keeping the units at 3 models,
makes it hard.
Makes it very difficult to pink out these characters.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dan's it's even if Dan goes for the characters, it's likely he leaves 1 alive, so he'd only get 9. Whereas it's almost a sure thing that he's going to get all 4 vehicles over the course of the game. So I think Dan's just making that judgment call. That for that
Could
extra
be as
point.
While We Stand, We Fight candidates. It would just be Call and the Disintegrators, right?
I believe, yeah, that would be it.
Yeah, it's probably not the. That would
The
probably not be the call here.
Archaeopters big? Are they? How expensive?
I think they're I think they're under the cost of the Belaruses.
The Fusilovs, yeah, they're
Fusilovs are the
only
cheapest of them.
130.
Yeah, they're like unexpectedly cheap.
Yeah. And the Scorpius are 155, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 150. 155. Yeah. So yeah, it would be the 2 of the Scorpii and Call. So you could pick the Belarus Scorpius, that
might have been.
But Dan,
that,
he's going up against 2 flyers, so if he goes second, he just immediately loses 10 points from that, right? So that's a little dicey. And I think he's
been a while. What are the stats on the Dark Talon?
So I think they're just T7
12,
or T6. Yeah, 3+ invulnerable. 3+
stars
armor,
in here?
11 wounds.
Rift Cannon, heavy D3, strength 12, AP star, damage star, special rules.
I think that might
Remember
be
what
an
that
old,
does, just out of
old
memory?
Battle Scribe issue. I believe it's been updated to be a flat 3 shot. And if I remember correctly, if it successfully wounds you, you just automatically take D3 mortal wounds. You can't save against it. It just hits you. Nukem 99 almost stopped using vehicles entirely now that Eradicators are stalking the meta. Yeah, I think you're not alone there. There are categories of vehicles that are fine. One of them being Mephitic Blight Haulers. Get those idiots out of here. I mean, airplanes are not the easiest thing for them to kill because hit modifiers are not amazing for them. If you're toughness 8 and can stack additional defensive buffs on top of that, you're okay. Or if you just have like really heavy invulns, you can get through Eradicators. But yeah, I think I think these fighters, the vehicles on the Dark Angel side of the table, probably only in the list because they can stack invuls really high because they're Ravenwing units, and on top of that, you can keep them out. You can sort of dance them out of range of Eradicators pretty easily.
And the Ravenwing Dark Talon is just this like roving character killer.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's 10 minus 3 damage, and then it has a table, and if you just roll on the table for every wound, every time you deal damage, and then if you roll on that table, you just do D3 extra mortal wounds. So if you like slide 1 shot through, you have a solid chance of killing most of the game's characters. Also drops a stasis bomb. Isn't interesting. It's just a bomb. It's like, does it do anything with time? Does it maybe affect their charges or their movement? Nope. It's just 4+ mortal wounds up to 10 models.
Yeah, so Valdor's saying in the chat he's updating us on the rules there. The Rift Cannon, if the weapon successfully wounds, the target suffers 3 mortal wounds in the attack sequence ends. But it is D3 shots.
Cool.
So I think I was conflating the shots and the mortal wound number.
Oh, fair point. Yep.
Okay, so Waha
So
probably just doesn't
I'm
have
agreement?
the
Yeah, I think a lot of the
FAQ
Space Marine
stuff
stuff
yet.
is still old. Yeah.
womp womp. So that got nerfed then.
Okay, so 4 swords.
Okay, so here come the raiders. We're gonna touch one Outrider squad. It looks like we might be trying to touch a second Outrider squad, and then also engage the ATVs.
Claws.
He's in.
Takes it.
Do these Black Knights have any sort of melee
He's a
weapons here?
There's 2 Corvus hammers in the Black Knight unit, which are a 2 damage kind of power axe.
Yeah, certainly
kinda deal.
not enough.
Yeah, not enough to clear themselves out of this fight. So like we said it before, I mean, these Cerberus Raiders are certainly probably going to die, but in this case, it makes the sequencing really awkward for the Dark Angels player because he's not going to be able to charge in with a lot of this stuff.
Go ahead.
And if he wants to keep the melee weapons engaged, he has to forego his shooting at them.
Coherency is going to be very awkward to maintain, though, if he wants to keep touching both of these squads after casualties. Because the moment if he loses 3 raiders, I don't know that he can continue touching both squads.
And one thing that's worth mentioning about this Dark Angels list is that there's no objective secured in it. So there's if he doesn't kill all the raiders, or if he doesn't kill a significant amount of raiders, there's a non-zero chance that they just like fall back onto objective 4 and then just deny all of your points scoring for the first round or two. Which would be
Yet
brutal.
another reason they wish they were painted a slightly different shade of black.
Yeah, so we had a bunch of objective secured infantry outriders here.
Yeah. Although they would suffer -1 to shoot their heavy weapons. Were they to have them.
That's true. You're not wrong.
Should be all but 1, I believe.
Also, they can be eaten by certain infantry-only targeting effects.
I'm in agreement.
They also can't be targeted by the... Can you...
And you have
So they're
your
infantry. Do they lose the ability to be, like, for 1 CP leave combat? And, like, fire?
No, they're still bite
Or do they
keys
maintain
also.
the bite key? They do. They
They just
maintain
have
the bite
both,
key.
yeah. They have, anyway, it works well for Space Marines. They just do that.
1 at AP1.
Takes it. Feel no pain. Good.
Hey, 1 wound onto the ATVs, but that apothecary says no.
Yep. 14. Yep. Just want to make sure you're counting the one that was a 6 I just rolled.
That's it.
And the aerial on
Takes it. Feel no pain.
these, like, land speeder vengeances is so tall.
Yeah,
They must have, like, the best reception.
they got to get their shows, man.
My go. Or your,
You can't miss
pilot. Yep.
land speeder talk.
Like, it's high enough to clip an aircraft.
Nukem 999, 4 nines. Looking at this Admech and trying to figure out a good way for Blood Angels to counter it. Looks like he's going to spread it enough so he's got that he's left good drop zones, but I suppose that he wouldn't leave those holes. Yeah, they would collapse in a little bit more against Deep Strikers. Also keep in mind that this is the top of 1,
You're actually...
and they are all up in
Okay.
your deployment
I
zone.
guess
So
we'll just start here.
I think
You
a
would not
massed
be
out
able to-
Sanguinary Guard list
So,
wouldn't
you
have this
charge
problem
me, so
anyway.
10 swing.
Like, they would kill all of the Raiders if the
Did
Raiders
not
tried to
move his
charge
turn,
in,
so
or
he
you just
cannot
jump
choose.
past them.
well, I mean, there's an issue with
They are
like if you don't dump
Not
the
core,
Sanguinary
so
Guard
get
into the
rerolls.
core of the Admech army, like you're gonna come in and kill the Raiders, and then you just die to a billion
and
last
strength
cannons.
4, toughness 3,
Yeah,
hitting on
that's true.
3s. So that's 5 at 0.
What do modern Blood Angels take? It's like Sangard, Assault Intercessors for OBSEC.
I have to imagine Vanguard veterans are a big deal.
Moving
Those guys
on
are sick right
to
now.
over here.
I mean, did they take those? Because Sanguinary Guard are basically them, just but with
You
2+
file
saves
into
and more attacks,
engagement range with them, so
and they hit on 2s natively. How many points is a post FAQ Sanguinary Guard? They're like
Figuring out right
23
here.
or something, 24.
So Sergeant,
Sorry, I
it's
had to cough
normally
there for a sec.
2,
this is a good
3,
question.
5, 6, 7 for shock assault, 8,
I can't
9.
trust
Well, they
Bohemia
don't
at this
have
anymore.
shock
Is that
assault
not right?
charges.
They don't have devastating charge. They get shock assault. No, you're right.
They
You're
don't
right.
take
Sorry.
shock assault.
They got piled in. Yep. All right. So 7 swings. All right, that's your dice. Thank you.
They're 24. They were 24.
Yeah, so it should be 5 and then 2.
I know they are after the redo,
So-
but
And if you have the ability
Twos, they are
to just
fours,
vaporize
like
all the
40
raiders
more
like
than a-
instantaneously, it's not
all
quite
hits,
as much of
strength
an issue.
4, winning on 3s.
I think that this
Five
game
minus
is gonna make raiders look really good, specifically because you're fighting against a whole bunch of bikes. And bikes, like, they don't really have any way to interact while they're already stuck in a melee.
yeah.
And they can't go through these walls, so the blocking power of the raiders is even more impactful. I almost wonder if it would
And
have
the
been worth like
and
just
the
putting
Fuselov.
the ATVs like almost on the line, and just being like, I don't know, here we are. Like, you can't block us in, and also put all your shooting into this ATV squad, and like maybe you kill it. Like,
I fell for this exact same trap card the last time I played an army that was like structurally very similar to this. Like the army, it's presented at you to where you really want to shelter yourself from their shooting on the first turn, because like it's just a wall of las cannons and plasma coming at you if you
Right.
just make yourself visible. But that's what they want you to do. And then all these fast moving elements just sit there and just like sandwich themselves between every wall, and then you're just stuck there for 2 turns as like you try and desperately fight your way out. And they just keep backing up, taking up physical space, and you still get shot
right,
because you have to like move. You have to move to expose yourself to engage them.
right.
So like really, it's just deploy everything on the line, as is the
Yeah.
case with every
And
9th edition deployment.
And I mean, they still have the ability to
You charge them, so should I not get a pile-in?
they still have the ability to fall back instead of overwatching too. So like, even if they are in a more forward position, like, you can't necessarily kill them with melee. It's less efficient than it was in 8th edition because they also have to spend the Overwatch CP. But I mean, if it if it gets you a free melee unit for your trouble, then you might as well do it.
We also don't have 9 Scorpiuses on the other side of the table like they did in 8th either. So it's slightly different, but
Yeah,
it's still very difficult. It's like it's an easy trap to fall into, because like what's immediately obvious, which is just trying to prevent the Alpha Strike, is actually just a terrible landmine to step on, because you're much better off just taking the punch.
Yeah, it's a well constructed archetype of list in that way, right? Because the raiders do so many things for you. They take the middle board, they can stand on objectives and harass your opponent just like they're doing right now, but also they just create space between your gun line and the enemy army, and that's like what Admech needs. If you can hop over and just charge Admech, which is one of the reasons they have so much trouble with Harlequins, is because like Harlequins don't care about any of this stuff that's happening right now. Yeah, like, you will engage if you go into a Harlequin army and engage it, they just like curtain fall on your turn and then just like get a free 14-inch move towards your army, which is pretty bad. But yeah, but if you can't get through them, you have to. There's this enormous like 24-inch no man's land that the Admech have created here that you have to slog through to get to their last cannons that are shooting at you. I mean, I think it has all the hallmarks of just a good solid Warhammer 40,000 list, in that it's enacting all of these game plans and playing a good scenario game on top of it, which is really what you need to be doing.
Like the note, we called it in that tier list video. I feel like tiers A through F. Who knows where they all belong, but I think we got that S tier pretty down. I guess it didn't have Harlequins, so it was missing Core Pillar, but I wanted those there.
So we should also talk about the clock a little bit. We do have the players on a chess clock right now, which we do for all the finals games. Players have 90 minutes each to play. We didn't have deployment on the clock, but that was a really long turn from Dan out of the gate. I think that's
we'll speed
fair.
up quite a bit.
Yeah, given how much of a hammer blow that was. He didn't kill too many models, but oh boy, did he stop this Dark Angels list from really having the ability to score points. And but
so did he
that
not
doesn't come back to
successfully
bite him.
block in these Outriders? Is he no longer engaged with them?
So he is no longer engaged with them, but I believe that his engagement zone is going to be extending to where they can't move through it.
Yeah, they'd have to go around, and
So, like, we can sort of
it would at least get them onto
visualize
objective 3.
this raider has a 1-inch zone that goes like this, and I don't think you'd be able to fit
Yeah.
this Outrider's base through there. So
They'd have to
go
turbo
around.
onto 3 behind the wall if they wanted to have any effect on the game.
Yeah.
They might just stay there and, like, shoot and charge to try and clear out the
Yeah,
raiders.
honestly, the fact that the raiders, like, there's only raiders that are forward operators for this Admech army, so there's nothing that can just run onto the objectives early. And battle lines kind of exacerbates this, right? Because there's only 2 objectives in the middle. So you can, there's no incentive.
He needs to get on an objective, though.
Yeah, for sure. But there's no incentive to
Although
do it
they'll
immediately.
just shot.
Because for the Dark Angels, because you're not giving up any hold more points right now, assuming you can clear objective 4, which I think you'll be able to do. Micah Segrist, if you go to tts40k.com/maps, the T5S2 map pool is there, and you will be able to find all of the maps that we use for the series. Dan Paolini in the chat, what's up, dude? It's Apostle of Ruin, who is was a regular on the T5S2 Season 1 finals tables. Just blasting people with a bunch of Raven Guard. How's it going, Dan?
I think the Cerberus Raider models in TTS are my favorite. Just like kit bash, mishmash of like 7 different units of all of the like things of that type. They're like, it's like what, the head of a chaos demon engine, the legs of a juggernaut, the back of one of those shipping crates.
These aren't lectures. I was trying to figure out where I put it.
Are they just a?
I can't even tell what the front is.
It's just like it looks mostly like a juggernaut, but they.
Well, it's the legs of a juggernaut. Everything else is different, though. That's just the head ripped off one of their demon engines.
Is the body just like a tank or something?
Yeah, I can't tell. It's like a piece of terrain, maybe.
So here come the flyers. We're going ham. I think the Dark Angels are at a position where they're so far behind that they really want to go in and kill a bunch of stuff. And if they could go in,
he needs to get on these breachers.
Yeah, the breachers are going to be problematic.
Before they can.
Yeah, in the later
before
game.
they can just like start wiping this list. It's real important to clip those out before they can inflict their will.
Just want to make sure I get my
Well, I mean, the breachers, they're mostly there to be relatively tanky on an objective. They don't do like a ton of damage, but they will stick around for a while. Just being 3 wounds each with a solid stat line.
Yeah, they're all flat 3 damage, strength 6. These Black Knights are toughness 5 with 3 wounds, 3+ save. They have a very fitting stat line to maul many portions of this army. The other target would just be like the Iron Striders, but much harder.
I think you have to kill
gun to silence there.
The Iron Striders and the Disintegrators. I mean, those are the most dangerous models in the Admech army, so saying that you have to kill those is like sort of a no-brainer.
That's true. Oh, I didn't even notice the Dark Talon died.
I didn't.
Oh, there's just one off the side of the table.
Oh yeah, they were using it for.
Oh, so the copy paste. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Nephilim jet fighter up in the corner there. I was like, where's the other one that I saw on the side?
We were joking before the game. Dan was saying that he was playing on this table in a different game, and he had a one of his Sicarian Ruststalkers. Actually, these 2 players were playing, and so they were telling me the story. One of the Sicarian Ruststalkers was camouflaged against the table so well that they just forgot it was there for like 2 turns, and it just ran onto objective like later. I think
these in real life.
I think these Dark Talons are basically doing the same thing. Like they're this like sort of off gray plane on a gray table.
Oh, all those fun plays with Ruststalkers we were talking about before could just be silenced by one Avenger Mega Bolter.
Yeah, this thing does have a good profile to kill Ruststalkers for sure.
It would kill all of them.
And that is a good way to get back into a game. If your opponent is really representing a secondary score like that, then just knocking off the ability to score that right off the table immediately is a pretty good plan.
How would he score that after? I guess he'd have to move the breachers all the way across the table at that point.
Base is not 100.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, nothing else really goes that fast.
Nothing in transports here, right? They're just all
Yeah, there's no transports at all. They're just going to schlep up the table. Yeah, so if you kill those guys before they deploy that scrambler, I think it's just 10 points that Dan loses. Straight up.
That's a good pick. I got to imagine that's what this is here to do.
Yeah, interesting here. I wonder if this Nephilim, has
hover?
I don't believe it can. I don't think it has a hover jet.
That's not good.
Yeah, so I think that it's you can potentially easily block its landing zone, and it'll have to go into strategic reserve, so you lose it next turn.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, like, min 20 inches, it'd have to go almost directly to the right.
Yeah, chat, this Skitarii I could get there,
easily.
but, like, are they gonna do that? Are the Skitarii gonna get there? Really? I don't know if that's...
I mean, on a long enough timeline with enough Skitarii, they'll get there, but...
Yeah, if you give 1 million Skitarii 1 million transuranic typewriters, they will eventually compose the entire works of somebody.
If there's a profile on this table that is definitely just going to get, like, brushed aside by an outrider, by, like, one single outrider who just, like, slips through the lines, it's going to be one of these Skitarii units.
Yeah. So it looks like we're staying in melee with the Cerberus Raider unit on the objective. You're going to charge all the characters into that, probably wipe it out, and these Invader ATVs fell back, so we're going to spend the CP to let them fall back and shoot and just burnt most of this other Cerberus Raider squad off.
And do that.
Here it comes.
I mean, I've brought 700 points of models back in one game before, but this still disgusts me.
Nukem 9999, but they will eventually calculate the exact schematics of an SDC. Unfortunately, it'll take 20,000 years, and it's only been 10,000. They'll get it eventually. Keep trying, Toaster Boys. I believe in you.
So, do you think these guys paint themselves to look like Iron Man, or did Iron Man paint himself to look like these guys?
Start with, I guess, left side of the screen here. So we're going to go Land Speeder Vengeance, everything into these raiders.
Okay, here's the shooting phase. So we're starting with a Vengeance.
Red, sorry about that. All right, so we'll start with the Heavy Bolters. One's injured, correct?
We're going to overcharge its gun.
For what?
Over here in this unit, one was damaged.
Wait, did you say we're starting with a Vengeance? Or the Vengeance?
He's gone two over here with one of the...
One Vengeance.
Okay.
Ah, well, it was cool when you were like, we're starting with a Vengeance here. You know?
So nobody's winning
No,
right
they amped about it.
Nobody's winning right now. All right, then we will actually start with the battery cannon. So it's 2d3 shots.
Sorry, this is from what, where?
Here. And this is, so overcharge battery cannon into these guys. So 5 shots.
Oh, it is a battery cannon. Those kind of look like batteries.
Do you think they're like double A's or
all hit?
maybe D batteries?
No, yeah, those are D's for sure.
Is 9, so wounding on 2s. That is at minus, I believe, 4 since we're in Devastator.
Like some 9 volts right there.
So you're 6 up in 1.
These are overcharged or not overcharged?
Overcharged. Everything from the Land Speeder Vengeances are overcharged unless I say otherwise. The Plasma Talons are going to be undercharged unless I say otherwise.
Okay.
So we just chunk 3 Raiders off that one unit with the big guns.
So you saved 2, 1.
Saved 1.
Alright, so that's 3 flat. Alright. Heavy Bolter, 3 shots.
Nukem, they painted themselves to look like Iron Man, and after someone found an old comic book, made a self-propelled Hulkbuster suit and called it a castle and robot.
2 each.
Yeah, there's definitely some ancient relics being kept in a stasis field on Mars that are just like old MCU DVDs.
And then 2 to another guy, right?
Specifically the DVDs, like not even the Blu-rays.
Yeah, no, the Blu-rays disintegrated years and years ago.
Alright, we're going to go the ATVs into them.
Okay, I'll just pick them up.
Okay.
All right, well.
We're going to go...
I like that response.
Here.
Yeah.
It's That's fair.
So Dan electing not to make his opponent roll out the
1, 2,
42
3,
shots
4,
from
5,
this unit of
6
invaders to
bolt
kill
pistols. I'll just do them all at
3
once.
Cerberus Raiders. But as Valdor in the chat points out, those 3 Cerberus Raiders only worth 50 points. So we're punching anemically below our weight cost with these invaders right now.
It would have been a great way to run out someone's time. Be like, no, you're rolling this, buddy.
Strength 4 winning on 3s.
Yeah, I know. That's actually some pretty decent sportsmanship from Dan's part there. It's just like, it's fine. We'll save you a good 45 seconds on your clock.
Okay.
Especially since you have to roll all of the
Apothecary is
the
going
2
to
weapons
plasma
separately
talon
because
the
their
Fusilier, not overcharged.
profiles are so different right now. Once it gets to Tactical Doctrine, they basically are all the
18,
same. But
so, assault 2.
in
So I guess
Devastator,
we're
it's
really
awkward.
hoping for a really dramatic
hard to hit, right?
overperformance of Azrael
Crest.
and Samael into these Raiders here, because otherwise they're gonna survive this.
Azrael will shoot into the Fusilier. He will just do the. Yeah, we may as well do both. We'll do
Samael's combat
fire
profile.
range, so we'll do
No, that's probably an
2
old combat
plasma and
profile.
2
He
bolt.
can't have 4 attacks still, can he?
Red is plasma
That sounds right.
he
A
has
lot of the
-1,
Dark
so
Angels
he can have
characters
threes.
aren't super great at fighting.
already since he's double charging. So bolters both miss.
But I mean, it's like
Plasma,
Outriders and
strength
Space Marine
8,
characters
toughness
into these
7, so
toughness 3
threes.
guys. Like if they don't kill them all, they'll kill
-4,
all but one.
flat 2 each.
All right, he had 5 attacks before whatever he changed in the FAQ, so he's at least a little better than this.
Let's see here. So these guys removed them over here. Samael is going to try and finish this Fusilier off. So he's going to
That
put
guy's got
everything
kind
into
of a
it.
cool sword.
Stormbolters are long range. So 4 Stormbolter shots.
So we've already chunked this Archaeopter for 4.
He does have full rerolls for himself. So 2 will miss. Strength 4, so need 5s. Nothing. Alright. D3
These
shots
both have the
from
equipment
his
for
plasma
the
cannon.
permanent -1 damage.
It's 2.
No, they have the command uplink, so they can turn off auras with
Okay.
their stratagem.
Gets full rerolls
Yeah,
for
they don't have
himself.
chaff launchers.
All hit.
Hmm.
Strength is 8, so needing.
Ooh.
Does hurt a bit
wounds.
when
Is
you're
with him right
having
now,
nothing but
Devastator
plasma
Doctrine,
fired at
so
you.
-4. Flat 2 each, or excuse me, -5. Flat 2 each. So it should be a 2.
Yeah, they are a lot easier to kill when they don't have the chaff. The chaff is very frustrating to shoot against, but they also lose. It's much more expensive.
Heavy
I think it's like 20 points more to take the chaff launcher.
Battery.
And also you
into
lose that
the-
stratagem, which can be in some
Yeah.
matchups just a big blowout.
yeah,
start with
it's
heavy
pretty
bolters into the
devastating
wounded
from
one.
my experience.
So 3 shots. Needing
So this
4s.
Archaeopter down
Yeah,
to
there is
2
this-
after Samael blasted it right in the cockpit with his
And then
plasma
2d3
cannon.
shots into the unwounded
It's not
one.
positioned in a great place for explosions either,
shots.
unfortunately.
And needing 4s.
Yeah, I don't know if
2
there
hits.
was
Strength is 9.
much to be done about that. There was too much stuff in like all sort of concentrated
-4.
together, and you didn't want to get
Yeah.
in the way of your raiders.
And that's for a flat 3 each. So
Dan
6.
Palini says hi, Shuma.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, he's gone. All right, one Archaeopter
no.
down.
Did he explode?
No, doesn't look like it.
It's like a 6-inch
We'll
explosion,
go to
right?
the
I
Outrider
still can attack
Sergeant
this with the vengeance.
here.
He rolled a 1.
Ah, okay.
Sorry. No. The heavy bolters went into that one, and the battery went into this one. So that dude's still alive with 2. This guy just took 6.
Newcomb
Come they can see your
9999.
finger and not mine.
Because you're a spectator.
The Outriders are going to go into the Fusilier.
The best I've been able
Not
to
fair.
figure out is for a captain right now is 8 attacks. I think GW
so
is
that
intentionally
is
making
8
smash
shots.
captains go away. Yeah, you can get to 11 attacks with the Teeth of Terra build.
There's no difference in the dice here.
Blood Angels
they
ones
are
can
within-
still spike up
it's
to
a
11 or
30.
12.
Yeah, you can. I think
for
range
nine.
right now.
9 is
They're
pretty. Is just anybody can be 9 if you have a.
Yeah.
Bikers get
if you have the
rapid
teeth,
fire anyway.
and then Blood
It's
Angels
losing
Bikers and Terminators
losing fight
get
twice and fight on
full,
death
no matter the range.
did basically get rid of the smash captain though. Like they have one
So,
third the
8
attacks they
shots
used
for
to.
the 2 guns,
no matter what their build is.
and they are within range of Samael.
So they are core, so
Okay,
get reroll
so
ones.
I think the players
Hitting
had
on 4s.
missed a gun target there. It looks like the
Stuff.
one
And
Archaeopter got
5.
blasted with the
1.
plasma, but the other one's
0.
alive still.
Whew, it is. Oh, they split between both.
Yeah, so I think what had happened is that the Lance Speeder
Alright,
Vengeance split
that
its fire
is
between the
my
two.
shooting
And
thing
Dan thought
down
it was all
there.
targeting
Moving
one, but it was
upward.
he
Yeah.
had
We're
split
gonna go to the Dark
to try to
Talon
deal the
here, who's gonna
maximum.
Rift Cannon into the
But
Battle
they
Stars.
left one alive, but it's only
Yikes.
alive on one.
So
Although it is
D3
maneuverable
shots.
enough that I think it's going to be able to flip all the way back
Head
around
of
and
the
do
zero,
another
so
bombing run before
we
it
declare
dies.
everything first. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
so
all it needs to do
Rift
is
Cannon
survive
is
long
gonna
enough
go
to
into
turn
Battle
this aura
Stars.
off, which it
The
definitely
heavy-
can next turn. It clearly does have the
Bolter.
range to do it. So if it survives, all their 4 invulns go away, and suddenly half their army goes away.
Can it? Oh, the one. Yeah, the one up near the up on Samuel's flank here probably can turn around and do it.
I mean, it's a 6-inch. Oh yeah, because they have to be.
Yeah, so
Right,
the,
it has to be a 20 inches
guess
away
it's
from the
gonna
starting
go into Battle
position.
Stars as
Yeah,
well.
Right.
no hover.
right. Oh no,
your,
they could
your
hover, I
Vanguards,
guess.
you don't have anything to
They have
redeploy.
a hover
they?
jet.
It's
Yeah.
just these Rust Stalkers.
Alright.
I mean, it's a
Well, I mean,
wing,
you're
right?
probably not
It's
expecting these to survive until next turn anyway, so I think you probably just do that,
So,
right?
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
do,
And then you just like las cannon everything here to
we'll do
death.
everything into
Yeah.
the Battle Stars then. D3 shots.
Yeah, that's
from
a good point.
Rift
Yeah.
Cannon,
This
we'll
is-
start with that.
Rough. I think they dropped what to like a
Just one,
25,
I
30-inch
will
movement,
CP
so I don't
reroll that.
think the one on the side could pull it off. I think he might be too
8.
far away.
Into a 1. Alright, love it. Hits.
Although
Strength
Azrael's
12,
own
so
aura
moving on
is
2.
their distance, so as long
Wounds,
as they
flat
can
3
get
miles.
anywhere within this aura, they can do it.
There's no save.
It's if it successfully wounds, right? So if I fail to save.
No, it's just flat 3 mortals. There is no save.
Yeah,
In order
wounding
for
your
you to
target just
successfully
means
wound, I
making a
have to
wound roll.
fail my save, right?
Now, wounding a model being wounded by an attack just means that a successful wound roll was made against it. You don't actually have to lose any of your wounds to be counted as wounded. That's new in 9th edition.
It says do not
Yeah,
make
that-
a saving throw.
It's
The
not.
target
Well, it's not
suffers 3
technically
mortals.
new, right?
It's just
It was
if
sort
the
of how it
wound
worked
roll-
before.
Yeah,
it was
it
just very
was-
weird.
It was
Like
never.
that's how the purge worked.
Okay.
Yeah, it was never.
And then that'll be 24.
It was just never outwardly
codified,
stated.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was implied via
And mortal wounds
FAQs.
are after weapon shoot, correct?
Correct.
It's like certainly not a like grammatically logical things. Like you haven't been wounded if you made the save. That was the point of the save.
So these are hitting.
But
on
you're
3.
wounded.
Yeah. I think the
Like
minor
temporally.
the
right?
problem is that
All right, and then strength 4. So we
you
have
lose
5s.
wounds as a result of failing a save as a result of a successful
Yeah.
wound roll.
0.
So if it was called hit points, I don't think anyone would really be confused. Like,
Yeah.
but I haven't
3,
lost
and
any
then
wounds,
3,
so clearly
so
I'm not
6
wounded.
off.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's also like there's just the game logic of it. Like the armor save should precede the wound roll. I've never understood why it's after the wound roll.
yeah.
He makes 1, so he goes to 1.
Like it wouldn't change the math on anything. It just makes more like thematic structural sense for the. You see if you hit, and then you see if it bounced off their armor, and then you see if it hurts them.
Yeah, I think it
Fully
actually.
within 6 inches, 9 inches. What's their strat?
Within 9 inches to the board edge.
It actually.
We are going to.
The one thing it does change is it gives you control over the final phase before you take damage, basically. So for
For CP
rerolls and
rerolls,
stuff,
maybe
yeah.
but like that's like kind of a hair change. Like
Oh, that's a
I
shit.
might almost want to do it so that
Oh,
CP armor rerolls were less powerful because they're way too good right now.
That's 43, so it doesn't work. All right.
It's like sitting there with Big
So
Bird
we
and just
are
like
going to go to
waiting
Jet
for the
Fighter
one
then.
shot to come through and just never take it.
So we're going to put one. We're going to put both missiles into the Fusilier. So no one's going to miss. We're going to put 10 heavy bolters.
Yeah, Ed
into
Valdor
the
correctly in
thrust
the chat
stalkers.
suggesting that
We're going to put the other 6 heavy bolters.
Dragon Beef
into
goes
the
for the
thrust
kill on the Archaeopter with the land speeder
What do you
punching it to death. The guy's just hanging
Yeah,
out
I was looking at that
So
earlier.
he's got
I was
two
kind of
different
hoping that
guns.
would
One's
happen.
a 10
Yeah,
heavy
I
10,
think that, I mean
one's
that's
a heavy 6.
100%.
So the heavy 10 heavy bolter, the
Oh,
Avenger is
It's
going
good
to go with
Samuel
these
didn't
guys,
just like
and then
leave
the twin
himself
heavy
close
bolter is
enough,
gonna go
or at
with the
least with a
thrust.
direct line of sight to try and charge in there too.
Yeah, he's got stuff to do.
So we'll do the 2 missiles first.
Okay, so we're gonna
I
see
get
if we
+1
can.
to hit
we're-
enemy
we are
aircraft.
correctly
So I'm hitting on
identifying that
threes.
killing the Rust Stalkers is a big deal. So we're gonna go for that with the jet fighter.
Both hit.
Strength is 7. So
It's good
that is
foresight to
4
be able to
strength.
place that guy far enough up to where you can pull it off.
Yeah.
Luck was running hot there, so I had to give up. We'll do the 10 Avenger Bolters.
I guess that could have been prevented had the Ruststalkers basically been touching this wall. Nah, even then.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
These are
With linear walls like these, it's hard to stop a flyer getting line of sight.
I think you really just pay the 2 CP to outflank them or something.
Yeah.
Other than they're paying like what, another one later to redeploy them.
Yeah, it's problematic to do that. Because you also can't redeploy them on the turn they come in, so you have to redeploy them on turn 4, basically. Yeah, but that roll was bad, though. So only one Ruststalker goes down.
Okay.
Is that just the Mega Bolter? It has a bunch of other guns.
Yeah, that was the Mega Bolter. And I think its missiles went somewhere else, but they
Oh, right there. He was trying to finish off one of the Archaeopters. Yikes. Well, I mean, he's probably not getting a second chance at this, is he?
Yeah, I think the
Iron Striders will turn around and just shoot it.
Yeah, the Dark Talon isn't quite as good at killing those guys because of the 2 wounds, even with the Hurricane Bolters. So yeah, you just turn around and shoot 6 las cannons at it, and
it's just a flat
say
one.
goodbye on that thing.
Yeah, already.
I guess the Knights will land next turn, and then
Sorry, I didn't know you were done. See here,
I don't
that
know,
is
maybe they
shooting
can
then.
do some sort of
Moving
multi-charge
on
thing.
to
Who knows?
charge declarations.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Dragon Beef ends up with those Knights.
So
they're so
fall
flexible
back with
in
them.
this list because there's so
are
many
going-
bikers.
Why not?
Yeah.
because you can't move anywhere.
He can definitely very accurately deploy into his
You
own
can
deployment
move
zone
through
right now with them.
engagement ranges when you fall back.
Only the model that you are engaged with.
That's not correct. When you declare a fallback, it says in the rule specifically that you can move through the engagement range of enemy models. You just can't end within engagement range.
Okay. I'll trust you. I'm not going to look up the rule. So we'll start declaration of charge then with Azrael.
Yeah, that would be a very strange rule if you, if when falling back you could not move through the engagement range of other models.
So we'll do tactical boost
That
on
would
them.
that would not be awesome.
Yeah, that actually you then couldn't fall back
Yeah, basically.
because you'd be moving within the engagement range of the model engaging you.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We're going with the fallback for the Raiders. All right, fair enough. Samuel probably
I
still
didn't think they could do that while they were engaged.
gets in there.
I thought that was only when unengaged, but that might just be my lax memory.
Yeah, the stratagem, I believe you do not have to be.
Because it's a movement action, it's not a fallback action.
No, it gives you a fallback. Yeah, it lets you fall back.
It does say fallback?
It does, yeah.
Okay. Is it like move for or fallback in the like reading on it?
Okay.
Were we
Because like, you
engaged
can't do
by
a
the-
fallback action.
Were they
Oh,
engaged
so
by
you
the
can-
Black Knights there?
I guess
Were
it's
the
12.
were the Raiders engaged by the Black Knights there?
Yes, they were.
They were.
So they can't Overwatch then, right?
That doesn't matter.
They were actually engaged with both of these. So the Tactico Oblique allows him to fall to on the first time it's charged.
Mm-hmm.
He can either fall back
They can
Or-
either fall back or move.
or move. Yeah. So the fallback counts the same way. So he can pull himself out of combat.
But it's
I do
instead
agree
of
with that.
firing Overwatch.
It's not, Trevi, because you can pop smoke on a rhino that can't shoot, that doesn't have a gun. Just
Yeah.
because you're doing it instead of doing something doesn't mean that you have to be able to do the thing. It just means that if you use this, that you can't Overwatch. It's either or, not instead of.
So Trevi, I'm not gonna. I actually kind of. I've had this argument with several different players, including other Admech and non-Admech players. I think he's right. So as the other player, I'm not gonna dispute it. I'm gonna let him do it, if that's okay with you.
So
I mean,
so what?
it's just the timing, right?
Yeah. So what is there something that allows them to do a replacement effect on something that they can't?
Okay,
replacing
so
a role with a role that
just-
they can't use.
just to give you previous precedent, right? So if you had a Rhino, you could advance with it and then pop smoke, even though it can't shoot, and that's even if it doesn't have a weapon, because you're just doing it instead of shooting. That doesn't mean like it's not like, and in that case, shooting's an action it can't even actually do.
That's not relevant.
So in
like,
this case,
they can't
like,
Overwatch
they
if they're
can't actually
engaged, but
shoot
if they're being
Overwatch,
charged
they
and
just
they're not
do this
engaged, they
instead
can't
of doing that.
Overwatch.
Yeah, and the other reason that I think that he's
So
right,
if this pulls
Trevi,
them
is
out,
because
but they're
if
still in
you're-
the action
only
of being
time that you
charged,
can
then they would
declare a
Overwatch after
fallback
that.
action is if you are already engaged. So if the wording in the stratagem wouldn't have or fall back, capitalized fallback, if the action wasn't allowed to trigger even if they couldn't Overwatch.
Well, fallback allows you to do other things beyond just move while you're engaged, right? So I think it being a fallback move is still relevant.
Fallback doesn't even falling back doesn't even
I'll leave
prevent
it with
Overwatch.
you then. If you can rule how you wish then.
So what's the issue?
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't Overwatch. It's like kind of dumb, but like you can make that fallback and they could still roll like a 12 on their charge and they would still charge you. Like the action still exists. And like you would then be unengaged and you could just Overwatch. Just
So
like
I'm
you
just
can
gonna pull up the
Overwatch someone who
rules
doesn't
here.
charge. It's just a timing thing as to whether you can like when you activate the Overwatch strat versus when you activate the fallback strat.
And Dan, I agree with you looking at the rules for fallback that you're absolutely correct on the within an engagement range of enemy models. It doesn't indicate only the ones that you were engaged with. So you're absolutely correct.
Like is Overwatch at the declaration of the charge? Like it's really just a timing thing. I don't know why this strat would let you fall back or move. Like it feels weird that it lets
And
you
I mean,
just
to be
bounce out of
fair,
combat.
The stratagem doesn't care what the basic rules say; it should override them.
I think Trevi's argument though is that the triggering effect to activate the stratagem requires you to be able to, instead of Overwatch, which if you're already engaged, doesn't allow the triggering of the stratagem to even take place. That was the argument that I had heard before. Like I said, you heard my opinion on where it stands, so I'll just let Trevi rule.
I mean, I never heard anyone in 8th edition argue that a Rhino couldn't pop smoke after advancing. And it's the same verbiage.
Well, that is in lieu of shooting. It doesn't actually require it to actually attempt to shoot.
Yeah, and they don't actually have to fire Overwatch. It's literally the same sentence, but it has a different subject. That's the only difference. The smoke launcher used to say instead of shooting any weapons, and this is instead of shooting Overwatch. It's a substitution of Overwatch. It's not.
No, this rule does say instead of firing Overwatch. That would imply that you're doing that instead. Like, now I'm completely on the other side of this. That doesn't. There'd be no reason to use that word.
I think that
If you
it's
could just
worded that
also
way
shoot
so that
Overwatch
it
at the same
prevents
time.
you from doing both. Because otherwise, you could shoot someone that declared a charge against you and then move. If it didn't say instead.
I mean, I guess if you're charged by a second unit, after that, you could then use the Overwatch strat. The smoke launchers thing is just kind of like a weird non sequitur. Like that, the timing comparison makes no sense on that.
So, Trevi, in the Psychic Awakening, the Engine War FAQ, it says, can Tactica Oblique be used if the unit in question could not fire Overwatch due to an ability, power, etc.? The answer is yes.
Yeah, that's specifically due to an external ability, though, not something that's sort of that's internal to Overwatch, right?
I mean, the stratagem should override Overwatch.
So it did get in the interpretation where they can't do it if they're engaged with multiple things. Does that imply you also have to pay for Overwatch?
Shuma, yeah. That is it.
So you have to pay for Overwatch and then pay for the strat.
Yeah,
to then
unless
not
something
Overwatch?
gives you the ability to Overwatch, you can't fire Overwatch. Like you just don't get the opportunity. So typically, in order to have a replacement effect that allows you to replace firing Overwatch, you'd need to have something that allows you to Overwatch in the first place.
Well, everything can fire Overwatch. You just have to use the strategy.
Well, is it replacing the
No, Overwatch now.
the like conceptual space that you might choose to Overwatch, or is it replacing the actual action of Overwatching?
Overwatch now is a rule that some units have access to if they have a special ability that allows them to fire Overwatch, and the stratagem gives you the ability to fire Overwatch. It's not like a step that you can choose to if you spend a CP. It's that nothing can do it unless it has a special ability that says it can.
I think he's arguing that the first line of the Overwatch rule says certain rules enable units to fire Overwatch. So there is a rule that would require it. So you can't do it instead of if you don't have the rule.
Dumb interaction.
Yeah, it's definitely like super unclear.
Yeah, I would say this is just.
Yeah, which is the issue that
just go with this.
We had.
I would go with the spirit of the ruling.
There's 2 points. One is it
Because like the grammar is open ended enough to where you could just decide it either way.
Right. And the FAQ says that they can do it. Now,
what is the spirit of the ruling? I actually don't even know that.
It doesn't specify that includes already being in combat, but etc. basically means anything that would stop them from shooting Overwatch. Because the main question is, can they use it if they could not fire Overwatch? And the answer is yes.
All right, we'll go with it this way to reduce the delay. I'm not 100% on it still, and I think I've ruled it the opposite way in the past. But, well, we'll go with it this way for now, because you guys are both in agreement.
Okay, appreciate it.
Cool.
I mean, it seems clearly intended to where you could
Okay.
so
going on...
fall back out of combat with
Ezreal, I
it,
guess,
because it
could
does
make the
specify the
charge
fallback
12.
maneuver, and you can't ever do it in that case.
I see these sixes. No. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
So the land speeder...
the only thing that throws
is going to
a
charge
wrench
into your
into
Fusilier.
the entire argument,
Okay.
which is what we ran into before. I mean, we've had literally this exact conversation on stream before in the past, and the thing that threw a wrench in is the stupid FAQ that says that you can still do it if an ability says that you can't Overwatch. Which like, I mean, it's one of GW's FAQs. It's a remnant from 8th edition when the Overwatch rules were different, and it creates a new interaction that the core rules don't support. And there's a couple of those that are sort of remnants for the FAQ. Typically for T5S2 rulings, I ignore those.
Yeah.
But I mean, the players were in agreement this time, and I don't want to hold up the game for too long searching through other precedents, but I'll definitely do another.
It lets you fall back out of combat. Period.
Well,
I guess I've never run into that before. I just didn't even know it could do that at all with that ability.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's
good.
unclear whether or not the intention is that you can, I think.
I mean, it has fallback. You can move or fall back, and I don't think you can legally make a fallback maneuver if you're not in engagement range. So, like, the implication is, like, directly that they planned for it to be used that way.
No, fallback doesn't require you to be in engagement range to perform a fallback. You just
Is
it
just a bad movement that doesn't let you do anything?
In the movement phase,
do it?
when you're selected to move, you can choose to fall back if you're in engagement range, but the rules for falling back don't require you to start. Only the movement phase rules do.
But okay, the world's greatest lawyer, Trevi. I get it.
So, but falling
Styling,
back,
but like
falling back gives
the
you
implication
additional.
is still like
Falling back gives you additional abilities during the movement phase. So there's a reason to fall back when you wouldn't normally need to.
But those abilities are only to like move through models you're engaged with. Like it's not a thing you would ever do if you're not being engaged.
It moves through any model's engagement range.
I thought it was only really.
That's
you could just fall. You could just fall back forward through stuff.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's sick! I didn't know that.
That's what we were just talking about.
It's so good.
Like, what would be the point of falling back if you couldn't move through other models in the unit that engaging you is melee range?
Well, no, it'd be if you could fall through models other than the unit you're engaged with.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like if you have like a 20-inch movement, you could just blast right through an opposing army's battle line and go straight into one of their tanks or something. Then.
Yes, exactly.
If you can fall back and charge.
You can just straight up do that.
Oh my god, White Scars could they all have the Ghost Rider bike?
Well, you have to be able to move, like actually move your model there.
They move
like
real fast.
You can't move over people.
Why not? You can just move through.
You can move through their engagement range, but you can't move over their base.
So as long as they form up a perfect phalanx across their like entire line, you can't move through it.
Yeah. So if they leave a gap, you can fall back through the gap, and as long as you can clear your engagement range with the move and don't end in engagement range of anyone, then you're good to go.
It really feels like that's against the spirit of the concept of the word fallback, but that's just the words they wrote, I guess. All right.
Yeah,
we're all learning today.
That's how it's always worked. That's not any different.
I thought in 8th edition you had to be engaged to do fallback, to do a fallback. Like it had a trigger condition.
So
now, let's see if these vengeances can punch these Arcaptors out.
Yeah, I mean the trigger for falling back when you are selected to move in the movement phase is you being engaged by somebody, and then as soon as you say I'm gonna fall back, it basically removes all enemy engagement range until you finish your movement.
Okay, so you cannot choose to do that if you're not engaged.
You cannot choose to do that when you're selected to move in the movement phase, but the stratagem does not select you to move in the movement phase. It just gives you a fallback move, which has the additional ability of moving through engagement ranges.
All right, so just to be clear, I cannot have an unengaged model just blitz through an enemy formation by saying it's falling back.
Correct, unless you have a rule like Tactica Oblique, which says that the move can be a fallback move.
Okay. All right, you were starting to describe a situation where I was just looking at some of the models that can move like 20 inches on a bike, and I'm just like, wait, they can just go right through the opponent's army?
You have to start in melee. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the discussion we were having on the Discord previously about Eradicators being able to double shoot when it's not the shooting phase. It's basically the same thing. Because,
quite a discussion.
Because the Eradicator ability triggers when you're chosen to shoot in the shooting phase, and falling back in the movement phase triggers when you are chosen to move and you're engaged by an enemy. But other things can make you shoot or fall back that aren't just being able to that aren't specifically being chosen to do that in the movement or shooting phase. And this is one of those situations.
Remember all the good men who died during the great wars of whether or not a Lehman Russ can shoot its turret twice in Overwatch in 8th? I had good friends who are like in the ground now because of arguments about that.
Fall forward, Shuma. Always fall forward. It says Bobby Halls.
Here to the other dude. Same exact thing. 4 swings. All hit. 5.
So is the conclusion now that you do have to pay to Overwatch in order to pay to fall back with the Cerberus Raiders when you're charged?
That's my charges.
Yeah, that's the issue with the FAQ ruling on it, right?
Yeah.
Because
I just didn't know you had to actually pay extra CP on top of the.
Okay, so
I didn't know you had to pay to Overwatch in the first place. I guess it makes sense if you're alternating away from a rule that you now can only get if you're paying that.
James Caphart, if you did
Like, paying to
Overwatch
get it.
already and that wasn't your Raider since it's your strat, so you couldn't use Tactical Oblique because you wouldn't be able to fire Overwatch, then you couldn't do it.
It does seem like
that's the
Games Workshop
implication.
just wrote itself out of rule working,
Yeah, I mean, I think they did.
or wrote itself into a rule working just based on TOs, just accepting that it, going with the spirit of the rule. Instead
Yeah,
of,
this
like,
is
maybe the
this is
exact
very much
raw
like
wording.
a Thunderfire cannon kind of situation, where just like
Yeah.
the rule, like sort of as written on the page, doesn't actually like work as anybody intended.
Yeah. As I am
so the
distinct-
problem is
uh,
clearly you have to use the Overwatch strat, the Fire Overwatch strat, to use Tactical Oblique. But if you're in a situation where you're not allowed to fire Overwatch, then you use the Fire Overwatch strat. According to the FAQ, you can still use Tactical Oblique. So like,
so if you charge them with a unit that denied their Overwatch, they then could have Overwatched
or
to do it.
I mean, I think the interpretation that the players are using right now is that if you're in a situation where you cannot fire Overwatch,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. You can still Tactical Oblique. But if you are able to fire Overwatch, you then have to use the stratagem. I think that's probably the final rule we'll go with.
You also could just interpret it as being Overwatch is within the possibility space of things you could choose to do, which I think was with that smoke launcher comparison.
Yeah,
And then you just don't do that thing that was previously a possibility, but
Right.
wasn't like an immediate capability.
what would John Grammaticus do?
He has, or like John Grammaticus. Am I right? This is the grammar issue. Am I right?
No.
I'm right.
Okay, that's my fight. They just lost one guy, so they're okay. I'm around. If you want to pass it over to me.
So has this thing managed to do
I
one
don't
wound
know
to this
you
this jet yet?
anything which you don't, and that is you. Yep, there you go.
So I think we flubbed on these Cerberus Raiders.
Yeah.
Sad times.
Unfortunate. Saw that coming.
Thanks.
Hmm?
So that actually just gives
I'll put my words so I
Uh,
don't forget.
Admech that objective 3, so they will actually get a boatload of points at the start of the turn.
Yeah.
You wanted to
Yeah,
evolve.
that's rough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that turn seemed to go about as poorly as it possibly could have gone for the Dark Angels. They split their fire exactly in a way to where they killed nothing.
Sam, I don't believe that there's a post in the FAQs about it, but I'll make one.
You should just soft ban Cerberus Raiders as a solution. Be like,
I mean,
the
maybe
rules don't work. It makes sense.
Maybe we soft ban.
They just get rid of this terrible unit.
I should get 10 on Prime.
Yeah, I think I've made the
So you
ruling in the
control
past
this
in
and the
videos,
second one on top of
but I
that,
don't think I've done it
so,
on
yeah.
in the actual FAQs. Yeah, so I guess just thinking about it, it's the last thought. The FAQ. So, all right. Here's the final ruling. I'm ready. I've sussed it out in my head. At any point that you are legally allowed to fire Overwatch, you can use Tactical Oblique, which means that you have to be targeted by a charge while not engaged with an enemy unit and use the fire Overwatch stratagem. Alternatively, if you are in a situation where you cannot fire Overwatch, you can use the stratagem without using the fire Overwatch stratagem. So if there's a situation where, for example, you have already fired Overwatch with a unit that turn, but you are otherwise unengaged, there's not an ability telling you can't fire Overwatch. You just don't have the ability to fire Overwatch. So you would not be able to use the stratagem. However, if you are being charged by Howling Banshees, like somebody brought up in the chat, you could then still use Tactical Oblique.
This, Tempest over there.
It's too confusing. Just ban the unit.
All right, I figured it out. I'm pretty happy with that ruling. Actually, I think that
The FAQ
is
needs
exactly
3
how it works.
paragraphs. It only takes one sentence to say remove this data sheet. That's what Games Workshop does. We can do that too.
Yeah. Remove Warboss on bike.
He's back. They gave that guy like what 2 months to just kind of like go to Boca Chica and just sit on a beach for a while. Like we could do that to all these horses.
We'll just leave them out to pasture.
Yeah,
Tevo
it's like harvest season. They have stuff to do.
Can we get music that matches either Admech, Dark Angels, or the board itself? Yeah, let's see if I can find something. If anybody has any requests, I'd be happy to.
What matches the board? Like something from
I don't know.
Top Gun?
It's Astra Militarum, so maybe we'll get some military band stuff going on.
Nah, this is like a real Top Gun. This is like an Air Force base here. You gotta get like.
This is called Militarum Air Base. You're right.
Just like start playing Danger Zone, like fly into the Danger Zone.
Yes. Although I will say,
it's a good thing you didn't keep doing that, or
I'll
else you would have got this
again
content
to
flagged.
scope, but if once you finish moving the unit, you can't move him to put something else in unless you do it. But yeah, you're good.
Yeah, the problem was the first time I measured from the model, not from the base, so I was just double checking it was correct.
These Dark Angel flyers all look like someone just kind of like either threw up on top of them or like a spider just like made its nest on top of them.
These Dark Angel flyers look like an airplane that I would make out of Sculpey when I was a child.
Like the other one is covered in like candles and statues. I hate it as much as I love it.
The Dawn of War Imperial Guard theme to match the terrain pieces. I can't play copyrighted stuff, chat. I apologize. I get nuked.
Just play that great like hour-long mixtape CD that you play. I like that thing.
Inquisitor advance.
All right, what do we got here?
Your advanced rolls have been very lackluster, I will admit.
There's probably some rights-free, just like
you made up with other
choir
rules,
chanting.
I mean, I think you made up with it.
Like just get some like really annoying Gregorian chants going for the Dark Angels.
Oh, these are terrible. What am I even listening to here?
Figures.
This one's called Cavalry. Here we go. There you go, chat. This is a game of Cavalry.
Like get some like Mongolian throat singing so that to encourage the Space Marines to adopt the real chapter of the bikes.
Dude says, okay, sea shanties, but through a vocoder. I love it.
Netflix. Okay, that's definitely not
Terminators
Netflix. What is
come in before or
Netflix?
after these movies?
It's like an electronic
be
thing,
after.
right?
Looks like it's just a band.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they
Bands
post
can only
copyright free
rotate
after
99.
all their videos.
Correct.
I wonder what
Cover?
large corporation
No,
has then
no,
copyrighted
no.
all of their music illegally.
Okay, so is there any reason this guy's that's going to fly off the board?
Looks like it. No.
Okay, so just to clarify then, so on this guy, because of this guy's facing, he's flying off the board on your turn.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the player's just realizing that this jet fighter is gonna have an adventure and strategic reserve for a round.
What, the Fuselov?
No, the jet fighter, the Nephilim jet fighter.
Oh, the Nephilim one over here?
The
yeah. Can
Archaeopteryx. You
Can it turn directly right and just go 20 inches, or is that just a little bit too close?
No, it can't. Yeah, the 20 inches because it also has to turn. So its
Oh
base is
yeah,
gonna be about 2
it's off
inches
by like
farther
a
forward.
half an inch or two.
Yeah, it's probably
Ugh.
off by an inch or two.
Savage.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know if it had many other places to go because it had to overhang the wall to see the rust stalkers. So I think it was just doing what it's doing.
They're actually facing the other direction.
That was very much like a,
This one hovered.
it was calculated,
Hovered.
but I am bad at math.
Yeah, here's some trademark Archaeopter weirdness. So the 1-on-1 wounds hovered to spin around, and the other one, it did survive the vengeance charge, I guess we should say. And the other one did the old 180 and spun around to the
At
other
least
side.
no one's trying to argue these things can just vibrate in place
You guys gonna fall back?
to move their minimum 20 without actually moving.
Those arguments are always fun because the people who argue that are just flat wrong.
I know, it's great. It's very easy to just like grab a
Yeah.
paragraph, but they just don't seem to read it most
It's like
of the time.
that's the Rick and Morty meme where it's like you're an idiot and I can prove it mathematically. That's my favorite.
But it's like trying to prove someone the world isn't flat by like showing them the curvature of the Earth. Like they still manage to just like kung fu their brain around it, and it's like it just drifts off them like water.
Did we score primaries correctly this turn, everybody?
Oh, Rustalkers pulled it off. We did not manage to stop them.
Dan,
Those guys-
did you get 15 points primary this at the start?
Oh, I guess I would have held
Yeah,
more,
because
wouldn't I?
you were 2-1. Yeah.
Ah, yep,
Yeah, I was just thinking I hold 2 and I got 10.
2.
I'm thinking,
Yeah, that's exactly where I was at.
Okay, so those guys will deploy scramblers near deployment zone.
Do you see through there are flat earthers all around?
The plane that was over here will drop his bombs on this land speeder. So 2 mortals on that guy. And the other one will drop them on the ones that were by him. 2 mortals on that guy.
Just how bad is this game currently going for our poor Dark Angels here?
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, it's
phase,
rough.
Inquisitor is going to smite into this plane.
It's rough.
This. Okay.
I mean,
sorry, he has 1 cast or 2.
He has 1 cast.
We're at a situation where the Admech can like
So
sit
if we
on
want to fight-
one objective for 2 rounds and just shoot everything that the Dark Angels put onto the
2
center
mortals.
objectives off the table, and they don't really lose much for doing it.
Oh, that went way too much. All right, it's dropping by multiples.
Because if Dan scores 5 and then 5, then pushes out bottom 4 or top 4 and gets 15 last round,
Go
like
to
he
shooting.
yeah, he doesn't even need many. He just needs 10 on round 5 if he does that. Is that right? Oh no, he'd be down by 5.
I don't even think he has to be that delicate here. I mean,
Yeah. So like that, I mean, that would be
Like
a
this-
40, right? If he scored, that's if he missed out on a bunch of turns of scoring. So if he just I mean if he
This
just
will
pushes
start
attrition right
catacombs.
now, he doesn't
They're
really
all going to shoot into this guy.
doesn't really
Mid-
need to
Okay.
to try for too many points.
Archaeopters are both all in
before you roll.
just prime explosion
I know, yeah.
locations too.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of outriders who are like
They're
dinged up,
outside
so
of-
you could just be losing
Yeah.
like
Magos.
100 points of
but
bikes when one of those
you will
things
get
goes
the
down.
Belsar's reroll. It's 2
Also, it
shots
could
each,
kill the
10
other
total.
Archaeopter, which would be funny.
Strength is 6. Go for
Strength 7.
it. Strength 7. Oh, right, because you're mechanical.
Correct.
Go for it.
+1 strength, shoot up a candle. He's like a reverse Melanthrope.
Oh, he's not hard to hit, right? So that
Nope.
other one hit. So 6 at AP2.
5s.
Uh, 20.
Ooh,
Oh, I should see. Does it explode?
Yeah, it's so it begins.
oof.
Okay. These last cannons are all going to shoot into the.
I gotta imagine this other Star
Talon.
Talon just gets picked up right here too.
Okay.
both
I
these
will
Outriders.
use one
Wait, was
CP
that
for
worth
the
a
And
skill
four.
probably
rider there?
Samael.
Because they're only 4+
I-
ballistic skill. They miss a bunch.
Oh, I should have. 'Cause 2 of these have explodes, 1 doesn't.
Well, I think you're throwing anything you can right now to make this
So I'll just roll a die, and
Like-
on a 1 or 2, it's the one who wasn't exploding. That's it.
be as least painful as possible.
Okay, so it wasn't. 2 saves.
The last cannon's kind of failed a little bit.
Save 1.
It's 4 damage. Does the 4 save?
Yeah, I paid the 1 CP for the 4 up invul.
Oh, right, okay.
Where did my cool cavalry go? There we go.
It's 4 of the Vanguard are in
Didn't
range.
move the
They're gonna
Manipulus up. Probably can't shoot the side gun on it.
Well, I think the Manipulus has to stand still to project its aura, right?
Did it give the +6-inch range aura?
I believe so.
Oh, then his Magna
he
Rail Lance
saves
probably
damage
is
too?
in range. Oh wait, he can't see him anyway, even with the flyer. Actually, this wall is way too close.
No AP.
It's
No, it'd be-
unlikely.
So 1.
It does drop the Dark Talon down to 2, though. So we might get it with the little
Probably.
guns. We got
Yeah,
we
just
got a billion
plink it off.
stubbers coming out of these guys. Yeah.
The missiles are also direct fire, so it's the only real targets. This thing
I
are the
didn't do
2 Outriders in the back.
I mean, it is very important that you kill it early because all your other shooting can go into Samuel at that point.
Yeah.
I should have 3 points on engage too.
Although let's be
So
real,
do
these
that at the end
horses
of my
are just
turn
gonna
with the plane
shoot that guy
slot.
right off his bike.
Yep.
And we'll do bring it down and for grind them down. I think I
Samuel's gonna be like, "Please don't shoot me off my bike," and the horses will just be like,
Did I get more of
"Nay."
your stuff? Because you didn't kill a unit of mine, and I got your plane, or your
You killed the Raiders.
raiders. So I did get that. So I will get 3 for that too. For the battle round.
Yeah, that's a good call out by the players there.
Sorry.
Dragon Beef did take
All good?
grind him down, so he so Dan losing the Raiders on that first round actually scored the Dark
so
Angels 3
this
points.
disintegrator back here.
It's
He's
actually-
gonna put his
It's pretty rare that you
stubbers and missiles into this plane.
see that
And then
secondary,
his
but
energy
going
cannon will
second,
go
it's like the one
into,
situation where you actually want it.
These Outriders in there.
I live that grind them down life.
Stubber
You lose those Nurglings so quick though.
to explode.
Well, not now that I've reconfigured it a little bit. Also, I'm really hoping to score it out, just like turns 2, 3, 4, and 5.
6 armor saves. Okay, does it explode? Does.
Yep.
Did it explode?
Yeah, the Dark Talon blew up.
Ooh,
It's just
Oh.
us.
that's not good for
So against the
Samuel.
raiders,
Yeah.
Is it 6 inches or 3 inches?
I believe this is.
How's this thing explode? D3?
Yeah, I
I'll
believe so.
trust that data sheet. Give me 1 second here.
I'm just gonna double check the
6 inches,
explosion
D3.
radius. Yeah.
Okay, so it kills
It's got the
wounded
stained glass,
And then
or like
has
Samuel.
stained glass
Oh, yeah.
cannon, so maybe that makes it blow up
True.
big.
The stained glass cannon.
That's like how they describe it. It like makes the earth melt away like broken stained glass.
one. And then the energy cannon and the bikes.
Okay.
I think it's
Somebody,
like a really
somebody just
cool and evocative description.
read a Halo novel and was like, I like that.
No, it's not like
Read it,
turning.
one.
They're not like turning the sand to glass. It's like it's a warp. It shoots the warp. It's like a warp cannon. Like it literally turns things into
Let's
stained
put
glass.
this disintegrator here. He's
Very
gonna
silly.
shoot his stubbers.
A little bit. It's like one of those.
It's like
missiles.
like,
it just like flash.
It's a Dark
freezes
Age of
you.
Down,
technology.
And then the energy cannon
It's a Dark Age
into
of
this
technology
flame
weapon
shooter
that
back
like no other chapter has because they stole all of them, I guess.
there. Stubbers.
But it's like every time they describe it firing, it's like this super bizarre description of like what's happening.
Weird.
He's T5, right? So
That's why they call it the Rift Cannon.
I thought it was like a League of
Three.
Legends thing.
Yeah,
D6 missile.
it's really colorful there. It's like a lot of glass, stained glass. It turns you into Teemo.
282.
4 up inbound. Good.
Okay. energy cannon to land
All right,
speed.
Chad. Who's a Teemo man in here? Is it just me?
Does Tivo play Teemo?
I bet Tifo plays
float.
Syndra.
Forward AP1.
Samuel, ooh, he's not having a great time over here.
Okay.
Down to 2.
Have the horses shot him yet?
They fell back.
So we'll go to the
So I
last
think they will be-
disintegrator.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
Stubbers into Samuel.
Guard's
It's original
down,
Rust Stalker.
though.
Can they do it?
Missiles will go.
They're
No, they don't even
deploying
have a gun.
scramblers. They're deploying scramblers.
They also don't have a gun, so like that'd make it hard too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they have.
And they can't see him.
swords.
there's like a network of reasons why they can't shoot at this character who's like way far away.
So we'll go
Sam in
Stubbers
chat says
into
he played
Samuel. Missiles
Yeah.
into him as well, and the Faramite will go into the plane.
Okay.
Stubbers.
So this turn is this exchange was not what the Dark Angels were looking for. I think they were hoping to lights out on their bottom one, and then hopefully like have the planes, escape unscathed, basically with some bad dice. But
What they needed to do was kill. They needed to kill both of the planes and both of those Outrider units.
Okay.
I was making sure he doesn't.
Or not Outrider units, both of those horse units,
yeah.
and instead they did
Faramite
none
into
of the
the plane.
above.
That's what I was double checking.
And also one of their planes is angled to fly off the table.
When he was in his land speeder. But yeah, Spike doesn't.
One save at AP3.
What is this into? Sorry.
This is like when you line yourself up for
Okay,
that sick
private.
dunk, and then you step on your shoelace, and then like tumble forward and break your leg.
and drive your
And
airplane
then like the
These Rangers will
away
shoot
from the
plane.
combat.
yeah, and then
zone.
like the Charlotte Hornets just like run up and start stomping on you.
One
And, like
at
the
AP1
ref
and
isn't
one
stopping
RMC.
it. He's just like watching it, but he's like holding his whistle like he's gonna stop it, but he just like watches them stop you.
Takes 1.
Okay.
And then the AP -1, save.
Why is this thing called an Avenger Mega Bolter when
Or the
it's
2
just
damage, whatever
like
6 was.
3 1/3 heavy bolters?
Yeah, it's an AP1. So this plane
Just
that's
call
at
it a heavy
1 is
bolter.
going to shoot everything at that land speeder.
I think it was more interesting back before heavy bolters were damaged too as well. They're like the Avenger
shooting at the land
bolters are
speeder?
like the ones they
The
put on
ones that- the
knights
one
and like the
deploying.
Warhound
One
Titan,
back,
right? And I think this is just a slightly smaller version of one of those.
Warhound
fine.
Titan has Vulcan Mega Bolters. I'll have you know.
Oh, with Vulcan, right?
And
C6.
the Imperial Knights have an Avenger Gatling cannon.
Other plane will shoot at
So
him.
please get your weapons straight, sir.
You ever seen that
I'm
one
actually
meme image where it's
gonna pay-
like one side of it is like Lord or Hammer or Blade, and the other one's like Bane or Storm.
I'm going to pay 3 on that plane. Give him
Or,
plus
like,
1 to hit.
It's like a
and
5x5
for the
thing,
game
and then it's
range.
just this network and it shows like all 12 of the like Bane Blade variants.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all just a mix of these 2 words.
Yep.
There's like 3 Banes, there's like 2 Storms,
So
there's
we're-
like 4 Hammers.
We're buffing the
He
hit
did not
rolls.
advance with his move to get over here? No.
No.
Okay.
We're
The bottom bracket should be 1 to 2 wounds.
buffing the hit rolls on the this fuselage.
So 1 mortal
So it's still down to 2s to hit.
and 2 saves.
And then we looks like we
We're trying
Wrath
to-
Mars that. Oh my
so we'll do
gosh.
the 2 saves
He's trying to
there.
finish off Ezreal as hard as he can.
Takes 1.
No,
so
he's trying to
two
hit.
He turned off the-
He's trying to hit
He's the one.
the vengeance, the last vengeance.
Oh, never mind.
Azrael got healed by the apothecary,
Oh,
so he
really?
was back up to full wounds.
You're right. Did he shut off the auras here, or is he just
Okay.
ignoring this like chunk of their army
plus-
for this turn?
Yeah, he's not shooting
So
at
I
that
got
stuff. Yeah, everything went into
3
the
for bringing it
Samuel
down
and
to
the plane. this turn.
and 2 for the land speeder.
Have the Belarus's already all fired?
So that
Alright,
is yeah, that's
and
it
then I should
for
have 2 all 3 unengaged because I got these guys back there.
that's it for Admech.
This guy's not wholly on this quarter.
Well,
Yeah,
Neither are they.
Which guy?
this turn didn't go great for
This
Dark
guy?
Angels, but at least
He
Samuel
crosses
survived.
This guy
borderline?
is-
Oh,
No,
the
wait,
cross
where'd he
structure.
go?
Sorry, yep.
He's
See, they
missing.
blend. I'm telling you, I just keep forgetting about the damn things.
Dragon Beef literally
Ridiculous.
forgetting about the Sicarians again. Amazing. All right. Well, so yeah, we're just we're kind of doing a victory lap here. I think is Dan K.
So you done with your stuff?
Yeah, I am.
Cool.
It doesn't.
All right, and you killed of mine.
We're coming to the point where it doesn't really feel like there's an out for the Dark
3.
Angels here.
Samuel and the Landspeeder.
3. Yes. Okay.
It feels like the moment they deployed
Question
conservatively and
again.
let themselves get like plungered into their own deployment zone.
Okay. Cool. Azrael is going to give his
Like
full
they were just desperately
rerolls
hoping for like an
to
incredible shooting phase and assault phase, which just did not come.
Yeah. What do
the
you think is
ATVs. He's going to put them into.
Is there a deployment? I guess is the question that where that doesn't happen as readily, but you also don't get plastered on the first turn.
Well, the thing is, you get plastered on the first turn anyway because you're forced to like engage these units.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only thing you're really dodging is like the direct fire on the Scorpiuses. Like the Iron Striders move far enough where they can get a line of sight anyway.
Yeah,
and most of the
because they can
Scorpius
come around
shots at the Belleros, so they don't
side.
care.
So I mean, the only place that you're really safe is behind the crates, right?
Yeah, which
Like, you
is
can-
forward deploying, right? Because you have to be on this red line.
Yes. Yeah, so I think definitely that should have been taken a little bit more advantage of for sure, because basically nothing gets into that corner from the Admech deployment zone.
It's extra bad. I've experienced this with my Hauler army. Like, it's extra bad if you're an army that wants to castle around a single aura, because that really encourages you to plug yourself into one easily blocked location.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I think you just deploy on the line and swing for the go first, or just accept taking the losses on the first turn.
Yeah, honestly,
Because like this is just such a devastating thing to have happen to you.
it doesn't feel like the ATVs are particularly important in the matchup. Like they kill, what do they kill? They kill the Raiders like pretty super dead when they shoot them, right? And they plink out like they do a little bit of damage.
They
to
kill
the
like
other
2
infantry.
Cataphrons.
Yeah, it's like fine.
They kill like 1 Iron Strider per round of shooting.
But it definitely takes your opponent's entire army shooting them to kill them, right? Like that unit will not go down. They're -1 to hit, 4+ invulnerable save, 6+ damage ignore, and you have to wipe.
Yeah,
the
they're
unit for
incentivized just to ignore it.
So, but so what I'm saying is that you could just like use those guys as your unit that's going to deploy in the middle, and then you use them to basically block off where the Raiders can go. And then you can deploy the other bikes a little bit more conservatively on objective 4.
I think you just have to go all like broadly across all of the red line. Because I mean, he also has the 2 Fuslavs. Like it gets awkward really fast.
Yeah. I mean, part of it's the matchup, right? Like,
yeah, this is a harsh matchup.
Any obstacle
for
terrain or any vertical terrain, I should say, that these bikes have to deal with is just exacerbated by the Raiders, and like the bikes already hate that style of terrain in general.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's breachable, you know, linear stuff, or it's a forest with a tree in it. Like, they don't.
I mean, like
that.
This happened to me when I was playing my Holler list. I got like locked into one small area, and I was just out. Like, I just pieced out on turn 1.
Yeah. Sam Moyer, Shima is voicing basically every game I can play against Admech. The one time I managed to get first recently, you managed to win by doing that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another matchup that just kind of spikes the go first roll like even harder.
Yeah. This matchup is one of the examples of where I'm just like, it doesn't matter if you do the trade-off deployment, because you should just put everything on the line no matter what.
Sam, the Dragon Beef is going to tally his bring it downs at the end of the game, he said. I mean, technically it's an end game objective. But he's only gotten 2 points on it so far, I think. Might not be able to fit.
What are the chances? Like, if this Deathwing Knight unit can land, wipe out this entire Cataphron unit.
Do they go for the Cataphrons, or do they go for the Iron Striders and then try to pile into the Scorpius, maybe, if they can?
See, if they go for the Iron Striders, the Cataphrons just kill them all. And they're like far from this objective. Like they're not really doing at that point. They're 3 turns from me to this objective, and it's like it doesn't matter what they do in the game.
The counter fronts are kind of low. They don't do that much damage to the
2-shot flat 3 that kills them.
It's D3. It's D6 against vehicles.
Oh, it is D3.
Yeah. They don't shoot flat 3.
Oh, these aren't. Yeah, they're not the plasma ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're only 2 shots apiece, hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s. Like,
Well,
and then they go into a 3-up save. Maybe better if they can get into light cover.
I still think the point stands. Like what they need to do is get everything off of this objective, and like if they hit the Iron Striders, then they have to kill this 1 disintegrator. Then they get chuffed up on this Inquisitor, and it's like 5 turns later they finally get onto this objective.
Yeah, you're not going for that objective. You're just trying to kill everything that can threaten the rest of your army.
But you still lose that way, right? You have to.
Yeah, well, the goal is to kill the stuff that's going to kill you when you get to objectives 2 and 3. Like the Admech at this point aren't representing a ton of bodies on those objectives, but what they are doing is just saying, I'm going to score 5 points for the next 2 turns and kill literally everything that touches an objective. And so you don't get any points. No points for you.
Yeah, I mean, what, you touch the Breachers, kill them, consolidate into the Scorpius, fight. They don't have a fight twice anymore, right? Or do you on
Yeah,
that
they
unit?
don't have one. Let's just double check the Warlord trait here. Make sure they don't have the fallback and shoot one. I think they have the other one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Isn't that just a canticle they can pick anyway?
No, it's a Holy Order Warlord trait. You get to pick what it does at the start of the turn.
I thought that was one of 2 ways they could do it. And the other was just a canticle.
No, they don't have a canticle for it.
Oh.
So he has divinations. Yeah, he has the exploding 6s one. He doesn't have fallback and shoot. So engaging the gunboats locks him in, or stops him from shooting at least. So that's something.
Probably not quite enough space to fit between these Skitarii Rangers and this disintegrator on the back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's still a game plan there, right? Like if it's another, we need one more turn of the Admech doing literally nothing and the Dark Angels making all of their invulnerable saves. And if we get that, maybe they're still in. If we can, I mean, clearly this Outrider in the center here is representing the combined assault. He's going to drop this unit of Deathwing Knights right up juicy in the middle. They're going to probably charge these Iron Striders, blow them the crap up, go into the Scorpius. The Scorpius has to fall back. It maybe Admech gets tunnel vision and puts a bunch of stubbers into the Deathwing Knights. They can hide behind the breachable wall here to get cover against a lot of it, and then they can just pile into the objective and hopefully like murder everything forever. And like that's the game plan.
Does the heavy arc rifle get the 3 hits on 6s?
We're still movement phase.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think it has.
It's got a special rule attached to it. But
the special rule is the extra damage against vehicles, I believe.
Is it? Okay.
This has to happen.
Yeah, it has a damage value of D6 against vehicles. That's the only special rule it has.
So these guys have to move off the plane. Yeah, so it's into strategic reserve.
Whoa, here
Why don't you take Breachers over Destroyers?
Because breachers are cheaper and harder to kill. They have an extra point of armor.
30.
The Destroyers are way expensive.
Oh yeah, that plasma 30 points on the plasma culver and 5 points for that heavy arc rifle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are individual units.
I need to fix that gun and make that a little bit more of a choice.
I mean, the Destroyer is still a decent model. Like it's a troops choice that puts out mad damage, especially with Ryza. I almost got tabled by Ryza in Combat Patrol the other day. I felt so silly. It was a sick list. It was a list with a maximum Skitarii Vanguard unit. I was like, what are these guys doing with triple of the plasma, their plasma assault plasma weapons? And you could do the Ryza strat to make them 3 damage and just like blasted my army off the table. It's like, oh boy, this list is good.
They should make Cataphren Breachers chariots.
They should be chariots.
Because right now they can go up ladders.
Deuce 83, doesn't Sly Marbo pop out of the center building, turn forward, and starts fighting the Admech stuff because he views them as training robots? Yeah.
We are good.
Hopefully Sly Marbo in this game didn't accidentally fall into a flashback and just stare at his cereal for like 4 hours, though.
The Apothecary is going to heal this Outrider.
Because they're going to need him.
Res
Yeah.
that Outrider.
Sly Marbo, come save us. All right, we're getting Outrider back with the Chief Apothecary. Healing that other guy back up. The value
Will
off
the
of this
Apothecary
unit
get over there and save
is insane.
Samael?
So, can we just talk about the fact that the Apothecary has healed... it's healed 4 wounds.
120
But
points
discounting
stuff.
that, it's also brought back 120 points of models. 125, and it only costs 100.
Yeah.
Or 110, I think, for the Raven Wing. What a boss of a unit that is. Oh my god. Also, it makes things harder to kill around it. So,
Yeah,
like,
it has already healed a better multiplier than I ever managed with a Grid and Clean one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this thing has brought back a Blight Hauler without having to roll for it. Effectively. So far. Chief Apothecaries, everybody.
Let's do this
So
now.
good.
Moving on to shooting.
They should make the Chief of Apothecary a chariot. Because he's carrying this
we're
army.
gonna start over here with the Huntsmasters going into the Ruststalkers. We are going to overcharge
Are any of these
for this one, so
invaders
it is
wounded?
going to be need to roll individually for each. So
one
it's
took
going to have
one
a different
wound.
dice set for each one of them.
Yeah.
What is Azrael doing in the back here?
Which one of
Um,
those is the Huntmaster?
I'm kind of wondering that. He just moved back.
Black.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because it's just the model.
Being a brilliant strategist?
I guess. I have to look at the rule now that you say that.
Because that one's the sergeant, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you remove a model or.
Well, they each roll individually, so you don't get to pick. It's not
You're correct.
the transfer.
Well, I'm talking about the explosion. It's not
Does
just. to
Azrael
remove,
have a picture
it's-
of himself on his own
Explosions,
banner?
You pick where they go.
Alright, so twos don't get rerolls, so they're gone.
I don't know. It's just sort of the
These
generic
are strength 8
Dark
minus.
Angels Grim Reaper guy.
We're in tactical now, so -2 or -4.
Minus a lot.
Yeah, -4 because we're in tactical and they're assaults for 2 damage each. So T3.
Yep.
So winning on 2s.
Goodbye, Sicarians. You've done your job. You got 10 points.
Azrael is going to shoot.
Theoretically.
the
In
one
theory,
that's
they
at
got
3?
10 points. We
Okay.
still have to convert the last one, but I think we may be able to do that. Unless these breachers get wrecked by something.
Do you think Blackwing
Red
Knights can
Plasma,
put their
Bolter.
helmets on, or did like the hood get in the way?
Double shotting with both again,
No, they put their helmets on first. And the hood goes over the helmet.
and
So they just have helmets that look exactly like human
strength 8
faces?
with visual wounds. That does nothing.
No. No, they get helmets on.
Flat 2.
No, not the Black Knights, Deathwing Knights.
This
Oh.
Ravenwing Apothecary is going to
Yeah, they just don't wear helmets, I guess.
shoot into the Fusilier. Not overcharged.
If it's
It's
not
kind
a
of not,
breathable
like-
atmosphere, they just can't teleport in.
No, freeze, miss.
They do. They go through a lot of Deathwing Knights
5 does
for
wounds,
fight.
-4. Flat 2 or flat 1.
Supposedly, Space Marines will fight in like underwater environments a lot.
Does not explode.
Maybe these guys just like take a big breath.
We didn't auto
These
explode
Outriders
that
are going
guy.
to shoot into your Raiders.
I wonder what we're saving that CP for.
That is 12 shots.
Who?
The plane on
The
Objective
Fuselage
4?
back here?
Yeah.
I mean that's just gonna tag the invaders, right? For like D3. I don't think that's worth much.
No. It would have hit the Apothecary, the Outriders, the Raven, the Black Knights, and maybe Azrael?
Oh, he already removed it. I was looking at
That's
the
a
other
nice
one.
Yeah.
Is he low on CP? I still feel like
Yeah,
that
he's down
might
to
have.
1.
These guys are all full.
Those on the
Yeah, I
rules,
wouldn't have done
correct?
that.
Correct.
That's a Wrath of Mars,
Save
right?
one, so 5 damage.
Nah, Wrath of Mars is 2.
Oh.
It gets the plus
That's
2.
a
It gets you the plus
Desperate
2 to
Breakout?
hit, I think,
No, it's also 2.
for the Cognis weapons.
This Outrider is going
Yeah.
to shoot at them as well. 4 shots.
So a reroll on a d6 for damage.
Yeah, it's nice to have CP in the bank for sure.
Both wound.
I think honestly, like it looked like it would have been a lot of mortal wounds, but I don't think it's a lot of mortal wounds that matter.
Yeah. No, that's especially standing next to this apothecary.
Let's see here.
Those things are definitely not generic Warcopters.
For the D6.
Yeah.
Nukem
Before you pull
9999
more
says the hoods
models,
generate a
I
force
can
field
see
that
you,
maintains
we'll
atmosphere
shoot
around the
with
marine
Land
space.
speeder here into that group. Should have done that first just to avoid the potential, but you know, hey.
Good job,
So
Hood.
we'll shoot everything into it. So 3
Wouldn't
heavy
they like
bolters.
suffocate super fast though? That's a very small amount of atmosphere.
Didn't move actually, so 2s do hit.
Maybe it's from a reserve tank in their Terminator armor.
Okay, maybe.
Just being
1s
pumped
do
into
not
the force
wound,
field.
5s do.
I like
Minus
it.
1.
I like how far Space Marines will go in their war gear for
Flat 2 each.
fashion. You know.
Heavy
It's
bolter.
it's
Like
been written, I think, in some of the
Yeah, I
Space Wolves
forget
novels
they do
that
that
like
now.
the sergeants that don't have helmets, they actually
then
do just have like
battery,
little force field generators in like the
shots.
gorgets of their helmets.
That is what an Iron Halo
And
is.
it's-
Has 1 wound, so
It's
yeah,
like a way to.
definitely
Well,
not
the Iron Halos
overcharged
are on like your
on-
entire body, right? Like that. The sergeant ones are just over their head.
And then
Maybe.
They
I thought
describe it as a way to like trick snipers to reveal
These
into
are-
revealing their positions.
I thought that it was the Iron Halo was
Minus 3 for
specifically
flat touch.
so that captains could go without their helmet on, so that they could talk to people better.
let's see here.
I'm using Dawn of War logic, and that's definitely a big circle on those dudes.
F in the chat for Orc
We'll
Apocalypse
go
now.
ATVs into your cataphrons,
I got a little RIP in here. Yeah, there we go.
and then this ATV is going to go into the Fusilier. The bolters are 27 inches.
We'll all have
for
fond
them right
memories
now.
of it.
I like that time it did 35 mortal wounds to my
So
army.
his bolter.
It was 50.
50 mortal
So
wounds.
everything from the back dude and the middle dude's bolters into this dude, and then the onslaught and the.
That's a
everything
close
from
game,
this
though.
dude into the cataphrons.
So it's 27.
So I get for heavies with my because these guys got put into Devastator
yeah, so it's
Doctrine.
27, right?
It's 30. It's plus 6 inches for the onslaught cannon,
Oh, okay.
which puts it at 30, and then the bolter goes to plus 3 because it's assault to 27.
Oh, they didn't. That's why they didn't move to get the +6.
No, they did move. But he
So,
spent 2
we'll
CP to
do-
put them
Everything
back
will
in.
get resolved before that potentially explodes
um,
anyways, so we'll just do that
Maybe
now.
I think he.
Oh, is
really-
that no longer conditional? Do they just get it now for the +6 inches?
It's a super doctrine, so it's condition. It's requires
So
the
we'll do this.
Devastator doctrine, but I think he
All
brilliant
bolter
strategist them
shots in the back
with Azrael.
Yeah.
to the plane. These have full rerolls from
It's a
Azrael
sick
as well.
warlord trait.
-1 to hit. So
Or you could
all
spend the
hits,
TCP to
and
put them back
then
in.
5.
We figured out what Azrael's doing back there
These
yet?
are at 0.
Chilling.
Seems it.
Yep. Okay. And then the 16 onslaught.
Maybe he's like prepping for an orbital strike or something.
Why I did pick those up.
He's got line of sight all the way to
Rolls.
this like Scorpius Discreditor back here.
Bobby he's in a conference call.
5s. These are -2.
Oh my
1
god.
damage each.
I spent all morning in conference calls. I feel you, Azrael.
Alright, and then into this squad here.
I feel
Yeah.
you, buddy. So Archaeopter down. We are bringing them down very
2
quickly.
bolters.
Yeah, that's one threat off the table at least. Man, I hope we can kill these Cerberus Raiders though.
Full
Giving
rerolls, up to 3 hits
Dan
these
an
guys.
additional 5 or 15 victory points
That's
is like,
onslaught.
ugh, if you can't kill them.
Oh, these three,
What's up?
these Outriders
the
back here
onslaught.
fired yet?
The Outriders.
Right, sorry. Then I should
next to
actually
the
have,
Apothecary,
2
I
more
don't
per
believe.
60
60
dice. I actually need.
Alright. That's like their only target anyway.
These were
Yeah.
successful. So I rolled 12 dice, so I need 4 more. Alright, so first roll here, and then rerolls. Alright, so there we go.
It's kind of awkward they're just there and not on objective 2.
-2.
Some of these invaders.
CQ1.
So onslaughts off the invaders, kill 1 Cataphront Breacher.
And then the 6 bolters are left for the front dude.
Definitely feels like he needed to move those invaders up onto objective 2.
Yeah, the problem was that they were the plane was in the way. They had to fall backwards last turn to get out of melee. Oop.
Would they not have had the just the pure movement range to just like kind of navigate around it?
No, so basically,
Don't link them all together as hard.
between this front guy and the next guy was where the plane was standing.
Charge.
So they couldn't go in a straight line to it because they would have been overlapping its base.
Yeah.
So they had to go in a
Charges,
weird,
here.
curve.
It's so hard to deal with the Admech just like chugging up your side of the board immediately.
We're going to dual charge these Vanguard and these Ballesteros.
Okay.
Definitely. Oh, so you saving for the Overwatch here?
Very good.
No, it's not. Good distance.
And then Outrider
Is
Sergeant
that
is going to
Pollution
charge your
still
Raiders.
damage D3, or is that damage 3?
Yep.
On a 7. That'll do it. All right, those are my charges. We are going to go into close combat. We will start with the Deathwing. So the Knight Master is going to go into your Vanguard. As is this Knight, I guess. I did that wrong. I guess I can consolidate.
Needing a real good conversion on these swings.
Base, and we will base.
Way above average to actually kill all 3.
So all 4 of these Knights are going to go into your Ballesteros unit here, and the Knight Master is going to go into your Vanguard offense here.
Okay.
We'll start with the Knight Master. He gets 4 swings in. He's hitting on 2s.
Well,
Let's double check that. Knight Master. Yep, 3 and 4 for Shock Assault. Hitting on 2s. Strength is 6, so wounding on 3s, right? Or 2s?
Yep.
That's -3, flat 2 each. And that's 6 damage. It works as mortal wounds. Four swings from the Knights into the Ballesteros.
suppose that gets him the attrition score.
So that's going to be 3.
Did not kill him this
12 total,
Ballesteros unit though.
2s.
Yeah, but at least engaging them means it's unlikely they could
Strength
shoot,
8, wounding on 3s.
which is good.
Yeah.
-3.
Oh.
Or -2, sorry.
Chad, I'm going to check with the players at the end of the round if they control.
for each.
It looks like they did because I think there was an Outrider in addition to the
Kill the
Raven Wing guy on
damaged
the objective, but I just want to double check.
Doesn't explode. And then the other one.
The aircraft they can't hold objectives, but they can contest objectives.
All right, and then over here, Outrider Sergeant into your Raiders. So he gets 3, 4, 6, 8 swings. So 3 base, chain sword, shock assault puts him at 5.
Yeah, he's not picking up 3 then.
Puts him at
I'm sorry, they
7.
can't contest
Unless he gets.
So yeah, no. So he would have held it.
And hitting on 3s.
What's this guy? 4 1s is not how you pull
He
that
apparently
off.
did not want to survive the combat and wounds 1, -1.
Yep, that's not how you take objective 3 from the Admech.
Your swings.
Yeah, that's real bad.
I will fight.
Fortunately, these Ravenwing Hunters are really holding that objective 4 back here.
3 hits. 1 at AP1.
Fix it.
Claws.
He killed some of them though, right? There's a non-zero chance one of them flees, and then
The Siren Strider. Fight
He killed, yeah, the 3 on the side right here shooting,
Couldn't
right?
dispute you. Couldn't kill one, dude. Couldn't kill
Like
one.
leadership 8 off the alpha, 7 off the alpha, so
2 saves.
roll of 5.
3s don't wound. They have a transhuman.
Oh, yeah. So 1.
What's the AP?
AP0.
Oh, we're good.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that is you.
Okay.
Morale check.
the killer would have been a ramp on this Ballistarius, but I don't think that was possible.
They're good.
Nah, not given how they're
'Cause
positioned,
you could,
touching each other.
You could pin it up on the wall, I think.
They lost 5.
They lost 3.
You had 6 because you did 3 and 3. You fell back.
I had left all the models right here that died this turn. You killed 2. You killed. Yeah, because you didn't kill anyone you charged. You killed 3 from shooting, right? You killed 1 with this, and then you killed 2 with the bikes shooting.
Okay.
I mean, he's leadership 7, so even if I lost 3, it still passes anyway.
I rolled 2. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was a 3. That
Yeah, I think one guy
is
fled
Cataphrons
last
auto
turn.
pass, right? With only losing 1. So,
they were
This
down to
Skitarii
5 at
Vang.
the start of the turn.
Okay.
It's like Skitarii Vanguard squad can walk up and just tap
actually,
one
at the
dude
end
onto this
combat,
far
you're in-
side Deathwing Knight and probably
on this
hold them up
2
for
here.
another round after that too.
This guy will move to the back so you can't.
Whoa.
Base. On his consolidate, he should have consolidated around because this dude base and he can move up behind.
He could have chosen not to base, but he did base him. Is he just gonna slide along the edge now?
Right, because that wouldn't put him within an inch of
Can he do
him.
that?
I don't think you can get within an inch.
Yeah, no. I wasn't going to try and lock him. I was just trying to move around
Yeah.
so you couldn't
Yes.
couldn't fall back.
That's fine.
All right, well,
Okay, so Canicle.
they figured it out. There you go, Glargify. The walker was tri-pointed the whole time. Pay no attention.
That 2 6.
That dude's super out of coherency. He's gonna die at the end of the turn.
No, he's fine. Oh, is he?
A few times you don't get your
Let me dream.
still two good ones, so can't
Is that
complain too terribly much.
Zoom in and look down at these Skitarii for me for a second.
I don't know if he needs to be tri-pointed, honestly, because I'm not sure that he can swivel his base enough to get out this way. So I think it's probably fine.
I don't think he wants to leave anyway.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, let's talk.
What's
I think he's just gonna charge these 5 Skitarii in and just
2.
plug this Deathwing unit Knight forever.
Matt, you scored 5 at the start of the turn, right, for primary?
I did. Yep. Thank you.
There you go, chat. We got the 5 primary on the board for those Dark Angels. They're only down by 32 points right now.
Trevor, have you ever read the text that is on the Descendant, the Scorpiuses?
Scorpii?
Yeah.
I have not. Also, I think we should have an engage. We should definitely have an engage. 2 engage points
It's
also.
on their smokestacks.
You also got 2 engage that turn, right, Matt?
Let's see here. Nothing over here. This. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Got to keep that score close.
And then grind, we still need to wait. And bring, I got 2 for. Yeah, 2 planes are through back here, so that's 6, 8, 10. I'm at right now with that.
Trevor, do me a favor and zoom in on one of these Scorpiuses real quick.
Um,
And, like, look at the text on their smokestacks on the front.
Oh, yeah. I think
You
I
went
have
first.
seen
So
that.
what was our grind down total? What did I kill of yours?
This is keep clear.
One.
Can't read this.
The last battle
But
round.
they're wrong. We can read it.
this
It
unit-
also says damn.
Last
got
battle,
your
we
Rust
killed
Stalkers.
both the planes. The
Also,
Rust Stalkers.
they
So I
have a
got
little
three more for
lifesaver
that.
ring in the front. I think it's very important.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
It's
good
well,
to,
these are piloted by the Watchers in the Dark, who are very small.
You got 3 of mine.
So they have a little tiny one. Maybe that's like for when somebody drowns in the sand of the Forge world. Because they're hovercraft. How many Ballistarii dead? There are currently 3 dead Ballistarii, so there's 1 left who had to fall back. So it looks like he could get out.
Got out of there.
I feel like that try point was definitely possible, but maybe it wasn't because there was like awkwardly 2 here and you couldn't quite get in. I don't know.
Still feel like that guy's outside of 2 inches.
Oh, he desperate breakout.
Did you have the CP for that?
Yeah, because he generated 1 at the start. Good call, chat.
Yeah.
I missed. He just spent the CP.
I would do it.
Good call.
Now he's-
he should have 12 for bringing it down.
Now he's pointing this fully armed and operational battle station directly at these 5 idiots.
The Fuselaves are only worth 2, so he's correct. Because they're 10 wounds. Fuselaves are like awkwardly the perfect point cost not to give up full bring it down.
They're good at everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least the Knights traded for 5 Scutari.
And 2 Iron Striders.
Value train.
And they're about to trade for about 1,000 bullets. Because these guys... I'm calling it. I think we end this turn with like 3 Deathwing Knights left.
These guys are going to wish that they had dropped onto a planet that didn't have an atmosphere.
Sam, they're undercosted and only give up 2 points to value. They're not worth enough points in both ways.
The Tech First Manipulus is doing like a praying motion with his hands, but because one of them is painted black and the other one's white, so you can only really see one of them, it just looks like he's shushing the camera.
Manipulus will repair that guy who's on.
He's like telling these knights to go to sleep.
In the moon phase.
Oh, yeah.
Shh. It's like, shh. It's okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Just let your dreams be dreams.
Kyle, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate it. So the Dark Angels able to clear out their backfield. I mean, we just have to hope that the Deathwing Knights hold strong there. We did put 1 guy in the light cover. I like this move. So we actually can claim cover for a lot of these guys. The Scorpii, 2 of the Scorpii will have to shoot into cover against them. This 1 guy hopefully can just tank all of the damage and not die. That would be nice.
2 mortals.
Unfortunately, if he dies, he also kills the guy next to him because that guy would be out of coherency. So.
Do they not have some contrivance to just ignore cover with all their shots?
I don't believe so.
Disintegrator right here.
No, they don't.
I thought that was like one of their mechanicals.
Nah. The chemical gives them cover.
Oh, it doesn't also? Okay.
No.
So he's gonna
That
put
said,
his
everyone complains about
W60
Belros cannons because they're only AP1 and they're
missiles
almost always
into
shooting into cover.
The knights, and then
Sorry, so who into Stargent? This dude?
yep, and then his energy cannon into the land speeder.
Did he move Call within 12 inches so he can use his solar atomizer?
Stubbers.
I will spend
Pretty
1
sure
CP
Call
on
can... Actually, Call might literally be blocked. His line of sight might be blocked by the Scorpius. Somebody put a tank in my way.
Maybe.
Oh, he's got a little servo skull in the back. I think they can see
4 saves on the start.
underneath the tank's gun.
Well, it's a 12-inch range gun though, so it's
Yeah.
like
Well, there's 1 Deathwing right there you can shoot at.
Okay.
Alright, so it looks like Small Arms killed off the last Outrider there.
oh. That man's
That's-
40 points. He's being just killed by these 16-point horsemen. It's like the Old West.
That
So 3s.
that Outrider deserved it
Don't
after
have
his
direct
terrible
line of
showing
sight
in that
to
fight.
me without fully covering,
One of
so
these,
actually 2.
if you zoom in on one of these Outriders, he literally has a
This is really awesome.
katana and a
So
6-shooter.
I will take 1.
And a fedora.
Yeah, they're probably. I mean, this is literally a katana. I don't know where they got it.
Well, you were
but
busy
it's
playing
straight up. This is
sports. I was studying the blade.
yes, the dude has been studying the blade for 1,000 years.
I'll go to this disintegrator. He's gonna shoot the Faramite cannon.
Does the actual model have a katana? Is it just are these dudes like? Is it Admech are the weebish faction, right? They're the most weebish.
I mean, it's Tau.
No, that's Tau are like actually the most like legitimately like Japanese,
Tau-
but like
Tau
the
is just a
Admech are the
a
weebs.
bemused samurai looking at all of these like gross, freckly people coming. Like,
Yeah, like the
tourists
Admech
coming to
show up with
visit.
like the Admech show up with like their fanny packs and like neck beards, and they're just like taking cell phone photos of all like the Tau women.
Oh
are all
my
gonna
God.
shoot into the Terminators.
Oops. My music turned off. It turned it back
you have
on.
line of
Frankie in the
sight
chat
to-
pointing out appropriately that the
Pretty
disintegrator
lovely
can
to see
ignore
this
cover with
use makes it.
stereoscopic triangulation, but only if it shoots all of its weapons at one target. Bobby Hossie, Robo Custer and his merry men.
Okay.
Why don't we have a sweet cavalry character for Admech?
No, Bobby Halls, these are not cavalry
cavalry
sabers. This is a katana. Someone found a katana in some 3D catalog somewhere and gave it to this guy.
Save 2.
The Unileader guy?
So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it straight up is just a katana. It's
Take
not
one.
even a saber.
No.
a little ridiculous with the threes here on G3s. 3 for 3.
And they got the steampunk goggles and the hood. Oh my god, it's perfect. They are ready to go to an anime convention.
All right, so this disintegrator is gonna put his Faramite cannon. Actually, let's just shoot these Vanguard into that first. Three of them have free rolls or exploding.
See, when I make my Cerberus Raiders, I'm gonna model them with Ashigaru's spears.
One explode.
What?
Do they get
Why
like
did
the
you roll
wide
all of them
hats
together?
too?
Because some of them had exploding and some don't.
Yep.
Either exploding or it's per model.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. You rolled half set first. Okay.
Actually,
All those dice only care about the 2
so these
6s.
two are damage 2, or those are damage 1?
Okay. Twos.
Chat, this
And
is
then
some
do
Marine
those.
band tunes here for everybody.
Keep rolling a 1 out of this. This is ridiculous and good.
All right, well, the
Inquisitor will shoot his Stormbolt.
Dark Angels so far have not gotten their sweet slam dunk turn of dice that they needed.
Oh.
Unfortunately, as these Deathwing Knights get absolutely obliterated.
Gotta up that mix a little bit. I can barely hear that music.
Okay, this disintegrator, he'll just shoot everything into them.
I am 20 times louder than it is. Yeah, there we go.
Covers.
I don't think I can deal with it any louder. Ugh.
Mine saves.
What's that city from BioShock? They played that music the whole time.
Which one? I don't remember what the Bioshock one was called.
D6 missiles. 3.
Is it Rapture? Is Rapture the one?
Yeah,
which-
it was Rapture. Yeah.
What's the name of the floating one? Which one's in the sky?
That was Columbia.
Okay.
Nothing. Pheromone.
They didn't play like the goofy big band in Columbia. They had like
183.
what was the sound texture there?
Good.
I think that was mostly just like
Andrew
American
Ryan has
band.
entered the chat.
We'll go to the last disintegrator. He's gonna shoot. Oh, did I shoot the energy cannon at this land speeder on the photo? I did not, did I? I didn't even roll it.
Yeah.
so those guys needed to
Remember?
put their helmets on.
It's still up.
This is what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, it turned out that they did teleport into a planet with a non-breathable atmosphere because it was made of lead.
They're swimming in bullets.
T6 or
I have one
T6?
call for sea shanties from chat.
So one at AP1.
Does anybody second Bobby Hall's call for sea shanties?
So other disintegrator.
Please no one do that.
Missiles and stubbers into the.
Ah, Sam, you betrayer.
Into the land speeder.
Oh my god. Chat's coming out in full support of the sea shanties.
Just don't play the SpongeBob song. I mean, I guess it would be appropriate for Dark Angels, but still.
Good.
Missiles.
Two. Negative.
42.
Dead.
Energy can. Two at AP1.
Goes.
I think that's all my shooting. Over to you.
Okay. I get 5 again.
Sea shanties are so quiet.
And Azrael is going to give them rerolls.
Yeah, Depeche Mode would work really well for Dark Angels. I can see that. No, I like Depeche Mode though, and I don't like Dark Angels.
And this goes off.
That puts me into a weird headspace though. I have to start like questioning Depeche Mode.
Alright, so Belisarius will get it. This Disintegrator will get it. Looks like that's what's left. So he goes on a 3-up. Of course, and then the Disintegrator on a 2-up.
I'll give the Cure to Dark Angels too.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay. That's how this game wants to go. Cool.
That was some really
these guys-
sedate sea shanties. I hope the next one's better.
Well, it's also super
is there
quiet
anything else
in the
on my
mix.
command?
I could like barely hear it in
Command
the
point.
stream.
That's that. Alright. Azrael is going to give himself
I did
rerolls.
turn it down because the audio quality wasn't great. It was kind of raspy
we'll go with
when it
that.
got loud.
What's a sea shanty? Like those are raspy.
This is the classic. Are Spanish ladies next? No, it's Blow the May Die.
Do you think this planet even has a sea? Other than that like ocean of lead that those poor Terminators teleported to do.
Well, yeah, they need something for the Astra Militarum to run their tall ships on. So, of course. They have like a training ship. It's for before you go into a real spaceship, you get to learn on some old school rigging. What do we do with a molten Deathwing? Yikes. Those guys did get liquefied.
Yeah, Belisarius Call didn't even get to fire his solar atomizer.
He did, but he just shot it at a dead guy. He was like, ew, it's still twitching. Sam, I'm with you. I hope they remember that the plane can come back on. What does that plane even do at this point? I guess you can try to just like for the rubbins kill whatever can score the last scramble.
Well, you're desperately trying for scores here, so you need to get on 3 and 2. So you probably come in and kill the Cataphront Breachers, right?
Yeah.
And then just like body block out the Skitarii Rangers. When you show up from the table, do you have to move 20 inches on, or can you just show up 6?
I believe it just places completely within 6 of the edge.
Is a flight stand less than 6 inches in length?
Let's see here. We are in turn 4.
Is the flight
Still
stand
in
within 6?
tactical.
I mean, like less than 6.
not
Like,
gonna
can
change
it
it to
actually show up and be pointing straight forward?
No, you only count the base. You don't measure the rest of it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Is the base more than 6 inches?
Well, I don't think the flight stand counts. Yeah, I mean the. So like yeah, the base is only 5
No,
inches
this is
long.
the bottom
Right?
of 3.
Okay, that was the question. I didn't know.
Oh, right. You went first. So, never mind.
I was like, you can't be in tactical in turn 4.
You know what this Dark Angels army like super needs? A Harridan.
Oh yeah, Chad. It's aircraft, so it just comes in anywhere, right? I think you're right. I've never actually seen an aircraft go off the table yet, so very exciting.
Does it have the outside of 9 stipulation, or can you just like show up and move block something?
I think it's still outside 9.
Okay. What if he like? What if what actually shows back up on the table is a Harridan though? Like how sick would that be?
I don't think that saves this Dark Angel army.
What do you mean? No game with a Harridan in it has ever been lost. Would show up and shoot at these breachers, kill one of them. Charge these rangers, kill 2.
Alright, and then strategic reserve drop.
Hey, we're doing it. Yeah, so they still have to be wholly within 6 inches of a battlefield edge. 9 inches away.
Can they
from
pivot
enemies.
180?
This game needs more Dimacarons. I'm gonna play Dimacarons next, I think, chat.
I'm telling you, 3 Demas, 3 Scythe
Yeah,
Tyros,
it's all good. I just
3
wanted to
Hive
make sure I
Tyrants.
remembered it and where I wanted to put it, so we're going to...
9 Rippers.
Oh, I already killed the scary one. I thought this was the other one.
It's a
I don't
battalion.
want any more of that
And it
dark
wins games.
Talon cannon thing.
Mortal Wounds? What's wrong with that? Come on. Alright,
Chat, call me when Dimacarons can cast 3 psychic powers, okay? At +1.
They can if you fight twice.
There's not a psychic power. Everyone can fight
It's a
twice in
super smite that
codex.
automatically happens.
Not, it deals mortal wounds to one model. It doesn't kill multiples.
No, it's to the unit.
Nah, it's one guy.
No, it's targeted. It's targeted mod. It's you do the check against the model, and then you apply the mortal wounds to the unit.
Do you? Alright. Well, that's
Yeah.
okay.
I think that is... where I'm going to place. So do you agree he has line of sight to the Cataphrons?
Tyrant's just so
As well as
fifth.
the Rangers?
I live in the past,
Moving on
chat.
then, we'll
I refuse
go
to
into
adapt.
shooting,
I'm an old
sorry,
crotchety
our sergeants
player.
into the Raiders. Full 12 shots.
Make Magnus viable again? Dude, you're in chat. Is Magnus viable? I feel like dude thinks Magnus is okay.
Magnus would be pretty good in a tiered army.
That is -2, actually.
I'm definitely not going to run Gene Stealers, though, chat.
This should take 2.
You can't make me.
Twin bolt rifles normally -1. Since it's rapid fire, it's -2 right now.
You know what doesn't need to be able to scale buildings when it charge? A flying hive tyrant, because that thing already moved 50 inches and went over all the buildings.
It kind of. I mean, it can't charge through the wall though, right?
Yeah, but
So,
it
like,
doesn't
if
need to. It's already over the wall. It's already on the other side.
Look, I've seen over the garden wall. Okay, you don't know he's making over that wall. But if you're a Dimacaron, you're like 100 feet tall. You just like step over the wall
Do
instead.
the Talons into the Alpha. Last dude standing.
Also, that list has
They're not
3
gonna
smash
overcharge,
tyrants.
so
I was already
keep
telling
with
you,
the
it's
shots.
3 Demas, 3 Scythe Tyros, 3 Smashies.
2 smashies and
Not worth it.
swarmy.
Fine, 2 Smashies, 1 Swarmy. You're right. They
And
do
no-
need that.
and no
Strength
side
7,
towers.
moving on to
No,
-4 right now.
you do the Scythe Tyros.
1 damage each. Okay.
And then I'll run like 8 Greater Demons, and we'll just like smash into each other in the middle of the table.
Nothing in range there.
we'll giggle like idiots and roll dice, but like not really pay attention to what we're doing.
Plane.
These Invader ATVs are sketching me out. All of these look like they're out of coherency.
He's
The
gonna put,
Dimacaron is over 18
16
wounds.
heavy bolters into the Califron breacher.
No, it's
here.
18 wounds.
Yeah.
It's not
Or
over.
It's 18 or over. Yeah, I guess it's not over 18 wounds. It's big enough to be seen through windows, though.
And then the 2 missiles.
That means it's big enough to see you
are
through
going
windows,
to
too.
This,
That guy likes to watch.
ballistics.
Okay.
I don't think being seen through windows is nearly as big a deal as you like.
16 into the.
As you say,
It's
like,
because you play Mephitic
cares if they can
Bloodhounds.
Califrons.
Oh, sorry.
well, I also run a list with like 3 battle wagons. Like, I don't try hiding those.
Yeah, but battle wagons are different. They have like 1,000
No,
wounds
not-
and toughness 8.
They have fewer wounds.
And a better toughness.
4,
Not extra
right?
side
Toughness
tire.
five?
They're T5, yeah.
That is at -1.
So,
Like, if I could take a Dimacaron instead of that,
2 dead.
It could hide
Yeah,
behind.
wagon. Also, I
could
don't-
it- I think
I don't
it
have
can
to
hide
give the
behind
battle
this
wagon
building.
can have T7.
But yeah, this map is not good for tall stuff. It's relying on obscuring to block line of sight.
And then the
Although
2
sometimes
missile-
you can get to situations where you can't see through these walls because they're opaque, and they just totally block your line of sight. You're just looking at a wall.
7 wounds minus.
Trevor, you don't need to block line of sight if your entire army is in the middle of their entire army on turn 1.
But what if you go second though?
Then you lose. It's 9th edition. That's not changing.
Who did that?
Nothing
Good job,
changes.
Matt. Good job.
Yeah, it's like why bother setting up to go second because you're
ATVs.
gonna lose anyway.
Yeah, put everything on the line. That's what I've
have-
been saying.
Fight to this dude
G-Force
now.
member,
This dude's out.
what this game
Fight
needs
to
more
this
is
guy.
more Hierophants. I agree.
I did that wrong. That's on me.
Although I don't know, could a Hierophant get across
So
the
it's
table on
gonna
this
be
layout
8,
on this map?
16.
Yeah.
I'm on your side of the board. 16.
Oh, yeah, right. I
shots.
guess this 3 would have trouble.
is it
Not really.
on the front?
So they fly.
This dude back here can't see. I
So
thought
it
I saw
ignores
the
this
side
vertical.
of his face.
Yeah.
From over here.
So it can like move its
Oh no, I'm
legs
sorry.
over the vertical.
That's Hierophant. I meant Hierodual. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
Hieroduals, they'd be okay. They can get through these lanes. I built
Could,
these
wait,
lanes. So
could
you
the
could put-
Hierodual?
I built
the
lanes so
Hierodual
you could
can't
put
go
a
over
big
this-
bow through them.
Me.
This Hierodual can't
Highlight him.
go over this unstable thing. Is it more than 2 feet wide?
Is it more than
I
2
don't see
feet
it
wide?
highlighted.
No, it's like
So it could go to
8
the right
inches,
of this
9
thing.
inches.
Okay.
Highlight him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It doesn't look
It's like deceptively small. Hierophant knight size comparison. How big is this thing?
Are we talking about the Harridan? We played.
That's. I'm talking about the Hierophant
We
now.
were talking about a Harridan
Because if you
earlier,
scan
but not now.
from over here,
Now we're talking about Hieroduals apparently.
Okay. That's
highlighted.
Yeah, the Hierophant is about twice as wide as a knight at its widest point.
So yeah, the
Wrong
Hierophant
hand. So 8 shots.
is 11 inches in each direction, just about, according to the dimensions that I found online.
It's almost the exact same size as a Tesseract vault.
Yep,
Oh, you put 1 in the box, really?
I painted one back in the day.
Actually, they have full
It was-
rerolls.
Hierophant?
Yeah, for a commission.
That's pretty cool.
From,
Yeah, I magnetized the whole thing. I built like a huge display board and piece base for it that had like
Why?
a
So that's
this
sorry,
whole
that
like
is-
stand system that you would suspend it on, and it was really
strength
cool.
5.
Blizzard needs to
Minus
come out
one.
with a 40k scale,
Good.
very highly detailed
Yeah,
Ultralist model.
And then 6 bolter shots.
This thing looks so cool too.
Completely screwed myself. That's cool.
Oh, hitting these breachers pretty hard.
Yeah, we're trying to deny that.
All right.
Yeah, 2.
That the
Nothing
deploy
left to
scramblers.
charge. That's your go.
Okay.
Well, it's also important to just keep these OPSEC units away from 2. Keep them from being able to, like, move and then charge to tag it. Because these are, they'll just take it right away from the Dark Angels.
Bring it down.
Yeah, it seems
The Dangles
unlikely
need all 3 of these.
that you get we see all the Outriders and the ATVs die.
I think I only killed
So I think
3 of
there's a
your
non-zero
units.
chance we're looking at a 15-point
You
turn
killed
for the Dark
3
Angels.
of mine.
Yeah, they need it.
And you killed 3 of mine. So yeah, no, I wouldn't get either way.
Like, if they don't kill all the breachers could round the corner, charge an ATV, and just, like, slink one of them on 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then they just kill off all the Outriders.
I'm
It's a hard charge, though. They only move 6.
These invaders are going to be missing this 4+ invulnerable from Azrael so much, though. I'm so sad he's so far
And
away.
you only get 5 this go, right? Yep.
At least there's only 1 Narn Strider left.
Yeah, it's right. It's relevant for the Pheramites,
I
though.
guess we'll change nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, the missile's gonna be pretty painful.
Your rolling morale seems good right now.
Did you morale for these guys since they lost 2?
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Okay.
That was the 5 that I just rolled before I rolled Cannicles, if you look at the...
Oh, you're good. I trust you. I just didn't realize it because I didn't hear. We didn't declare it.
Sam, Azrael has a 6-inch
you
aura
go
that
6
gives
spells.
bikers a 4+ invulnerable save. So you can give it to the invaders with the stratagem, but it saves him a CP. And if he had Azrael in range of one of these 2 units, then he could use the stratagem on the other one, and everything would be at a 4+ invuln. And that'd be pretty sick. But Azrael unfortunately took a turn off and went on his conference call in the back, and so I think we're going to be missing that.
This
But
is
we
why-
do have a.
This is one of the reasons.
Go ahead.
Oh, good. This is one of the reasons why I consistently question people's mathing out when they're like, Dark Angels are so obscenely efficient because
and,
everything in your army has a 4-up invuln, but like
real
in
quick,
practice,
too,
it's
over here.
not.
I
That just doesn't happen.
declared
It's
it, but I forgot to
impossible.
click it. Can I put this
This
guy at
dude's
7 to fall from the
Move 6.
factor,
The rest of your army moves 20.
Do you mind? I declared it.
Yeah,
I just didn't click
that's
it.
fine.
Thank you.
So you get like 1 highly defensive first turn, and then everything just explodes away from Azrael, and he's left just kind of like,
Okay, these guys are an inch from the wall on that
taking
side.
phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Realistically, the Ravenwing stuff is difficult to kill, but it's not impossible. I mean, it's the Deathwing spam that really it gets like to the really difficult to kill point.
Yeah.
So we did get the Iron Strider onto Objective 3. So if the Outriders go down, then we'll only be down to a 10-point turn for Dark Angels.
Sam
next
Moyer.
turn.
But Sam, they don't have the 4++ because that's locked to a guy who moves 1/3 the speed of everything else.
Well, also like all the Terminators of Storm Shields. Like the Deathwing stuff is resilient. The Ravenwing stuff is sometimes hard to kill.
Yeah, but that's not what people are always like. Yeah, but it has a 4-up indult because Azrael's there. Like everyone knows that Storm Shield Terminator is
Really?
hard to kill.
This
You
is-
can
I think this is
transhuman
the
a regular Terminator
This
squad.
is the first time I've seen Azrael on the table. Everyone just
Well,
assumed
that's
they
'cause
did
it-
because of all the strats.
That's because it's like it's a math hammer forum argument versus like a practical thing to do. Oh, I mean, this is also the finals. Like, obviously, he has made it work to an extent.
Yeah. I mean, this
But I think
seems-
we're seeing one of the downsides of it here.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like the amount of damage that the Dark Angels have done back to the Admech, even in such a terrible matchup, is still
It's
pretty
pretty
decent.
surprising.
Yeah. And I don't think the dice have
Although
been
they-
particularly favorable for their Dark Angels.
They haven't done much to turn off the fire hose of bullets, though. Like all the disintegrators are
Paul's gonna
still at
repair
full
that
power.
creature.
Yeah.
Like the Iron Striders are down, but it's only a unit of 3 to begin with, right?
Yeah, chat, you
How
don't.
is he repairing
The point
breacher?
is, you
They're
don't
not
need to
vehicles?
transhuman Terminators because the
And only
Deathwing ones all have
engineers are
they
restricted
have
to vehicles.
transhuman built
Dominus,
into their
Mechanicus,
profile
and
with Inner
Paul can
Circle.
repair anybody.
But really, that's just
Paul
netting you
repair
a savings of 2
them all.
CP over the course of the game if they still kill that unit in 1 turn.
It's only the
Okay.
engines here that's Astromil's arm vehicles and Admech vehicles.
So it's really like you
Okay.
net a ton of value out of that if your entire army is
I
Inner
actually
Circle, and then
didn't think I
everything
realized
you're
that.
netting like
Even playing
20
them.
CP.
Yeah.
But if you're only using like a single
Iron
splash
Strider's
unit,
gonna go
it's
into
kind
the
of
Outriders.
it doesn't really end up feeling any different.
And he's
Oh,
really
there's
low
3
on
dice in
time,
there.
also. but I think he'll be okay.
What are you going into? What now?
Was a clock paused during the great debate?
The
I
Iron Strider into
paused
the
it.
pikes.
Okay.
I put 2 dice in and 3 dice came out.
Real quick before.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. You already rolled.
It doesn't. If you want to do something, just do it.
No, you're good. Go for it.
Okay.
Ooh. That's true. That looks like an Iron Strider just whiffing totally with
These
this
two
last one.
Cataphrons are going to go into the plane.
Well, what was he even shooting at?
1 second.
Just an Outrider?
Yeah. But, I mean, he has to kill these Outriders.
These 2 Cataphrons into the plane.
He's got to kill 2 of them to knock off those 5 points.
They do both get exploding.
And if the Dark Angels
just
can
one.
hang out on objectives for long enough, I mean, 2
just a
15-point turns could bring it back.
Go for it.
Okay.
Relatively easy next turn
Easy
to
to
just like
explode.
walk these Skitarii onto 3 and out obsec it.
Yeah, something
The
can
other one.
try to kill them, though. Like, if the Outriders survive, they can just go shoot them with their guns and then charge into the
4
Iron
misses,
Strider.
-1.
It's true. Though at that point they're like in
I think
full
he's.
view
I
of
think
the Skitars.
the CP is going to be for defensive strats on these guys as soon
Yeah.
as it becomes relevant.
Just one. AP.
Let me
Catron
reroll
Breachers
the
are not trying to
full
actually get to 2, they're just
Reroll
positioning
it.
for better shots, I
Okay,
guess.
yep. One into AP2.
Yeah, he's also repairing them with call.
Takes it.
4 damage.
I suppose that puts them into Call's Aura as well.
Yeah.
These Rangers will rapid fire into the plane.
Just maybe hoping these Skitarii survive next turn to get onto 2. Is he firing at the plane?
True line of
Yes.
sight. You've got
Okay.
3. Because they moved up. This blocks line of sight on these 2. The barrels are in the way.
Although the invaders will just like round a
But
corner
these
and kill
3 can see
them
the
if it's a
wingtip.
threat.
Like, these are... I don't know if I would have taken
1
these
day, 2
shots as Dan.
1. Okay.
He might not be looking at
I
his
guess,
clock.
4 up.
He's passing it back and forth when his opponent's doing stuff,
Ah,
so
okay.
he's cognizant of it, and he only needs to get through this
Yeah.
and one more turn. He doesn't have any
Gonna
charges.
shoot everything into
I think
the
he's fine on
Outriders.
time, honestly.
Alright, I will spend 1 CP and give them a 4 up info.
Yeah. So here's the high speed focus on the Outriders. Not that it really matters.
1 at AP3.
Oh, there you go. You get to save one. You gonna make a save there, bud?
Takes it. So 3 damage.
3 damage. D6 missiles.
Sorry, 1 second. My cat. 3 damage. Okay.
2 at AP2.
What's the strength of missile? 7, right?
Strength 7.
AP2. Okay. Into the box. The 1
1 damage.
kills 1.
Stubbers. Five saves.
Dan. Ooh,
From
boy.
Stubbers.
Oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay, second disintegrator.
That is
Energy
not a good
cannon
set of
into the
saves.
Outrider sergeant.
Yikes.
Missiles and stubbers in the plane.
Those 5 dice there just literally cost the Dark Angels 5 points.
Energy cannon.
Ooh. If only
This
those were.
guy's still
some
got
of the
3
best
wounds. Maybe he makes 800 more saves.
Well, except that the
It
the Iron
evens out.
Strider's contesting the objective, so it doesn't matter that he's on there anymore.
He might charge and move him, consolidate around, move himself off
What
the
was the 3
objective.
and the 1 for that you got to roll?
What's going on here?
What's the question?
You rolled a 3 and a 1. Why are you rolling?
So I was re-rolling my hits, and I left the 1 in there because I had a 6-run explosion.
Okay, you left it in because okay. Can you declare that because that was confusing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it the whole game. I didn't.
I don't know if I was the only person who had a question about that, so go for it.
Okay, so
Does it look like
3
Trevor stopped it?
AP1.
And this was against who again? This is the NG cannon against the sergeant. Correct.
That's yeah.
Okay. 2 are good.
Okay, so he takes 2. D6
One.
missiles in the plane. One AP2.
Takes it.
1 damage.
It's a 5.
Stubborn.
So what does the end of this turn look like? I hope that Dragon Beef correctly identifies how important that Scutaria unit near Objective 3 is. If he kills that, I think he denies the Scramblers. It's unlikely that you can get the other Scutaria unit
second disintegrator
outside of 6 inches of the Admech deployment zone.
The bite.
So if you kill that, you probably deny them from contesting your third objective, and you stop the 10 points from Scramblers. If you can,
how badly is this? How bad's the fighter bracketed at this point, though?
Good.
Like, are the ATVs going to be come around this corner to pull that off? Like, what can get that line of sight?
All the Black Knights have assault weapons, so they can just advance around and shoot them.
It would do it.
The 3 missed.
8 shots though.
Oh, that was
hitting on 3s.
Yeah, but it still missed.
They get full rerolls from Azrael.
Does he have to be there for that?
No, you pick them at the start of the command phase, and they get it for the rest
So
of the turn.
you had 4 dice. If you
That'll do
look
it,
back at what you just had, one was a 3. You're at -1 to hit, so your reroll of the 3 would have missed, and then you rolled 4 to wound. So you should only roll 3 to wound.
I had a 4, 6, and then I re-rolled those and got a 3 and a 5.
The 3 would miss.
So I had a 4, a 5, and a 6, and then the 3 was in there for the explode.
Okay.
Because if you look, right, so I rolled a 1, a 3, a 4, and a 6.
You're good.
I re-rolled.
The
and got a
explode thing
3 and a
is...
5.
That's fine. You're good. All right. What's this at?
It's on the plane, AP2.
Yeah, AP2. Apparently takes it. So it's flat 2 each, or?
It's D3. 3 damage.
Alright. So 1.
Stubbers.
Plane's down to 1. Ooh, that was a roll. Jeez, these Stubbers are ripping it up.
Yeah, in my experience, there were half of the damage comes out of these disintegrators. Yikes. It's gonna make the attrition points almost impossible to score here too.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, yeah, I always eat all the wounds from the Stubbers too. It's just like so much volume. You eventually just
give
fail
rerolls to the Black
an
Knights.
obnoxious number of saves, and then you die.
Well, they get the rerolls to hit too. Don't they also have reroll wound? They can like sorcerer rolls to wounds on there, and they can like +1 strength off calls.
Yeah.
Special mechanical.
Yeah, the +1 strength is good on heavy weapons. Chat, that's from the Divinations of the Magos on the Manipulus. He's giving everybody within 6 inches, exploding 6s.
Yep, we're getting up there.
All right,
trying to shoot those guys.
So 10 points. We're theoretically only down to a 10-point differential for the Dark Angels.
Time to go to ground.
No, they got a butt in there. So the Admech are going to score 5 points at the start of their turn. They have 2
Why for the Scutaria to go to ground?
Yeah, that's fair. They have 2 in for Scramblers. That's theoretically 0. He's just counting the number of Scramblers he's completed so far. There's no way for the Admech to get engaged in all fronts anymore. So, and there's also no more Bring It Down available. So we could see, based on this, basically, we could get 13 more points for the Admech and bring us to 76 points. Which means Dark Angels would have to fight, get another 25 over the next 2 turns. It's likely that they get 10 on primary on the final round. I don't think these ATVs are going to die, honestly.
See if he remembers to put Azrael behind the wall on Objective 4, or if he leaves him there to get missiled.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably grinds. That's true.
Would he grind off of 2 units? Because he lost. Didn't he lose?
He lost 2.
Two?
He needs to kill 3.
Yeah.
I guess the.
I don't think he's.
no,
he's not killing that Iron Strider in combat. Oh, I guess they have 2 of those picks. They might do
there's
that.
only 4 wounds left.
Yeah, no, I was trying to see where I wanted to place him to see what I
T6
needed
though?
to get to because he got 14. So
Versus strength 5 on the hammer.
Yeah, I think you could. I mean, you gotta place her for some big money here, right? So that guy's worth 2 all by himself. So that gets you to 12 on Bring It Down. If you get 10 points on primaries,
I'll edge that.
that's 12. And if you score a Grind It Down, that is 15. You still have to make up
All right.
10 points to bring it to a draw. But if you do all that and you deny Chain Dax Scramblers, then it's a draw. If you score the hold more, you
for
win.
me on that. We're
So
going to go into shooting here.
We're at a point where basically if this Kataria unit
so we'll start
dies,
up here
the Dark
with
Angels
the Invader
probably win the
TVs.
game.
So these 2 are going to go into the Rangers. This one's going to go into Cataphrone Breachers.
Or at least draw.
I mean, that's assuming
two
Azrael
ATV,
doesn't just get shot off
two
Objective
ATV
4, right?
First, so it's going to be
Uh,
16.
Or is it just hold more for 15?
Onslaught
hold
shots?
2, hold
We'll start
more.
with that
If
first,
you hold
so
2, yeah, I
each.
could get hold more anyway.
Okay. So Azrael's. Because, yeah, he didn't move. So he could just take a
5,
missile
so
to the
3.
face because it doesn't matter at this point.
-1.
Yeah, it matters for him scoring, for sure. Like, if they contest 3, if just the Apothecary stays there and they contest 3 and kill Azrael,
Bolters, 12
they
shots.
could deny 10 points, potentially.
I don't know how they
Definitely.
reach either these 2 objectives,
Correct.
though.
All of this is on the Rangers.
Assuming they kill the Ballastaria and the
Yeah.
Skitaria.
I think these Rangers needed to be... I mean, these Rangers needed to be scoring Scramblers a turn earlier. I don't know what they were doing in the back here.
Yeah, he backline deployed all of them probably to try and avoid
For,
the attrition points
-1.
Yeah.
to keep them from being easy targets. But at the end, it's cost him a lot.
Yeah, you just run out of a turn, basically. You're just like...
Yeah.
You're like, all right, it's time to scramble. You're like, oh no, it's turn 5.
Are going to go into your
We're out of
Vanguard.
time.
I find it awkward to run those units at all without at least one
Looks
transport.
Like I can see with all 4.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like that transport still pumps out like
Right,
12
let's do
shots
second
anyway.
half.
Like it's a good unit by itself. Plus, it really helps to fix a lot of these
So we'll
issues.
start with that. That's
But,
8
I mean,
shots.
points. It'd be really hard to fit the points in there.
That's your side of the board. Sorry. These do have full rerolls.
Man, we
See,
talked-
that's not just to not make him roll again.
We threw an immense
Guitar
amount of
unit
shade
also.
at these Dark Angels, but
I'll hit.
somehow
Strength
they're
7,
bringing it
so
back.
2s.
Like-
Minus
You see-
4.
You spend all your effort plugging your opponent into the back of their deployment zone, and you forget
Oh no!
that you've.
Apothecary is
Uh-oh.
going to go into your Ballesteros. Not overcharged.
They flubbed the invuln saves and died. Uh-oh. Chianzak in the danger
Both
zone
hits.
now.
Strength 7, so 1. -4.
There is
One
we are
damage.
scramblyless now. There is nothing that can confirm that scrambler. Oh jeez.
So now the question is what? So he has to snap out Azrael, and he has to somehow sprint these breachers onto objective 2 somehow. Like he walks up and goes for a 9-inch charge.
So yeah, they're gone. Oh, I forgot for this dude in the Cataphrons.
Yep.
I moved up to another unit. So let's do 8 shots there. So
This is
I don't
nice
see any
of-
other way this is happening.
This is nice of Dan to let Dragon Beast go back
2
there.
-1.
He forgot to roll his attacks on one model. And Dan said that's fine.
You get no cover here.
Okay, takes 1.
Yeah, chat,
And
the
4 shots.
Pteraxii I would have been
Shots
sick in
total
this
from
matchup
the
for sure.
bolters.
Yeah.
It's just another unit you can deep strike. I think relying on only the rust stalkers is a little bit awkward because you run into the situation where
5
you
for
can't
those,
quite get to
-1.
the center and you just lose it.
The previous drill was what, like a 30-point upcharge on the base, like Scorpius chassis transport, but it's like dramatically tougher.
Let's see here. Azrael is going to go into Ballesteros.
Deep strikes. It has 5 melta guns.
Rapid fire is just 1 each.
Yeah, you
And
could
like
just
an
you
attack
could just do
like
like
a
a drill, right?
Titan.
And then drop 5
He's
idiots
just
out
gonna
of
shoot
it.
1 plasma shot.
And scramble. Yeah, that's fair.
Give rerolls
Well, you
to
can't
self
do it
as
in
the
the
only
same turn,
target,
right?
so
Though,
it
because
kinda
they can't
works
get out
out.
of the transport.
Great. Strength 8.
There's only one
Three
fast
is-
attack in this
what
list.
does
I
the
think.
bikes have rerolls from?
Oh
These-
no,
These guys.
you're correct. Sorry, he did get that to them, so I don't get that reroll. You were correct. Sorry. Because they were back here. Sorry. Nope, you're good. No reroll. So that misses. But I will CP reroll. There we go. That's what I can do.
Is the Raider not fast attack? What slot is
So
that?
what did
in?
I just delete?
Oh, the Raiders are fast attack. No, you're right. You're right.
Was it 2?
So he had 2.
Did
I mean,
you-
he could still
he
get
had
a third
3.
one,
He had
right?
3 because the Iron Striders are fast attack.
If you
Just
wanna
use that?
spend the CP,
I forgot
They're
about
fast
the Raiders.
attack?
I'll spend the
Yeah.
CP. Alright, so 2.
No, the
and
Raiders
then,
anyway. I thought
does wound.
this unit composed of nothing but
That's a
dudes
minus
with twin
1.
las cannons is fast attack.
Flat 2.
I'd expect the Lance guys to be fast
so it's a
attack,
1.
not these
Okay.
ones.
That's my shooting, I believe. We will charge with Hunts Masters into the Ballesteros.
Okay.
7 in.
Good enough charge. Not leaving space for the apothecary to get in there though. Well, actually, I guess he. No, he doesn't have space.
Yeah, I don't think you need it. I mean, that guy's not.
Just
gonna
put as
punch.
many models on the objective as possible.
Yeah, yeah. Like, don't get creative here.
That is the.
Oh, if he only. Yeah, I just noticed he has
Only
1
charge.
wound left.
Alright,
Yeah, that's probably okay.
We'll move into combat then. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 for Huntmaster, and then 4 for Shock Assault. So 13 swings.
Before I go too far, can we fix this guy real quick?
Sorry, which guy?
He's standing on top of the Iron Strider.
Oops, sorry, thank you. Looking at it from the other angle, so
Yeah,
thank
Does
you.
this
Trevor.
Inquisitor have? He has a chainsword.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I think the positioning might be important.
This Inquisitor has unquestionable wisdom.
So we are at what, 13 swings? There we go. All right.
A Stormbolt. I don't think he's gonna do much here.
Ooh. Good thing Azrael told them, give him a pep talk, but it wasn't a great
That was
pep
a reroll
talk.
directly into the exact same thing. All right. Strength.
It
for
doesn't
these
need to be
guys
great.
is 5, so need 5s, right?
He was like busy on the phone call. He like looked over and probably said like 2 sentences
That's
and then
correct,
went back to his
Yeah.
his chat.
That
Dude's
is
just
at
like
minus
tendering back here.
2 right now. -1. First on tactical. Sorry.
He explodes, so 1 mortal wound to
Got him. Got him for the
what's
mortal.
range? Just them.
ranges.
All right.
R.I.P.
Oh,
Mr. Iron
let's do it
Strider.
back here. Actually, we're gonna put it on the guy who is off the point.
All right. So how does Admech do this? They gotta move the Cataphrons up and charge the invaders
those are my
to
charges.
contest 2, and they have to snipe
Morale?
Azrael off of 4. That's the only way I see this happening.
I think they're
Not
good,
moving
right?
Azrael up to be
Yeah,
behind
that's
us
fine.
is
Or is anybody? I just
very
did 2
unfortunate.
Yeesh. Okay.
I think
so
Azrael
we're going to
also-
go down to
might have
engage.
Not
holy.
shorted himself and engaged on all friends.
That is holy. It's across this line here. So.
I mean, I don't know how he would have gotten
gotten
both of these 2 back back
nothing.
quarters. Oh no, wait, no, the apothecary. Yeah, you're right.
Quarters. They're across and they're
Oh.
across. I got nothing left.
Sheesh.
So nothing
Yeah.
on engage.
Yeah, because
Bring it
Azrael,
down.
what
I
are
killed
you
the
doing?
Bellstars.
Yeah, Azrael
so 2
split
more
the-
there, and
split
then
the line,
grind
so he was
them.
in neither quarter?
Killed your
Oh my god.
Bellastaros.
Azrael,
2
you idiot,
units,
get
and
off
you
the
only
phone.
killed- So I did 3, and you did 2. You did my plane.
Stop
and
like
my
taking
arcs, so I did 2
selfies and
more.
like do
Oh.
something.
So grind
Oh,
them down.
no.
nothing on- Yep, and that is your go.
This is why people don't like you. He's gonna look up from his phone. The rest of his force is just gonna be staring at him, just like looking furious, and then a missile's gonna hit him right in the face.
Oh my god, this just got so close, chat. How did we get here? This list was like 11 bicycles sitting in a parking lot, and there might win? What?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's like all those bikes outside like the biker dive bar, and like some Admech dude just kicks one and knocks them all over.
Yeah, so I think the plan here for Admech, right, is he thought he saw Fallen. I mean, I think you're right. I think we take this rerollable charge in the ATVs. Like we put every single gun into these the Black Knights. And
You think you try and kill the Black Knights
Apothecary.
and not?
You have
not
to
just
kill
Ezreal?
them.
Okay.
Oh, maybe you could try to kill Azrael.
Because Azrael's like, he's just 6 wounds. It's just some
there is a
idiot you can just
fair amount
snipe off.
there that could just do it for sure.
Just advancing.
Inquisitor chilling on this objective for engage.
Did we move Call to where he can't fire his solar atomizer again?
Shooting.
He's
I'm
just gonna give.
shoot. I'll actually need to make
Yeah, I
this.
don't know what he's doing over there, to be honest.
He could have done it from 6 inches away. I guess if he's trying to...
2 minutes left, Dan. This is so exciting. Oh, we're gonna go for Azrael.
Cannons at Azrael.
So if we can, if we can steal objective 2, oh my god!
Fire the disruptor missile launcher over here first. Don't start with the mill.
I will. He already has that. Nope. Okay.
Good old 11 shots out of 9 shots.
He has inner circle, right?
Correct.
So 5 AP1.
He's a 2. He's good.
Okay.
A 2 throw on him.
I'm gonna declare a charge with these.
What's he shooting
creatures
at?
Do those
into
real
BTs.
quick, guys? Do those the 2s go through?
No, because he's a 2 up save, and then he gets a benefit of cover. So he's technically a 1 up, and then it's an AP -1, so it's a 2 up save.
What's giving him cover?
The obstacle, he's within 3 inches of it.
I say the line line of fire between the attacking model and the obstacle has to be cross over the obstacle for you to get the benefit of light cover from it.
That crosses, doesn't it?
So if he's within 3 inches of this one, he'd get line of sight from or light cover from this if he's behind that line. And then if the line of fire crossed over this one, then he'd be behind this one, but he's not.
Okay, that is.
I mean, that's not gonna kill him anyway, so I don't know that it matters.
All right.
My charge. Wait, roll
Oh,
it.
So is
I'll
that a
take what you're
third
saying.
way
Yeah,
that
yeah.
not moving him has like screwed him over?
And I heal with Cat.
I will Overwatch.
Okay.
So all of them can see, so 18 shots. We'll do actually the 24 shots from the heavies.
My bad.
Gotta roll these quick. And then just declare that charge.
-1. And
Good.
you do, and then 18 shots. The heal, I don't know if I
Oh,
want
both
to
players
allow,
are gonna
you had
time
already
out.
started shooting before you remembered that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, what?
It does wound. The heal to the 1 catapron.
He takes 1.
You had already shot.
Sure. Yeah, I made all the saves anyway. So.
Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, you made the charge, so go ahead and come in.
Timing out would prevent an engagement on all fronts. Did he not shoot the rest of his guns at this
Still
guy?
there. That'll be my only charge.
All you
in
needed to
fight
do is
phase.
kill him off and then make that charge and just say go. It didn't matter if you do any more activations, but that guy's gotta die.
I'm gonna pile them in so that they're both. in this
Oh no.
edge. So this be 6 tack.
T5.
Strength 6, so 4 DP1.
If I'd known that, I would have transhumaned, but okay.
All that time we spent moving this one Inquisitor, we could have spent firing
To
more
go
I
through.
mean,
my
they're not
cannons at
there
Ezra.
to kill them, so it doesn't really
You're good.
matter.
To
And
go
it's
through.
over to you.
1 damage.
Yeah, the 1 damage.
Alright, 15 rolls. You charge them. Didn't move, hitting on 2s. Strength 4, winning on 5s. 5, AP 0.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
So I'll get 3 on engage.
Yeah, that'd be AP1, right, guys? I don't actually. Does that matter?
They're
that,
AP1, yeah.
that doesn't matter. They would have failed 1.
Would have killed 1, because this dude should be at 1. Because the heal shouldn't have happened back here.
What are you talking about?
This dude was at 1. You healed him, which I said I was disputing because you did that after
Yeah,
shooting.
sure, he's dead.
That's fine.
So I get my 3 for engage, and he's op 6, so you don't get this objective.
Ironically, I think that was actually super good for the Admech there, because that guy can't flee, and the
my
other
turn,
guy was
right?
preventing engage on all fronts.
So we both hold 2, so you get 10.
Get 10. Yeah. And my go.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to
It's a good thing this Tech Priest Manipulus is over here, because otherwise he would not have
just
engaged on the fronts
move.
for another reason.
All of these are in 18. We're just going to move to shooting.
Yeah, Chad, the intention of the Cataphront movement was legal. It just wanted to go wide this way and then in like that. And it could do that.
18, 24
That was
shots.
a good consolidate.
2, 4, 6, 8. We will.
Is it?
Actually, we'll do here. We're going to kill him. I have my timer now.
What happens if neither player has time
You
on
guys
the clock?
finish rolling anything, Trevor? Are we good, or do we get any time from arguments?
No, so yeah, I paused during the discussion sections. So that'll be the end of the game state.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get a chance to respond back, so I don't get anything for grind them. I guess I could have moved and gotten engaged, but missed that opportunity too.
Well, I mean, let's say we both had 15 more minutes. I'd shoot all 3 of my tanks and pick up this entire unit.
Well, this is the last turn, right?
Well, I know, but I'm saying on my turn, right? Had I had the time, instead of doing specifically what I had the time to do, I would have just killed all of them. Because I had call to shoot 2 and a full Faramite disintegrator and the missiles and the stubbers. Just didn't have time to shoot them.
Yeah, Chad, he shot 1 tank. He could have killed Azrael like 100%, right?
It was the making the charge that did it. So
90 minutes, Chad, and
That's why we
we
made that
deployed off
charge.
the clock. Also, so like the players had plenty of time to finish this game.
questions, I guess. I guess we're done, Trevi. So
I was hoping that I'd get my scramblers, but you stopped it, so...
I learned from last game. Do not leave your inventory.
Yeah, it felt like the Skitarii were like 1 turn too far back. They're like, oh no, wait, it's scrambler time. We gotta go. Was
Well,
that?
I had to...
Trying to keep it from being able to where he didn't have to advance, because if he had to advance, he couldn't do the action. So yeah.
Yeah.
I had to screen out the plane and the Terminators,
Mhm.
so... I honestly couldn't... I didn't think I should have taken that. I didn't feel like taking it, but I couldn't think of anything better to take, so...
I know my mistake was here shooting the Cataphrons. I should have done that before I ever touched the plane into them, because then I would have had all 48 shots. Instead
that's
of
true, but I think
one.
the plane could only see one of the Cataphrons too, so I just would have pulled that one. So it would
True,
have
but
been
then I would have killed
opposite
the.
problem.
If that was true, I would have killed the Rangers, and then I could have spared them having to move over here for that, and they could have kept other pressure up. But yeah, you're right. If I could have killed the Cataphrons, though, that would have prevented this whole charge scenario.
Yeah, I feel like you rolled very well in your saves turn 1, and I was a little put off by that.
It was both hot and cold. It was either good or just terrible. I think
He
I
also
rolled
could've just had
5
the
where it
ATVs
was like all
behind the
ones
wall
and
on
twos.
2 and like
I didn't
18
do a
inches
single
away.
point of damage to either plane.
Yeah, Chad. Honestly, that was literally just
That
Azrael,
is true.
right?
That is true. I don't have
Like
anything
literally,
to respond to that.
if Azrael moves an inch to the left,
I
Dark
think
Angel's
I
in that
made
game.
probably 2 tactical mistakes. There was
Right?
that one, and then probably earlier.
I'm not wrong,
in-
right?
in
Because
the
he gets
game
4
when I
on
shot over
engage
here at the
automatically.
Belisaros,
Yeah.
or not the Belisaros, the Belistari. I probably should have just killed your Rust Stalkers back here and just dumped.
And then also
everything
he
into them,
probably like
because there
even
was
with
no
more
way you were
time
getting
then
across the
doesn't
board
necessarily
otherwise.
get shot to death.
Probably a bad mistake on my part.
I think that's fair. I mean, I still didn't score that anyway.
Oh,
So.
chat. I mean, that's a moral victory.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have had to
That's a
in
moral
turn
victory
2
for the
leave
Dark
things back
Angels.
here to take care of them,
that is brutal, though. Oh my god.
because then my knights could have moved up and done other things. I just had to leave stuff back here to respond.
Oof. Dark Angel's holding 2
I
at
knew
the
it was
start.
gonna be close.
Yeah, it was a great fight.
Yeah, Chad, if you have any questions for the players, go ahead and throw them in the chat right now.
Where we would have tied it is, all I had to do was move, and move, and I would have gotten 2 points and beat you. So it was literally 30 seconds of game time and
Big F
killing
on
this dude
Azrael.
off earlier, and the game would be very, very different. So
Yeah, this definitely felt like a
honestly
game.
down
And
to,
we
like,
talked
30
about it right
seconds
at the
of
start,
game
but the players were playing a little slow on turn
I
one.
don't
The turn
think I
one
could've
took like
shot
an
the
hour
DVDs
and
earlier.
something.
I
It was a
could've shot
huge,
it
Yeah.
hugely long turn one, and we mentioned it at the
These
time.
guys are
But
so tanky.
they're
It's
like right at the
ridiculous. I
end,
mean,
they're
even-
just like,
even
oh
without
crap,
the
we gotta
whole
we gotta run to
carry
finish
bring
this
wound
round
back
5.
bit,
You know?
which,
Something
I
you
see
gotta
the
be
arguments
thinking
on
about the whole
both sides.
time.
You can't just bring it back at part wounds, because if one's already wounded, then you've got 2 models in the same unit that are already wounded. So you kind of have to bring it
Ezreal's
back
got
at
to give
full,
this lion helm
but
to
it's
somebody
a very
else.
strong thing for a T5 8 wound
So
thing. just
somebody needs to
go,
relieve him
here you
from
go,
of
it's
duty.
back up. So I don't know. They either turn them into vehicles because they explode, or
The great
they have to figure
the
something
clock
out.
was paused for the
but I
debate
like
talk
Like, they
chat.
should be vehicles.
They act as vehicles, so I would think so. Give them Jink, call them vehicles, call it good. Because as it stands right now, they'd otherwise, well, I guess they still get Jink as bikers, but it's an interesting rule set.
These things are probably worse than Centurions, like just in regards to picking them up because they have so many wounds.
I like them for that fact. I don't like them with multi-meltas for me personally, simply because if I'm going to go down that route, I'm going to go with attack bikes, or because of Chase Marines, you can go Eradicators. There's lots of other options for it that you don't necessarily need. And 8 wounds for a 2-shot multi-melta, it completely negates their capacity to clear out lots of shots, which even against high toughness is against like keepers. These things actually just pelting with strength 4 shots is what got through. So I like their normal loadout.
I mean, I know what you mean because I have like 5,000 stubbers, so.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, your stubbers just chewed through the Outriders just because there's so many shots. Like, I was hoping this biker squad would at least blast through or require you to shoot more stuff at it so you couldn't start shooting other things, but it just gave in. I knew the planes would be a problem against you simply because of the amount of shooting that you had. I was very surprised they actually lived as long as they did. I tried to place them as far back of the board so your 36-inch range couldn't do it. And had I gone first, I would have forced you, because last time we played, you actually used the Manipulus to increase the range more often than the +1 to move. So I was it was kind of a change of tactic that I was not expecting. Because I was hoping you castled very well here, and I was hoping that I could put down my orbital bombardment, cause you to have to take more here. But the double ones, even when that landed, was just kind of the icing to the cake.
Well, yeah, because so Call gets -1, so you can only ever do D3 to him, and I don't care if you get D6 on the vehicle, I just repair it.
Right. Yeah, really, it was to keep the Cataphrons. There are other things that are on there where you have to move them. And as we saw, I ended the game still with excess CP, so, but.
I should probably play faster.
Well, it's funny because we were talking at the beginning, right? Oh, bad players time out, and well, hey, here we go.
No, but I mean, like, they time out. they time out on, like,
And it happened to both.
turn 3. They're like, I'm out of time.
No, it's just funny to me that we had it happen after even talking about it earlier. I mean, neither one of us had anything wrong. I think we were just doing a lot of shooting and
I think that if you run out of time on Battle Round 5, I think that's fine.
Yeah, we said the round 1 it took a long time, and we were talking about it in the commentary too. We were like, "Ooh, this is going for a little bit. I hope it doesn't come back in the end." So I think that would be the only point that I think that there was like sort of, maybe some fluff time in there. But yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do when you're like moving your units twice and then also charging on the first turn and then the top of one? You know?
Yeah.
To some extent, it's just gonna take a while.
The other thing too is like if you shoot stuff at something and then it dies or it doesn't die, and you have to reassess target priorities and all that.
Yeah. We had some questions from chat. If you guys are okay with taking some questions.
Yeah.
Valdor's asking Dragon Beast specifically about how you feel about Deathwing command squads to make your characters unshootable, even if they have sniper weapons.
I like it.
they start with 2 and they get kind of pricey. And my issue is that building at least a Raven Wing squad, it's really hard to do that because you'd have to give up like one of the Outrider units, and that just loses a lot of the mobility to protect the character. Azrael, to me, I could care less if he dies, honestly, in most games. He's kind of one of those things that people choose to shoot a lot at, and with his Lion's Helm, 4-up Inbone, he doesn't really care. He's either going to die or not. And with Lookout Sir, you're dedicating a lot of sniper to try and kill him anyways, right? We saw what the Raiders did early to him, which was a couple wounds, then just apothecaried back up.
Out of like 15 shots, I only rolled 1 6.
Yeah, that was they weren't aiming for the head, I think, that time. They were going somewhere else.
But not every army, though, is also going to have the ability to +1 sniper as well as Wrath of Mars for mortals on top of regular mortals as well. So to me, it's I guess against your list, it's I guess less effective that way for me. But against most armies that I'm not having to worry about 2 mortals on every 6, it's I think less so.
Yeah, that's fair.
But for the command squad, I mean, I only have 3 characters as well. So if you're in a more character-heavy army, I think it would make more sense. The Apothecary on the bike, the Azrael, and Samael. The command squad is going to have a hard time keeping up with anybody but Azrael. So I guess it's a question of how much you value Azrael's use. If you're doing more of a typical Deathwing-oriented army where it's more foot slogging and less pure Raven Wing, I think they have much more use for that. Because the inability to target is huge if you're trying to move up the board with your characters.
Sam's asking, as is tradition in every stream, how much do you feel that going first impacted the result of the game?
Who's that to?
Just in general, to everybody.
I mean, I deployed to go second, so.
Did I? I mean, I tried to hide everything, but everything. I had pre-planned his 36-inch range. And then even if he buffed it to 6 inches with the Mechanicus, like what he could get into my back's field, everything was protected by Azrael for the shooting.
Yeah, how much did you feel that getting boxed in by the Raiders hurt your game plan, Dragon?
Anybody. I mean, just to be honest, I mean, I love Raiders. I mean, the last time we played, we both had them. Because I do normally Sisters of Battle and Admech, and I'm actually testing out a different Admech and Deathcree cavalry list that I really like. So I love Raiders. As cavalry, they're fantastic. It really screws the game plan up because the moment that you're talking about being boxed on my left over here, boxed over here on my right from being able to do anything but the edges, it definitely screwed me in terms of mobility because as we saw, my early points really hurt me with being only able to get this 1 point under command. He wasn't even on 2. Like there was nobody on 2. I couldn't even get up to 2 to claim it. I could have potentially turboed the ATVs or done high speed focus to get up there a turn earlier, or not high speed focus, excuse me, full throttle to get them up there and onto the point and actually just move them. The reason that I didn't go for that is because I was hoping to do more damage into the Cataphrons. I was trying to kill these as soon as I could free up this area. But I think that was probably a mistake for me because that could have potentially given me more early points with controlling these 2 or contesting the 15 that Daniel had.
I think that's true, but then also the planes probably would have stayed alive longer if you weren't shooting these at them.
Also a true point, yeah. I mean, he's a very gun mech army, and the ability to not only shoot me, but then block me in with the Raiders. It's a 2-pronged strategy that works extremely well. And the unfortunate thing with being Raven Wing is because I'm not infantry, moving through walls is not an option for me. So I have to find long tunnels at that point to pick up. And unfortunately, very few things fly. That's why I did the Samael jump over here. As I don't know if everyone was on earlier, but I was thinking I could block him in with the fallback because I thought it was falling back only against the unit they were engaged with. So that was kind of a tactical mistake on my part because if that was the case, I would have probably put Samuel in the middle of this area here, so he couldn't stretch back onto the point, and less trying to block him in, because then he would have had to have gone the long ways, and I think I could have kept him off 3 or, on early turn 2. So it's a learning point for me on that. But the Raiders are I mean, they change anybody's game plan when they move up that much and block you in your deployment zone on turn 1.
Yeah, for sure. So in hindsight, would you not have committed Sam Hale quite as hard as you did?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice to have him around later on in the game for sure.
He's usually my drop point for the Deathwing, because then he also gives them the ability to do different things with him around them, simply because he can fly, they can kill in melee, he's a little bit durable, typically. I think I definitely overcommitted him because of that.
I hadn't been planning on charging the dogs the way that it did, but since the shooting phase went so poorly, I just decided that I needed to keep him over here for a longer period of time. So that's why I did those charges.
Well, the disappointing thing for me with Samuel is even after overcommitting and charging in, I think he only got 1 wound through on 6 hits. It was a miserable swing of his into combat to try and kill the Raiders when I was in combat here. And unfortunately, he's usually a hero of mine and plays very well. And I think I personally just played him poorly with that overcommit.
Fair enough. Chad, if you have any more questions, go ahead and point them in. Do you have anything, any last thoughts, Shuma?
Not too many. I feel like the game kind of played out as
He's speechless.
I don't hear him, yeah.
sort of we assumed it would at the beginning. Us honestly closed up quite a bit towards the end, unexpectedly, but...
Oh, yeah, he's muted
Kinda
too, guys.
Oh, no.
Secret co-host. Nobody can hear.
All right, I'm back. Look at that.
What's up, Sean?
I suppose the only question I might have would be... Oh, no, I'm echoing myself in the stream now.
No, you're good.
The only question I might have would be, how do you feel the performance of the ATVs has been over the course of the games here? As opposed to perhaps Meltabikes or just more Outriders?
So they've won me games, even in this pod, let alone in practice games. 24 wounds in a T5 body, that does, 18 and 24, 42 shots between them. That when they res, you get a full 8 wounds back. 15 swings in melee. I wish they had a melee weapon. That's the only thing that I wish that they
So these
have.
3
They
guys
lack combat.
are like a shitty knight.
Yeah, because it felt like they
Yeah.
got locked into the corner of the map for a very long time. Just because like they're so good on paper, their stats are so high, but there's such a large footprint, and they're not that great in combat. Like that, if someone is capable, like the Raiders were, or honestly, like one of the planes was, you could just like move block them or just like tag them. It feels like it really cuts their like output quite considerably.
The Raider, to Trevor's question earlier, the Raiders for me screwed their plan up, because typically when they can move 14, they're up here and they're doing things. Even where I had them deployed. So if I move this guy back here, right? I think he was like this for my turn 1 to block line of sight, right? I can move. Here's 2.8. Let's just say 3, and then I can move 11 up. So I'm close to contesting that objective, even being in hiding, with an 8 wound model that now has range everywhere back here on turn 1 with them, and because I mean they have a 30-inch range, right, with Devastator Doctrine on turn 1, and a 27-inch range on the Bolter, so it's a little bit less, but it's still into their deployment pretty heavily. The Raiders kind of screw that.
Does that not mess your own movement up? Because like you would have to have the other 2 ATVs behind that, and that creates this chain that the rest of your army just can't move through.
They usually pick a side and they hold it.
Okay.
Just with that wound, because the other thing with the Apothecary is usually with everything else popping up, because if I need to get him over here and move, you can just pop the full throttle stratagem, which allows me to double move. I just can't shoot or charge, but really I'm just heading over there to do a res and heal. So the way this plan worked is you saw me back out early on and use the stratagem to do the hit and run for the back off and shoot. So, because I want the 42 shots more than the 10 or 15 melee swings. So what I found in other games is that if they're charged to try and shut them up, I can just use that strategy to offset that. Everything else in my army doesn't care about being in melee, right? Outriders want to be in melee for the most part. And then the Huntsmasters, if they get into melee with the Corvus Hammers, they're decent. So, yeah. This is the first game in terms of charging for me that I've ever actually charged with my Vengeances into combat. They really didn't succeed. But ATVs, I think, to your original question, are I think, worth it. I don't like them as the Melta. I don't know if you heard me talking about that. If you're going to go multi-Meltas on something, do attack bikes, do eradicators, do something else. I don't think the Melta version of them works.
My other question would have been around the planes after that to kind of follow up, because it felt like they are the majority of your anti-tank. And it felt like that as an aspect of the list might have been a little bit lacking, but that might have also just been because the Knights didn't quite manage to kind of show up in that respect because they got locked in or because they only got one deep strike.
So the planes are actually anti-elite. They're not actually my anti-tank. My anti-tank is actually my Vengeances. Flat 3, Strength 9, -3 or -4 is actually where I'm at with the anti-tank. And then when I need to, the Huntsmasters have their Strength 8, -3 or 4, D2. So there's actually a pretty decent amount of firepower elsewhere. And then your Deathwing are D3 as well.
Were you not finding that the Vengeances would just die? Like, kind of before netting a lot of value? I mean, I suppose this is a very specific game state. Like, in this game, it was very awkward and probably unusual game, early game.
They've honestly actually survived. At least one of them has survived every game, and most of them are actually 2. I usually just sit them in back and use the 36-inch range. I keep Azrael near one of them to keep it in Doctrine so that it's a 42-inch range for one of them, with the Devastator going. And a lot of things -4 is going to go right through it unless it has... most vehicles don't have invuls. So, and with the flat 3, even if it does make it through the invuln, with the Strength 9, it's penetrating pretty much anything. And the only downside with a Vengeance is to hit roll level 1, it takes a mortal wound. I don't care. You've got 9 wounds and I'm sitting 42 inches away, so you've got to have yourself a long range weapon back to me.
Yeah, I guess that speaks to how like Marines have all switched over to Eradicator like chassis, which are kind of like stuck at 24 to 30 inch range. So if you have a 42, 48 inch ranger, you can just stuff in the back. It's almost immortal.
And that's what I found in other games. I mean, Admech has a lot of stuff that's...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a specific awkward matchup for this one unit in particular.
Yeah. And unfortunately with Belisaros and then him having Mars Canticle going on most of the time because of his character, Call, it's kind of rough because very few things ignore sight on a Strength 7 or higher. So I guess Earthshakers, the Belisaros in this is maybe a handful of them, but usually they survive much more. Hive Guard, yes, correct. But Hive Guard are limited range again.
That's true.
They're 36, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Although they're also... yeah, because you'd probably orient this thing to try and shoot at the X-Grins, and the X-Grins would have to be in line of sight.
But I would be shooting at 42, so unless they move up, and they're almost always in cover and back somewhere, so if you plan it correctly, you can keep it.
They'd hide in a castle, and you'd just be dodging X-Grins, or probably like a Smash Tyrant trying to ninja himself back there, but I doubt this unit would ever be in danger.
Yeah, but that's like, what, two or three units in the game right now that can really compete that way, so I really like the Vengeances for 120 points. I think they're ridiculously great.
They had to die. If I could have killed them turn 1,
this Dark Talon feels like it gets a shot, really hopes to swing high, and then just kind of like gets delicately picked up off the board and put on the side.
So you have to have something to answer aircraft, which with Eradicators, because of the -1 to hit, I actually find that it's not that terrible. And then you pop on a 4-up invuln because they're almost all shooting at one thing. You're saving a good majority. They're hitting on 4s, depending upon where they're at. They may get their rerolls, who knows. But you're not doing a lot, and then wounding on 3s. Salamanders are their own thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Have you played Harlequins with this list?
I have not.
Okay.
It's the one thing that I have, thankfully, I guess, been spared I think Ravenwing suffer immensely against that because of the infantry mobility of fusion pistols that have
Yeah.
that durability and range.
They also a lot of the defensive methodologies that Ravenwing employ, they just sort of ignore.
No, I think Harlequins would be a horrible matchup for this specific list. I mean, the benefit with Azrael is everything but the planes are going to get chewed. Vengeances I can possibly put into a place for maybe 1 or 2 units, depending upon what kind of Harlequin list you're up against could get to.
They might just ignore the vengeances. Those aren't against that particular army. Those aren't the scariest units.
Harlequins are a bad matchup for just about
A couple
everything.
D3 platform shots is just going to bounce off their head or kill some 14-point models.
Like if I had to say something about Harlequins,
Harlequins are super concerned probably about these Outriders, or especially the invaders. Like they're going to do everything they can to kill these invaders.
I'd call them like a true 50% army. Like they just have a chance to beat anything, basically.
They're a very tough list. I mean, for having no models, they're strong. I mean, that's just the short of it. I mean, the benefit with the Vengeances is that they do eat Skyweavers. If you fail your save, you're dead.
Everything eats a Skyweaver.
Well, it's a little bit different simply because it's a flat 3. Yeah, they get their 4 up and whatnot in terms of those things, but
can they split fire between the 2 Vengeance launchers?
No, it's a battery.
It's just one platform.
Yeah, 2
Nah.
stick together. Yeah.
I've charged a unit of 9 dogs,
That would've been
5
sick.
bikes, and killed 3 of them. So
Just have those 2 guns somehow point in 2 different directions and just like take out 2 Skyweavers.
I killed 2 with a unit of 10 Hormigants one time.
The planes, but going back to the question I think that you were asking, Shuma, the planes are really anti-elite. Their Dark Talon is really designed for single target monsters, simply because of the flat mortals. I had the last matchup. I felt sorry. The very first round was 9 mortal wounds into the front Lord Keeper. It was just 3 in, 3 out.
Yeah, that would hurt.
9 damage.
That's a good answer.
well, I had a match that I didn't feel bad about, and that was.
That's why you always take the -1 to hit and not the 6+++.
I flew my planes over at the Silent King, and he's apparently a unit of 3 vehicles. So that's 18 bombs.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Isn't
So
it
I
3
killed-
per? Wouldn't it be 9? Oh, both planes. Yeah, yep. That would be 18.
So I killed an obelisk and a half in the movement phase before I even shot at it.
That's rough.
Because he's a dynastic agent, so
Oh,
he doesn't even get the
Sandrex.
5 feel no pain.
Yeah.
If I've been talking over Sandrak, I apologize. I had him almost muted for his volume for this entire time, and I didn't even realize it. Oh, I'm bad at Discord.
Goddamn.
I should just fire me. I deserve it.
Looks like we had some questions about just generally about the ATVs. If you guys think that something should be done about them. Somebody suggested maybe they should be 6 wounds. Maybe the revive should happen in the command phase instead of end of the movement phase. Do you guys feel that that's kind of any changes like that are necessary?
I think you're arguing for the issue being the apothecary, not the ATVs.
Well, it's a mixture, right? The ATVs are bikes, which makes them really awkward because they start to qualify for a lot of strats that they probably shouldn't qualify for, and just one of those strats is the apothecary. But also, like them being able to just like leave and fire or leave combat and shoot is probably pretty beyond what they should reasonably have access to, and so on.
They should probably just be vehicles.
They dodge all the good anti-vehicle tech in the game by not being vehicles as well.
Like cataphrons, they just destroy them.
Like tank bustas, haywire.
I think the issue, so I think there's a twofold thing, at least personally, from using them.
They're
Is
also
if you made them
thundercrafted.
vehicles, you're not going to take them. I have no purpose for a vehicle that's going to give command points on bring it down, and then only 8 wounds and shelling out 14 shots that are strength 4 or 5. To me, that's just not worth it.
Orcs take them.
How many
I
points
get
are they?
Like the multi-melta. The multi-melta ATV is
yeah.
straight up just a shock jump drag stub, but better in every dimension and 20 points less. and people still manage to shove Shock Jump Dragsters into the lists.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
you still see them.
That's the Space
They
Marine
wouldn't
issue,
be
though,
everywhere.
right? Like Space Marines just have so many good options. So, like, if there's anything that's slightly below par, it doesn't exist basically.
I mean, that's a comparable number of shots to a Centurion Devastator with Heavy Bolters and Hurricane Bolter, right?
But you don't see those in lists anymore, though.
Well, those don't move 14 inches.
Wait.
Well, it's true if they become vehicles. I think you might still see them sometimes, but it's certainly true they don't have an overwhelming presence among like GT winning armies, in the same way that like 95% of units don't, because 95% of like everything that exists in those things.
I would also argue that most people that go to GTs don't play TTS. The vast majority of them don't, because I've seen people take lists to GTs that like were on TTS like 2.5 months ago. Like I don't know. I see a lot of people playing in IRL events that are just behind on the meta because they haven't been putting in the games.
It's true, but you also see like the top 8s of those events oftentimes do chase the bleeding edge of the meta, because it's just the people have put the greatest amount of like resources into doing so, and then it shows via game performance.
Lil V, yeah, you can you get.
But
three
certainly,
fast
they would certainly be less common.
Options in a battalion, so you can fill
else.
one of them with the invaders and 2 of them with the outriders. So you can.
There's a
you
couple
can put all
things
3
I
of those
think,
into a battalion.
and maybe it's just Archangels for me on the ATVs in comparison to like GTs and whatnot, is you don't see a lot of the same lists all the time right now. I mean, I think we were talking in our Discord, and the top 5 or 6 in the last GT that was published was kind of all over the place. It was kind of surprising where it was at.
Like for different factions, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Like Harlequins, I think, came in 4th instead of top for once in a big GT. I think it was Custodes that was doing well too.
I mean, the Harlequins and Custodes have been like perennial, like presences in like the top 8s of all of them.
Custodes are okay if they get a good set of objectives, right?
They have like the 3rd most GT win rate so far, Custodes.
Well, I think that a lot of people got caught off guard by the Terminator bomb because that never really worked very effectively before. But
they also their ability to completely shut off all rerolls really kind of shuts down a couple of specific list archetypes too. Just like they just like win the matchups for free without like effort.
Yeah, there's like there's definitely random matchups where their defensive profiles like line up super duper well. Like if all of your stuff is like AP2 like kind of mid range, like the Auramite and Adamantium just like screws you super hard.
I feel like Custodes are like gatekeeper status.
They're winning
Yeah.
enough to where what they're gatekeeping everything sometimes. They're just like they win. Like Knights never won anything; they were gatekeepers. But like Custodes just win a lot of GTs. I feel like they're just solid. Like
Yeah, solid tier 2.
Yeah, I'd say
they like I think they literally have the 2nd most GT win rates, and so far 9th. I feel like they're just,
but I don't think
they're
that's
testing a
correct,
top tier.
though.
I think
like,
Daniel,
because I know a guy that won a GT playing Custodes, and it's like, okay, if you ask him about it, you find out that he went first all 5 matches.
That's
and
every
if you go first,
GT winner.
I know. But I'm saying if you go first playing Custodes and you have 3 grab tanks and an Ares, right?
The
Like,
dude
you're
just took a
gonna pick
GT with Gene Stealer cult. All you gotta do is go first four times in a row and have like one good matchup going.
Yeah,
solo.
I mean we're at the point right now. I think they're. I don't
Going
know.
first is the basis of every orc win
Individual
so far.
event results don't really matter right now because like
Yeah.
9th edition's so skewy. Like if something can win very consistently, then I think it's reasonable to say it's very good. But
There's only 2 codexes out.
yeah, and also like not everywhere has GTs yet. You know.
Yeah, we're really seeing that the top crust of the Midwestern United States among people that are actually willing to attend events.
Yeah. I do think
personally,
that.
from playing people. Sorry, Trevor, go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say, playing people on this, within Tortoise, there's a lot of good players on here trying different things. I think that's also one of the hard parts for me with everybody that we play with here is that a lot of things are tests. I have not played the same list in different pods yet. I keep trying different things, which is all very different than my tabletop, which is Sisters, and it's very different than anything I've tried here. So I don't know if it's people trying out the meta to Daniel's point earlier. That's very kind of more advanced in TTS because you can get more games in. It's easier, it's faster, it's quicker than in person at the moment, and there's lots of different things being seen on the board in terms of combinations. And I think you'll get into GT, which also kind of skew things because those people are probably not playing different players as often if they're not on something like TTS.
Mm-hmm.
So just an example, right? I saw that Goonhammer posted about an Admech list, and I looked at the list. It had Doom Crawlers in it and 0 Raiders. I was like, put this list in the trash can. I was like,
I
whoever
like
played
Doom
it
Crawlers.
had no idea what they were doing.
That is some.
I think those things are good.
That is some good March 2020 tech right there. It's a list.
No
straight out of
Raiders
the
is
Dark
just
Ages.
confusing, but Doom Crawlers I feel are actually quite solid. Also, it's really going to depend on the meta. Like Doom Crawlers just straight up out damage and are more defensive than a Scorpius on Planet Bowling Ball. And if like that GT didn't have a lot of terrain, they're just better.
With what, the Icarus array?
I would go with the depends on what you're fighting. I'd get like the neutron laser in a lot of circumstances.
The neutron laser will always, it's like Necrons playing Doomsday Arcs, right? Like it'll fail you. Like you'll just get to a point where you're like one shot. Roll a 1 to hit. And
See,
it's just like, and you're like, wow.
I know our
Like, I
Necron
think
players.
model.
I know our Necron players like to complain a lot, but I've had one of those things do 30 wounds to me in one shot before. So like sometimes they do great.
Right, and so the thing that's good about disintegrators, right, is that, for example, the Faramite cannon, there's probably no model that Admech has that is more consistent than that. Like it is extremely consistent.
I love the disintegrators. Either the Saros or the Faramite. I think they both serve their purpose.
Like it's very consistent. Like I would rather have something that I can rely on to do a certain amount of damage than have something that has highs and lows, because then it's unreliable. And that's a lot harder math to depend on.
I also like the disintegrator because I just kill all of them on turn 1 because they don't have invulns and they have like a very straightforward defensive profile.
That's why I have 18 dogs, so that you can't get close enough to kill them.
But I have 27 Nurglings. You ain't getting anywhere.
Oh, well, that's why I have the
Do that
Inquisitor
way.
now. So the Inquisitor has a strat that you can infiltrate deployment, and I can block you.
That's fine. I don't need to be on your. I just got to prevent you from getting in my deployment zone. Those Nurglings don't need to kill anything. They just need to keep your horses away.
See, I can put the Inquisitor down, and then I get to move the dogs through the bubble that he created.
Yeah, that's a half the board. I got the other half.
I just need to be able to shoot you. That's all I need.
Ow, I'll play that fight. I'll do it.
I mean, the dogs, unfortunately, I think people have a lot of issues with the dogs. Outside of the confusion and all the FAQ that needs to happen around that strat, whatever it may be. Dogs are fantastic. I mean, they are a T3 tank. They're ridiculous.
Yeah,
They're 2 points under a tactical marine for a 3-wound thing that moves 12 inches, pre-game moves, has a 2-shot sniper rifle, has like 3 attacks in close combat, could leave combat before being charged.
I mean, even the Sulfur Hound version.
If only they were objective secured, then they.
I don't think I even covered half of their rules just now.
Even the Sulfur Hound version of them is, I think, also just as strong, if not to a degree stronger, without the deploy functionality. Simply because when you have 9 flamers going at it that you can do Mars on as well. So I think Sulfur Hounds are currently underplayed because of that.
They're like 4 or 5 points more per model too, and they don't have the pregame move.
They don't.
Yeah,
but
being a third more expensive and not blocking your opponent's army just turns them into a normal, fair, straightforward unit. And then they have to compare with the rest of the units in the game, instead of being just like the LeBron of...
Because like if you want to compare it volume of shots, compare it to a Cataphrone Destroyer with a grab cannon and a flamethrower. Right? Because that's like average 8 shots per guy, and they're T5.
I agree with that, but the Flamer is only 12, so you have to be close to them with your target shooting. Whereas Sulfur Hounds move up 12, can advance and shoot their pistols, which includes the Flamer, with no penalty, so they're moving on average 15 and a half.
But
they hurt that Orc Squad pretty bad, but then the Orc Squad just like probably still trades up into them. And you have the Stubbers and all the Scorpiuses and everything else in the army that's already got a kind of a surplus of medium power anti-infantry shooting.
It's possible. I mean, the way that the reason I was bringing up the Sulphur Hounds though is that the Raiders are, I think, very strong, but the same counter to that from the Sulphur Hound is that they're overpriced and under. So the thing I find interesting is that for Admech, they need the Raiders because there's nothing else in their unit that is able to move like that because they're a gun line. So if they don't have the Raiders as they are at the point cost they are, I think it's detrimental.
You got those punchy robots. They have like a 20-inch threat range. You got the laser. You got the Lance chickens. They got like a really long threat range. They do huge damage.
I don't think that Admech is a functional army if you don't play Raiders.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's kind of a neat thing. The Dragoons are crap now with the changes for the unmodified because the entire purpose of them was to give them the pluses to hit for the Lance to explode.
Mm-hmm.
Now that doesn't happen, they're really junk for their price.
Because if your opponent's like, all right, I'm going to put unit of Terminators on this objective, and you don't have dogs or anything that you could have blocked them out with first, you're like, have fun on your objective, because you have no way if you just have Vanguard.
Didn't you kill like an entire transhuman Knight squad with by waving your hand?
It was literally his entire army shooting at it though.
But here's
for
the thing,
5 dudes.
I killed it. Right.
Well, it was his entire army after he had already lost half of his army.
So here's the thing, right? If I don't have dogs, I could table him, but he'll be standing on 3 objectives the whole game, and I'll be on 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue if you don't have Raiders, right? Is that you may still table them, and you'll just lose on primary. Because you need them to create the board presence in the center of the board so that you can actually hold objectives outside your deployment zone. The fact that I tied him up in his deployment zone and he couldn't get on objective 2 until like turn 4 is the whole reason why I scored so many points. If I didn't have that capability to do that, then I would have just gotten 5 every turn.
I mean, I think the dogs. I think that is obviously like a very important function they have within the army, and like they definitely need to revise the army so that it doesn't rely on them as sort of like a huge crutch. But also, they're definitely drastically undercosted. Like I don't know if that's like necessarily a great. I mean, I'm not arguing to remove them. I think like maximum dogs all the way for competition in mech.
I'm torn because an entire unit of 9 is what 180 points, something like that.
144, 149 with the tether.
With the tether, yeah.
They have the points per wound of a guardsman.
Correct, but I mean, guardsmen exist for other things.
No, they don't. Guardsmen exist nowhere. Guardsmen are a
I think if they took away the ability to advance in the pre-move, where it was just a regular move, you just go up to 12. You couldn't go 18. That would help a lot with some of it.
I think you'd stop seeing them at that point.
I think a 12-inch move would still be good. You're halfway across the board. You can still be on objectives. You're just not in their face already. And honestly, I think if we had
their stat line is still just like absurd for their cost.
But without the advance, right? That just means that an infiltrate unit is still going to be 3 inches closer than them.
But an infiltrate unit isn't a 16-point unit with 3 wounds and a double-shot sniper rifle and like 3 attacks in close combat. It's 14 inches a move with like a strats to like be immortal to charges.
I mean, they hit on 4s. They're not exactly great close combat. They're not scary.
I mean, I have yet to see people bring a lot of like Phobos or infiltrating units that do that.
You don't see any infiltrating units except for
Nurglings.
Nurglings. And the only reason you see the Nurglings is because they have the ability to pin the opponent to their deployment zone, which is like kind of like a win button ability in the game right now.
It's the same issue that you're arguing in terms of the Raiders. They both do the same principle, right? I mean, they're both undercosted and fantastic for what they do, but raising the cost of them doesn't really make much sense against the rest of the army. It's kind of one of those weird.
Well, it does.
I don't know the great fix for it, but.
Well, if the argument's like you shouldn't raise the cost of this underpriced unit because the army as a whole stops winning GTs. I mean, like most armies don't win GTs. It's like it's more about like that's a way to consider it. Like maybe that is an issue. Like you maybe at the same time you're nerfing the dog, you lower the cost of a bunch of other things. But like I think as a health of the game perspective, they sort of create. I mean, I guess this game ended up turning out pretty cool. But I've seen a ton of games where it's just like, oh, I quit at the end of turn 1 because you just have like 30, 40 wounds to chew through before you can leave your own deployment zone. You just like lose automatically.
But some of that is people having a poor army composition. Like,
it's only a poor army
part
composition
of
in the
part
1
of
in
the reason
50
why
chance
the
they run
dogs
into
do so
somebody
well
with 30
is
dogs.
your opponent's like, oh, well, I have 6 melta shots and I have to shoot 9 dogs with them, and you're never going to kill them with that. It's like, yeah, you're not. That's what you get.
Yeah, but also like you're the only army that does that. Like like they had a good army composition. Not every army's gonna work against like every skew, and that is it's definitely a skew. Like the dogs only work if your opponent has no flyers. Like Admech or Harlequins just fly over them and don't care.
Well, I mean,
and then the
that's
dogs
part
are
of
like
the
a
reason
giant
why I
waste
have
of money.
so many. Is it's exploiting the fact that people aren't taking enough volume of shots, and that's not really my fault.
No, I mean like there's no blaming you. It's just like an issue with the mechanics of the game. They're like, it's this one unit, and the counter to this unit is to play an army that is nothing but fly. It's not really number of shots because you're still living in your own deployment zone in the first turn. You still down 15 points.
Infiltrating units, you can just block them out.
I think, Shima, to what he was saying before, and I do agree with this with the way Admech tends to work right now. We saw that the Raiders were up here, turn 1. By the end of turn 5, he was trying to get into the middle of the board to be able to deploy scranners. He didn't have anything mobile.
Well, he also put all of his infantry on his own back table edge for the
Correct.
multiple turns, which I don't. I mean, like you probably doing that to try and avoid the attrition score, right? But still, like that's pretty easily solvable by just instead of taking say the Rustdocker unit, you just take
the Terminators from
Pteraxii instead. Or you just deep strike. You just spend the 2 points to deep strike the Rustdockers and not like risk them just getting shot.
I mean, he kind of had to play it because if he didn't have anything back here outside of 9, even without my strategy, I could just drop in behind him.
So, yeah, because then he can just fly the plane over and drop the Terminators off of it. So I had to screen that out.
So just to clarify,
They drop off the plane?
No, that's what I was going to clarify. It's Ravenwing Bikers.
Yeah,
Bikers. So like Samuel could swing up. That's kind of
you
where
could double move Samuel, right, and then get through.
Correct. Yeah, it's any Ravenwing Biker that has not advanced. So you can move 15 on Samuel and then use full throttle for another 15 normal move. So he moves 30 inches and then can drop within 6.
So
I think this describes
the real thing is that you wouldn't need the dogs if you didn't have things like Twilight Path or bikes that move 20 inches or whatever, and they can just run on the middle of the board. Because like you could just start Outriders over here and go, okay, I'll turbo boost them and go 20 inches turn 1.
Well, the dogs don't stop like Twilight Path movement anyway, right? Because everything in the Harlequin army just like walks over them.
You can drop in their landing zone. You can make it tough for them.
No. So if I go first against Harlequins, I move the dogs up and I kill the Shadowseer. No more Twilight Path. She's dead.
That guy definitely would be making a mistake if he didn't just put the Shadowseer behind one of these walls.
So I get a pre-game move.
Or in a transport.
And then I get to move again on my turn. So they can easily go.
It's again going first again, right? That's the strength if you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, a big part of that is because they made the map smaller. It's like, the map is smaller, the point cost on models went up, so getting hit hard turn 1 hurts you a lot more than it used to.
So I think this is like a forest for the trees kind of thing with Admech. Like the biggest problem with Admech is that you're forced to clump your entire army around Belisarius Call, which gives you no map play. Which means you're then relying on this crunch unit to try and do all these superhero plays, and that one unit has to be so overwhelmingly good that it can actually pull them off. Because the core of this army is that you just have this one ranged only Death Star surrounding this single guy. Like that's the problem is Belisarius Call. Like the dogs are just like an expression of the issues with that game design philosophy as it exists in 9th edition. Like you had this giant brick back here that could have been moving up the entire game and start displacing stuff on 2, but like you're at huge risk if you start doing that because things just touch your models, then you lose.
Well, that's more of an army issue because all his bikes have so much mobility. Otherwise, I would have moved out more aggressively.
Well, I mean, you're still a huge threat of any like deep strikers or like any number of like long distance threats, which the game's full of. It's not necessarily this army, so you're kind of forced to castle back super far, which then forces you to engage in a form of gameplay where like your primary game plan is just to lock them inside of their deployment zone with this one unit that's like unpleasant to a lot of people. And it's like no one's fault, but the Games Workshop, like it's just the army they constructed. And hopefully Admech, in my opinion, are pretty early on the role of new codexes, because they definitely feel like they need a kind of a Necron level mechanical rework.
So you can play Admech without relying on call.
You're still relying on stacked auras surrounded by the gun centers, though.
I mean, the only other list
ones.
you could play would be a Stygies list with priests.
I was gonna say Stygies exists out there for a reason as well.
But you're still surrounding 3 character auras with vehicles and then shooting. Like it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just you're just picking different units to do that same one thing.
I mean, I personally, like I was saying before, have a cavalry list that I'm really actually enjoying, and it uses very little Admech auras. It uses 2 tech engineers, it uses 2 units of raiders, 3 units of sulfur hounds, and then Krieg. So I have horses all over the place.
That is another solution, is just incorporate another army.
And that's kind of the thing. I mean, and I still end up with even doing it that way with 9 command points. The list that Daniel and I played last, I think I just went too far into 3 different units, and 6 CP just does nothing to save me.
Do you lose anything by souping? They don't, right?
Well, my list is also ridiculous. But
I like your list. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong in terms of the flaws personally. I think castling is just the way they play right now. To Shiba's point, I agree. I think the aura rules kind of dictate that. You got Magos, you've got Call. I mean, he does have a 9-inch range, so it kind of, they tried to expand on that. But it does force the bubble. Very much like the Ultramarines, right? But they just shoot better, I think, right now.
they still get everything from Gilman. I think it's only core, but he still gives 4 rolls.
Yeah, but you don't really bubble with them anymore. You don't have the same kind of...
No marine vehicle is cost efficient enough to want to take multiple of and just castle up anymore. So that's not quite how they do their thing. The Space Marines, for all their many multifaceted strange design decisions, like with the Invaders, they did a good job of creating a book that actually wants to spread out and does not just center around being near 3 dudes. Which very much was how Space Marines previously played.
Yeah. The end of 8th edition, I had an artillery parking lot, just set up back there. They just, characters just sit down there and have beers while the artillery kill everything.
Let's not discuss the end of 8th edition. That's sad. That's sad state of the world. And I was playing my Blind Horror list at the end of 8th edition. I've played on this map, deployed my the haulers behind the wall back here, and then a dude is running 4 of the planes, I think, maybe 5, and he just stacked them side to side, sticking out of all the edges, so I literally couldn't leave my deployment zone. It was physically impossible. And I just quit. I was just, now you win. You've defeated me. You've unlocked the secret.
Moral victory.
Good job. Which wasn't his fault. I mean, that's Games Workshop lets you do that, but
All right, so
both these lists are pretty scary.
I think we're out of questions from the chat, and obviously
This game ended up way tighter than I thought. Trevi and I were talking about just the drubbing it looked like the Dark Angels were getting in the first
we were
2 turns.
uh-oh, they're gonna live
It
in their
felt rough
deployment
being
zone
on
for a
the
while.
receiving end of it. I will admit.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't getting primary. It was a little tight there.
I think if he hadn't denied my scramblers, it'd look different.
Oh yeah, or if Azrael had just stepped 3 feet to the left.
Poor Azrael.
We were looking to hit that guy during the moon phase, and we're like, is he gonna move? Is he gonna move?
I also only rolled 1-6 when I shot him, and I was a little disappointed with that.
Well, I think what they're talking about though is engage for me, because I think I missed 2 turns of engage.
I thought he was just gonna get shot to death immediately. One Faramite cannon.
Yeah, I could eat a rock randomly.
Flinks him off the table.
Well, like I said during the game, I thought he was at the 2 up, because otherwise, because if I just put him right here,
yeah,
you're absolutely correct. Because I was expecting the Polaris shots, but at -1 with the 2 up, he has a pretty good opportunity to survive. So It was just me, unfortunately, not realizing that this wouldn't give it to him. Because I thought it was if you're within 3 inches and you can't draw a direct line of sight to his base, whether
Why?
it's...
With
I
the
think
full
he should
time,
have
I
been
mean,
dead.
it's like, what,
I think
three?
he should
About,
have been dead turn 1, but
it's like a 50-50 swing to kill him on turn 1. Certainly, it's more than 1 wound. It's like closer to 5, averagely.
well,
We did
no,
two-
'cause
two?
My 6s are 2 mortal wounds, and I only got 1. I don't like.
Oh, right, because the snipers themselves just do mortals. It's not like an AP
Yes.
buff. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, that dude does just averagely die.
I mean, the apothecary saved me on one of those too, so that didn't help the roll.
Yeah, I think I played somebody else recently, and they had like the chaplain all buffed up, and I'm like, I shot him. I'm like, all right, 8 mortals, he's dead.
Yeah, it's like it's 18 shots with rerolling 2s. You're hitting what 18 or 17 and 2/3 hits. You're averaging 3 6s out of that, which pumps 6 mortal wounds into him, and then it's just the rest of the damage just from the shots itself. Like one or two of those slide in, it becomes like a 60%er.
Yep.
So it's quite scary.
Yeah, Mars is good that way. That stratagem is, I think, the
Yeah, that
broken
that
one.
strat needs to get placed back to max 3 mortals like every other. Like
Yep.
one of my first experiences in 8th edition was somebody with 6 Castellan robots doing 40 mortal wounds to me at once.
Robots are bad though.
robots are terrible right now.
They weren't then.
They've been terrible the whole time.
That was a hot second right at the start where they were pretty
People-
solid.
Yeah, if you just aren't playing with any
keep
terrain.
getting goo eyes for them because they see how many dice they can roll, and they're like, I could get so many mortal wounds with Wrath of Mars, and it's like, or you could just not play 125 point models that have 6 wounds and a 5-up invul. That sounds like a great idea.
What about 105 point our units with a 3-up invuln that reflects all your shots back at you? Because they can get that.
I don't think so.
They have 2 different ways to get +1 of that invuln.
Yeah, you get acquisition at any cost on them.
You can get one from the Aegis protocol via a 4-up.
And then if they're within the range of objective, they can get an additional +1 for the strat.
I believe that's for infantry,
Not sure.
unless I'm mistaken. I think it's infantry only.
I've never used them myself, so I honestly have no idea. But I think the robots are overpriced for anything that they do in comparison to other things within the Admech world.
I think their issue is 9th edition wants a ton of terrain on the table, and that's a unit that can't move. Once it starts doing its primary thing, so then they're overwhelmingly powerful on planet bowling ball, and then they're useless on planet normal terrain.
And your opponent's like, oops, I accidentally tagged them. Guess they can't do anything anymore.
Well, I mean, other than shoot 72 shots into whatever tagged you.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you tag them with, like, some chaff unit, you're like, man, you're going to shoot 70 shots in my Star
I think you
Rangers,
spend that
4
one
guys.
CP on the Overwatch and just kill whatever just tried to tag you, too.
It is infantry on.
They're a
Acquisition.
good Overwatch target.
Oh, I know. But when you do something silly, like you lock them down, they're like, well, I guess I'll just charge through this wall and tag you. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, that's great.
Yeah, right now Shuma too, because you're a Chaos player. I don't know why people don't go more with Flamers, because of the after the Psychic Awakening, they have the same kind of ability with Wrath, but on a Flamer.
Flamers of Siege?
Mhm.
People do take those. There's like a categorical difference between wrathing on 72 shots and wrathing on like 66, 96 shots. Like they don't have the choice of targets. You're landing and hitting whatever you can get within 12 of with your 9-inch max out, which oftentimes isn't the juiciest of targets. They're a good unit. Like you see that unit that appears in a lot of lists. So like they're good. But they don't like quite do the same sorts of stuff compared to just like a maxed out like Wrath.
So the real thing we need to test out here is drills.
Oh, just like the 7 drill like Final Destination army.
Well,
Where you just-
so the drills now, their melt-a-gun is just flat 5 shots.
Yeah.
And
And they're a dedicated
have-
transport.
they have canicles.
So you just take 5 or 6 Guitar AI units and like 2 HQs and like 7 drills.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the stream. These guys are having a big old conflab, so I'm gonna let them keep going, and I'm gonna go ahead and pop off. But thanks everybody for watching. I really appreciate you jumping in. I should be live tomorrow evening with some Combat Patrol, potentially over the weekend, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'll be live back next week with some more 40k gameplay. Probably playing some Tyranids. I said I'd play some Dimacaron, so I'll do that. That'll be fun. But that is going to be it for me tonight. Stay tuned on the channel and in the Discord for new stream announcements. And yeah, keep it classy. Thanks everybody for watching. James Coulter in the chat. Thanks. Sam in the chat. Chief Force member. Thanks for watching. Liv V. I appreciate it. Sandeep. Nice to see you again in the stream. And I'll be back up tomorrow.